Okay, hello, hello, hello. Let me try this again. Hey, thanks for the follow, row double underscore one. And thanks for everyone who is tuning in. Today, we will be making my interpretation of some object-oriented programming snake. And then we will be trying, no, not object-oriented multiplayer snake, object-oriented tic-tac-toe, getting them all mixed up. And then we'll be multiplayer or making a single player snake multiplayer. And as always, we'll be doing some code wars in between it all. Hey, thank you, Ro. Hey, I just got like this was the first stream of all this set up, so yeah, I am. Been getting it slowly but surely, polishing it up. Good old perfect being the enemy of good, so I'm a little late to the game, but as you can see, it's getting there. This is the first one with sound, so feel free to tell me if sound is not balanced right, or if you can't hear something that, like there's music in the background. It's all stream beats, of course, so gotta make sure all this is going good, but according to the levels and the graphs and the 15 windows I have open, everything's going good. So, how's your day been going, Ro? We will be starting off, as always, with an empty project. I'll be making Tic-Tac-Toe OOP. Hey, I'm glad to hear it, Ro. I am saying that right, Ro, or is it something else? It looks like Ro. Index.html is where all good front-end code begins. And we use the template because we are lazy. And now, hey, Pink Star, how's it going? Welcome back. Your mere presence has reminded me to turn on the timer. I hope you're proud of yourself. hmm Hey, glad to hear it. Yeah, I gotta turn on another window real quick. Hold up, folks. Gotta mute these sounds. Pause that player. There we go. Okay, all is good. Yeah, I'm glad it's going together. Yes, Prankstar. Now, unfortunately, like you're still welcome here and all, but I do have like a sound when the timer runs out, so hopefully I'll be forgetting less and less, but you're still welcome around. Hey, I'm doing good. Got this not new audio set, but I finally that's the thing to do, I threw some sound on this, some music, so hopefully it's a little less just my voice, but yeah, plan is, if you didn't catch it, object-oriented tic-tac-toe, and I plan to do it in a number of different user interfaces. So we're going to have the classic, you click them, then we're going to go the terminal-based, so kind of like where you just interact with it on the command line or via text. Then I don't know if we're going to get this far, but I'm going to attempt to use the speech synthesizer. So when it's your turn, you can say top left, and it places your character in the top left corner, right? So like the goal is like it uses same core game functionality, OOP, hurrah. And if you can play the game just by closing your eyes. Now that's kind of like the push work for this particular one, because I have not played around with the speech synthesizer API or the speech recognition API that much. But we'll find out. So we're making all our basic files first. Index, CSS, JS, and HTML. And we gotta link all these together. Tic-Tac-Toe, amazing titles all around. A link rel equals style sheet. Let me turn on my keys so y'all can see. And as usual, captions are available via your native player if you want them. href equals... okay. Thanks for the input. Let me just turn it down a little bit. There we go. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Let me bump it down a little more. There, that looks about right. Thanks for the input. Yeah, this is the first time with it, so there's only so many times I can record it and play it back and listen to it. And it's like, does that sound good? It's like, it sounds okay, but won't know till we actually get into it. Hey, perfect. Oh, glad to hear it. So yeah, style sheet, href, index, CSS. Hey, if Dan can, what is up? We're doing some OOP tic-tac-toe. What is up with you, Dan? How have you been doing this day, evening, night? Gotta link our JavaScript, of course. So source equals index.js. Loving it. And just to make sure everything exists, we do the classic background color black, just to make sure things are being detected. Of course, in the JS, alert hello world. So when we are hooked up, we know everything is hooked up. So now, I'm gonna go for live server as a classic hello world. Background is black. We have verified that our JavaScript and CSS are in fact hooked up correctly. Now we actually gotta start writing some code. So I'm gonna start off with the HTML. It's because we're going for a grid. Oh, hey, glad to hear it, Dan. Yeah, we're gonna be making some OOP tic-tac-toe, at least my interpretation of it, and then, spoiler alert, if y'all saw Mine Wolf's Snake game, I'm going to make that multiplayer, and of course, at the end of every break, and with whatever time we get left, we're gonna do some Code Wars, because we gotta do some Code Wars. And a Rascal 2 stream if there ain't some Code Wars. So let's see, we have a main, check this up, a header. And for now, I'm just going to try to stylistically get a board on. So, div, well, I want these to be buttons because they are interactive. So we have 9 buttons. There we go. And, you know, let's name this a div. I'll name it a section for being semantic. It's an ID of board. And then, yeah, we should be able to look at that. JavaScript is still yelling at us, so let's get that away. Thank you, JavaScript. That is the... It's hard to see, folks, but it's there, I promise. There are 9 buttons in a row. Now to make that actually a board, we're going to not jump in PyTest cache. We're going to jump up in... So, ID of board, some CSS. We're going to change this from display block, which is what it usually is, to display grid. Now I know we don't use grid that often, at least we haven't learned to, but it's not that hard once you learn. Like we've learned flex, we can learn grid. Grid template columns, because I want it to have a fixed number of columns, and I want them to be 3. So I just say auto, auto, auto. And that doesn't work. Because there's a real good reason it doesn't work. I'm about to figure it out. Because that is not our HTML. Okay, because the live server was like, I'm not going to refresh that one. As we can see, we have 3 columns of very squishy text, but that's not very readable. So let's do something. What are we going to do? Well, we can target select our button. We can give it a min height of 100 pixels because we are baddies or writing bad code. That looks right. What's the aspect ratio thing? Is it 1? Okay, that's being very not what I was looking for. I wanted them to be squares, so I guess I'll just say width 100 pixels. I don't even need to minify at this point. There we go. I want these to be... I want everything to be a lot more centered before we go on. So how are we going to do that? So if we give body... maybe we can give body a display of flex direction of column. And of course nothing's in the header, and none of the children are flexed. So if we just say body, all your direct children, and we can tell it to say have a flex of 1, to give them the, or not, let's see, the height. can see our height here is not fully maxed out. So how do we want to do this? Height 100, not 400, 100 viewport height. There we go, it's a lot better. Now that is looking good. Now, these are top and bottom because they both have an equal flex area. We're going to fix that by just adding a third element called the footer. I don't know what we're going to put in these, but here we go. It is now vertically centered. Yes, I could have done it a different way, but this way is working. Let's see, how are we going to horizontally center? So if I give this board perhaps a width of max content, will that do it? That does do it. Now we want to have as much margin left and right as possible. So a margin of 0 auto, will that do it? Yes, it will. We got ourselves a gap here, though. Who is responsible for that gap? I didn't give it a gap. Gap is 0. I'll try to remove. Nope, there's no gap to remove. That's a good question. Maybe it is the buttons themselves, because I'm not using normalize or reset. So if we do all unset, of course we can't see them, so we have to give them a background color of something white. There's still that gap there. So what's controlling the height of this is flex. So if I undo those two, and I say I want, so same thing for width, honestly, if I can do a height max content. Again, flex is in control of this. So I don't know. Maybe I just say you're not flex, you are flex 0. There we go, breaking the rules. So yeah, so now it's taking up the height only that it needs. So I'm gonna need max content. I need width. No, I don't. I'm cleaning up. Yeah, I do need these. Do I need margin? Okay, I did need margin. So yeah, 100 by 100 pixel buttons. This seems good for me. We can make this responsive by doing what? There are 3 of them, so 30 vmin. Yeah, that's 30% of the smallest dimension. So the smallest dimension is height. So it's 30, 30, 30. I didn't go for 33 because borders and free padding. But if width becomes the smallest dimension, it is now 30% of that dimension. So it's a free, kind of easy responsiveness to just please fit on the screen. So, boom. I mean, this is kind of what I wanted. I did have a header and a footer, but I don't have anything in them yet. Maybe we need to put stuff in them. So what goes in the header and the footer? Well, a little bit of text here, I think. Current player. And that'll contain the, of course, since I changed the background to black, we need the color, the text, to also go to white. Bada boom. That is acceptable. Let's add something to the footer too. U1. That's pretty much what I expect to go in there anyway. Some form of message. This is working. I'm getting a scroll bar though, so let's not get a scroll bar by decreasing these to 25 vmin. Still getting the scroll bar. Because I gave body a height of 100 VH. That is right. Let's do 95 VH. That works. Not exactly centered, unfortunately. 7.5. Can I give you a margin auto? Will that work vertically, though? No, that won't, because margins vertically collapse. So yeah, that's not what I'm wanting to do. I could make this entire thing flex and do the align and justify trick, but I am satisfied with the 5 pixel border we're going to have at the bottom. Good with me. Now this text. Let's get this text looking better. We can style both the header and footer the same, I believe. So header and footer using comma to make our selector now a selector list. Keep our code nice and dry. Text align center. That is what we want. The text, so the header kind of center itself, but the footer, so I might actually pull off the flex trick. Yeah, so both header and footer are both going to have a display of flex. Now watch me, I don't even think like I can do this. No, I can't. I'm just going to go over here and be like, one of these settings is going to make you all center. Because the ASCII did not commit it to memory, unfortunately. There we go, align item center. So that's the cross axis, which means justify item center. Well, I tried. Justify content center is the main axis. I guess justify. Again, the ASCII. I have not done enough ASCII with grid, but there we go. Justify item center, justify content center. My text is now centered. Lovely. And honestly, I don't even need this paragraph and header anymore. I guess I just felt the need to be semantic. Lovely. So this is good. Now that footer message always won't be there. And it does not change styling when it's removed and added. Perfect. Okay, I think I've put off the JavaScript for long enough. But before that, as always, this is a project from scratch, meaning there is no GitHub repository, and there is no Git repository, so we gotta go make it. So I click on the plus in the top right corner, right up here, then I click on new repository, and I give this the most amazing name, Tic-Tac-Toe. Yep, OOP Tic-Tac-Toe. Then I click create repository right on down here. And in this case, I didn't actually add any files, but we're going to go with push an existing repository. We're going to create an existing repository on the command line. So I didn't do anything. I'm going to run git init, it's the first command. And now it's happy, initialized empty git repository at this local directory. Now I can run git status, and we can see we got 3 untracked files. If your terminal supports it, they're in red. So we can do git add dot, which adds everything in the current directory, everything that's allowed, that is. And then it doesn't really give us any output, but we can run git status to be like, hey, what did you do? And we can see it has added them to be committed, so they are staged. And now we can give it a message, so git commit -m, because we do not want to enter vim. Or we're going to say HTML and CSS. Picking a good message, right, folks? I can't teach you that. So yeah, add HTML CSS, we run it. It says good stuff happens. We can check out what happened by running git log, which will throw you into this weird old magical pager, which you have to push the Q key to exit of. So if you ever want to, don't go into git log unless you know about the Q key. Now we want to push. No, we don't. We need it and add the remote repository. So we copy the command, and we paste the command, and we copy the next command, and we paste the next command, and then we paste and copy and paste the last command. If you haven't done this before, the git remote add origin essentially adds this URL as under the name of origin. So whenever you say origin, what you're really saying is this long URL. Git branch and main, I don't remember exactly, but if your current branch is not called main, it'll rename it to main, and it'll do it nicely. Then git push -u origin main. This is pushing to origin, which if you remember is this URL, your current main branch, but the -u is telling it to set the upstream. And this is essentially, it basically says that this is where you should remember this is where it's going. And you only need to do this once, but if you want to do it again, it's not gonna hurt. It just says happiness. And now we look at this repository. There are my files. So as per usual, there it is if you want to clone, follow along, or check it out later. Eventually we will get GitHub Pages and all that fun stuff up, so it's deployable and you can just link to it. But we ain't there yet. We need to get an actual game going. So we're going to start building the class. Class Tic-Tac-Toe. And a bit of this is going to be... Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going through a decision process in my head. Write the code good or get the code to work. So we're going to break the rules. I'm not lying. I promise there was no clickbait. We're going to make tic-tac-toe work, and then we'll make tic-tac-toe OOP. Because we're just going to get it working first, then we'll make it OOP. So this is going to be more of a functional or wild, wild west tic-tac-toe. So we get the 6 buttons. They're very pretty, they're very white, they're very blinding to the eyes. But I went with buttons particularly because they have built-in keyboard support and all that fun stuff. You can do whatever you want, divs, literally anything. I just felt these were the most semantic. So here we go. We're going to say const buttons equals document query selector all, and we want all the buttons. Boom. Now what do we want to do with all the buttons? We want to turn it into an array, so we're going to use the spread syntax because if you've used query selector all, or if you haven't, you will know that query selector all returns a node list, which is not an array. So if I remove this and I'm like, let's map this, dot map, VS Code's like, are you sure you can do that? And VS Code's actually smart on this, so these are all the things we can do with a node list. We can do a for each, which we recognize from arrays. But everything else is like, you don't get the fun array stuff. So we convert this to an array with the spread syntax, and now you can see it's an array of HTML button elements. We can do a lot of fun stuff to it. And fun stuff is what we are about to do. So we have our buttons, and we're just going to say let current player equals X. Very inventive. And what we're going to do first is we're going to add query selectors. No, not add query selectors. We already did that part. We're adding event listener to all of our buttons. So buttons, and we can loop over this however we want, but we'll go with for each for now. So we're going to say for each button, we're going to say button.add event listener. And on which event? The click event. What are we going to do? We're going to handle button click. And now we don't have that function written, so I'm going to write it up here. I like doing this because it's a little bit more readable. And now we are receiving our event. And before we go any further, we're just going to log some stuff. What are we going to log? We'll just log the event. We don't need to do anything fancy. And we open up DevTools, look at our console, and there we go. So again, I like making the code as testable and usable as possible, so I don't write 500 lines and then like, well, I wonder which one's not working. At this point, I am confident that these lines do work. They don't do much, but they work. Now, what we want to do is handle button click. So first we want to say, well, essentially we'll just set the text content of the current button to the current player. That can be a start. So how do we get the current button again? Well, we have an event property which has a current target property. So we don't have an event property, we have an event object which has a current target property, which always references whatever you initially add the event listener to. So when you button add event listener, so the button, since we added this event listener to it, is what current target is. Now VS Code's a little not cool because of course I wrote the function outside, so I get 0 autocomplete. But I will fix that because I am just addicted to VS Code telling me things. Where is my click event? Click. There it is. So this is a mouse event apparently. Thanks for telling me. Again, this is not at all imperative to the code. I just want autocomplete. There we go. So now if I redo that again, so if I go event.currentTarget, VS Code's like, I know what you're talking about because you told me. And this is with the JS docs comment syntax. If you've never seen it before, this is what JS docs are. I love them because they allow you to essentially write TypeScript in JavaScript. If you've never heard, I do like my TypeScript. So now we have our current target, and what we're going to do for that, well, we're going to say the text content equals current player, and that's as far as we're going to go. So we're just going to click this, and we should see an X. Ooh, ain't that the tiniest X you've ever seen? And we see nothing but X's. So there are lots of good improvements here. The first one is a stylistic one. My word, that can be a bigger X. Font size 20 VMin. Watch me go crazy. Ooh, that looks good. Oh, no, 25 looks bad. I think I had that right. Oh, look at that. Anything over 21 does this weird thing where it's like, well, that's interesting. Hey, what's that sigh of relief for, Pink Star? I think I'll go font size of 20 and my buttons. My CSS. Font size 20 VMin. I know these aren't the particular things you're supposed to use for fonts, maybe. You're supposed to use rems. Oh, I will use a rem. I'll be good. 20 rem. That's a little much. 15 rem. 15. Yeah, 20 is good, but remember that was on based on the viewport width. I want it to be like I want it to be a good boy. I'll write it like so it's good for like people who want to change text sizes. There we go. So now it's 20 rem if the user wants to increase or decrease their text size. Like watch this. It increases and decreases accordingly. It doesn't do it smoothly, but I can't. I mean, I could support every text size, but that's good enough. See, before, if I did 20 vmin, oh, that is the timer. It's done. It's telling us it's done. Tell me if that is too loud for y'all. Or tell me if y'all heard at all, actually. Yeah, maybe I wasn't looking at the right meter, but that is the end of our Pomodoro session. And with that, oh yeah, I was showing that when I'm zooming in, the text isn't changing sizes now because I'm using vmin. Ah, okay. Well, glad the timer at least helped for me. I will. So after I make this commit during the break, I will figure out where the sound went. I have a feeling I know where. So there's like an order. I have to set the stream up for all the things to point around. Hey, thanks for the feedback, Prankster and Row. Although the point was to always remind me, so I guess maybe like y'all don't need to hear it, but at least I heard it, so I know to do the timer. I'm still ignoring it because I'm going on to make this commit, but at least it was effective in one way. Nope, and I'm using VS Code. Sorry. Git status, git add index, git commit m add JS. Git push, and there it is up on GitHub. And with that, we'll be taking our 5-minute break, and when we come back, we'll warm up with the Codewars, and I think we'll get this game playable and maybe venture into the actual OOP nature of it. So, catch you at the end of the break. As soon as I start it, there it is. Catch you at the end, folks. And that is the end of our break. Welcome on back, folks. Did you hear that sound, perhaps? Because there was supposed to be a sound at the end of that timer, too. I'm assuming you didn't, because I didn't see the bars move, but that's okay. 99 out of 10 out of 100% of the things working is a pretty good ratio. So, as usual, at the end of every break, or at the beginning of every session, following a break, because never the first one, but always the one after one. Yeah, thanks for the welcome back, Prankster. We'll be doing a Code Wars. And yeah, in the interest of our recent assignment, I did click the string tag. So if y'all ever want to do problems that are only based on something, you can select the tag right down here. So I've selected strings, and I am doing a 7 because I've never easy version. Oh, this one's too tempting here, folks. It says easy in the title. Okay, you'll be given a string featuring a cat and a mouse. The rest will be dots. Find out if the cat can catch the mouse from its current position. The cat can jump over 3 characters. Okay, so my goal is to I'm seeing it. Find the index of the letter C. Find the index of the letter M. If the absolute difference between the two indexes is greater than or equal to 3, then return caught. Otherwise, return escaped. I think that's the logic here, folks. And as usual, it is in the chat. So let's see if I have logicked that correctly. Will the cat ever be... So right now I'm thinking, right now we have these strings here, like cat to mouse. Will it ever be m ... cat, for example? I guess I won't know till I give it a run. Yeah, it just says featuring. So I should do the absolute thing I was mentioning. So const distance equals x index of... It's a process row. Well, it's just practice and practice and practice. But yeah, as you see, I did go through the I got it, and it's a kind of instinct at this point where I just went through it. I didn't specifically break it down into all 4 prep categories, but I did break it down through the parameters. So like I asked, will I ever receive an M before a C, or will C always be before M? Yeah, I mean that's kind of, I mean, it is programming, like this logic breakdown, but it's kind of like those math problems or those word-based math problems. It's the same but more abstract because it's not always numbers, it's more logic, so there's more freedom, which leads to more analysis paralysis or whatever you want to term that is, because there's a lot you can do. Because with math, it's like, hey, you're limited a little bit, so. But with here, you got a lot of different options. But yeah, I went through prep just a little bit in one mush there. Figured out what parameters what I'm supposed to return, escaped or caught. E, P, R. Well, it's R. What E? Examples. Yeah, we have examples already. And P, pseudocode. I just speak the pseudocode first with the index of parts. So yeah, index of C, well, just the letter C, minus x index of M, well, lowercase m. Now we have the distance, well, we have a distance in one direction. Now I wrote C first and M first, so this would be negative. We want this as an absolute number, so we say math.abs. So if you've passed a -5 or any negative number to math.abs, it will positify it. It will make it positive, or if it's already positive, it'll just give it to you. Now we need to return. We'll go the long way. If distance greater than or equal to 3, the mouse, how much can the cat jump? The cat can jump over 3 characters. Ooh, over 3. We'll find out if it's greater than or greater than or equal to. So if distance is greater than 3, return escaped. Otherwise, return caught, and let's see how badly we mess this one up. Alright, first try. Okay. So 3 does need to be greater than or equal to, so the cat can jump. I guess it does make sense if I read it. No, nope. Okay, what have I done? Testing for C, 3 dots M, expected escape to equal caught. Okay, so whenever I get a weird test case like this, I kind of just put it in my own, my sample test case. So this was a test case for the final submission. I like putting it in these ones so that way I know just one less step I have to do to figure out, am I doing it right? So apparently, if the distance is that much, it should be caught. Of course, I have to use strings correctly for this to work. There we go. Let's go ahead and console log some things. Now I'm going to do this as an object because that gives you free labels. So you put x, distance, just putting in the names of the variables, and boom, free labels, but as an object. So if the distance is 4, so remember the indexes, are counting from 0, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 minus 0, so the distance is 4. So you can see when my distance is 2, it's actually saying 3. So I'm essentially off by 1 whenever I do this count. So I can correct that by subtracting by 1. So I passed the one test that I was failing, and now I have passed all tests. So that was a pretty good one. A little bit of index of logic. Now I'm curious, did I even need to do the absolute check? Yeah, this is the wrong way, because this one needs to come before this one mathematically. Okay, so it looks like I was over-prepared. I assumed that it was possible for a string to look like this, m.c, but there are 0 tests for that. Well, I got really lucky on the random, so let's hit it again. Nope, there are 0 tests for that, confident. So the C will always be before the M, so you can do this without the absolutions. And while this is good, looking at the website URL, we're on codewars.com. In order for us to blend in, we gotta go as codewarian as possible. So we're going to make this a ternary. So we're going to first duplicate that variable, because there's only one instance of it. We could do that. So we're going to say if it's greater than 3, then we return what we have over here. And with the ternary, we're going to use question for our positive, colon for our negative, which was if the distance wasn't greater than 3, we return caught. And that is it. Now I could go further, make this an arrow function, turn them all into 1-character variables, but they've kind of already done half of that for us, and this is good enough. Okay, apparently that I thought like, ooh, I am a code warrior. Not today. X length is less than or equal to 5. So let me look at the test cases. Fun fact, whenever you solve a solution, you can see the description right up here, but you can also see the test cases right here. And this shows you everything that like the code was running on. In addition, it shows you what the author's solution was. Sometimes you gotta look around for it, but I found it here. So it was just a length check. So reading it again. Okay, so I kind of, again, this is another assumption made on my part. I assume, so let's just open up a new JavaScript file so I can demonstrate here. So I assumed we could end up with like .c and . So I assumed there could be a prefix and a suffix of dots, but no, the string would never have a prefix and suffix. It will always be start with a C, end with an M, and have a variable number of dots, which is why the length checks basically do the job. But again, did not do my parameter asking step good enough, because this was a lot simpler than I turned it out to be. But yeah, this does work, and with that, that is our Code Wars. I'm just going to do a little leaderboard check since Leon mentioned how this thing works now. See who's winning. The honor percentile. Hangin website. Oh, it's motherboard, of course it is. Oh no, okay, looks like I don't know how to pronounce their name. Arquimido is winning. Ninvis is right on their tail. Earning always. Yeah. Where am I? I can't see myself. Woo! Yeah, I'm way down here. Yeah, I'm definitely not winning the honor percentile, but glad to see people are really getting in Code Wars now. And that was our 7 Caillou string-based problem. Back to OOP, and we will jump back to that on our next break. So, for another 25-minute session, here we go. So last thing we did was not that. We did some CSS and we did some JavaScript. So we set the text content to the current player. So we click and the X's show up. Amazing. We could do some more though. So the fact that we can click a button multiple times is not the intended behavior. So since we're using buttons, the semantically, I believe, semantically appropriate element, we can also do some other things. We can say event.currentTarget.disabled equal true. Now this is something you can do on form elements like inputs, field sets. I mean, there's a list, I don't know the list, but buttons is one of them. And now if we refresh and we turn back on live server, because I guess I turned it off at some point. Yay, it's back. Don't know where it went. Let's not question it though. When we click it, we can see, ooh, button got real ugly. But the important thing is that the button got disabled. Now the ugliness is not really what we're looking for. So let's look at the styling on that, see what went wrong. So this is a user agent style. You can tell because it says user agent. That basically means browser styles. When a button is disabled, it gets gray text. It's not what I want though. So I need to override those styles. Since these are my styles, I don't need to worry about specificity targeting. So I just say button colon disabled. And I say color equals white, no black. Alright, there we go. I'm fine with the gray, I just don't want it to be pure gray text because that did not look good. But now you can see when you click the buttons, they disable and you can't click them again. Now that's good, but this is a 2-player game, I thought. So we need to make the current player change whenever this happens. So we're setting the current player. Well, how are we going to change this? Well, since the current player is a single character, we can do a little ternary magic by saying current player equals current player is equal to X. So if the current player is an X, we want it to be an O. If the current player is not an X, we want it to be an X. So this is the equivalent logic of saying if current player equals X, current player assign O to current player, else assign X to current player. But using a cute little ternary and there, X's and O's. So that's the gameplay basically done. The game just never ends though. So we need to implement some game over logic. And again, we're writing baddies. Well, we are baddies writing bad code. We're not writing baddies. This ain't The Sims yet. But we're just going to... Well, how do we want to do this? So let's count the win conditions, because that's essentially the next logic we have. So to get rid of those, we have this condition, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. So I just drew a bunch of lines. Hopefully I didn't summon any Cthulhu's, but essentially we have every horizontal, we have every vertical, and we have the 2 diagonals. So that is 7, 8. That is 8 different coordinates that if they are all 0, or if they are all equal, it is a win. So I'm going through the logic here. Let's replay the game. X, X, X. So the logic we can that I'm going to implement at least is checking if so these are the 3 tiles we're checking. Now we know these tiles are the indexes of 0, 1, and 2. Now where are those indexes at? In our buttons array, because we defined them as literally just an array of button elements. You can see the 0th is there, the 1th is there, the 2th is there. So with those three, we can check if button at index 0 and button at index 1 and button at index 2 all have the exact same text content, aka they all have an X in them, or they all have an O in them, and it's not an empty string. That's the extra bit of logic, because technically these three down here are all the same, but we don't want this to be a winner. We only want it to be a winner when they're all the same and they're not an empty string. So that's two pieces of logic. We combine it into one. So when they're all the same, then whatever that character is, we pull the character out of any one of them, they are the winner. And we will do this at the end of every button click, and we'll do this for every possible ordering, or every, I guess ordering is the right thing, everything that allows every possible winning position. So we will do 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we check the coordinates at 0, 4, and 8. If they're all the same character, and that character is not empty, that character wins. And we implement that logic for all of them. So the immediate pattern in my mind is that it's three numbers, and it's always going to, or it doesn't even need to be three. It's just an array of numbers representing the coordinates or the indexes of each button that we need to check. So we can store that array of numbers in another array, because we have horizontal, so we have 3 horizontals, 3 verticals, and 2 diagonals. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8. So that's 8 arrays of coordinates or of indexes that we can traverse over, checking if any of those possible winning squares or winning combinations have been won. So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to say positions equals an array of 0, 1, 2. And yes, there is the programmatic way of being like, okay, based on the number of buttons in the thing, let's programmatically calculate 0 to 3, 0 to 3, 0 to 3, if we need to make like a 5x5 tic-tac-toe board. But we ain't doing that. We're doing hard codes. 0, 1, 2. Let's figure out math real quick. 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8. So if you recognize these, those are the horizontal indexes. Now the vertical indexes, we got a little space for readability, is, so we can even look over here and just count it out manually. 0. Count it out manually, I said, and I didn't count it out. So 0, 3, 6. So 0, 3, and 6. And then we do the exact same thing 2 more times. Fortunately, we got math on our side, so we can just add 1 to each number to get where we want to go. We add 2 to each number. So we got 2, 5, and 8. So if we count 0, 1, 2, 5, 8. So, yay for math. And then we have our 2 diagonals, which are 0. Again, I didn't count. 4 and 8. 0, 4, 8. And lastly, the other diagonal is still going from left to right. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 6, 4, and 2. Again, this has been Counting of Rascal 2. Hope you all enjoyed it. So now, what we're going to do is, so we have our positions hard-coded. We're going to bring this up a little bit, since this is a constant. Now we'll spell positions right. Do not worry. There we go. That is positions. These are our hard-coded position indexes. I'll call these winning indexes to be really, really on brand. So we're just going to check if any of these are 1. const indexes of winning indexes. So first we want to check if they're all the same. So if indexes, we can use the every function here on arrays. This takes a callback and determines whether all members specify the test. So these are checking if all three numbers will return true. So we have index. So we're going to check if buttons at index dot text content equals first. Now we haven't declared first, but we're about to right now. Const first is the first button. It's basically buttons 0 text content. So if they all equal the first one, then we have a winner. Now who won first? One, and we're using string concatenation because we are baddies. But we can see, actually we can't see anything till we give this a shot. So X, and it didn't work, but we have 6 errors. So let's see. On line 28, it says index is not defined. It's telling us it's inside our handle button click function, and it's on line 28. So let's look. Line 28. Aha, you're right. It's not defined. So index is something I was getting out of indexes. So how do I want to get that again? I want to say index is 0. So to get the first index that I'm considering, and then it says we won. Now remember the logic, I said there were 2 steps. 1 to make sure there was a user selected, and 2 to make sure that they're all equal. We did number 2, we did not do number 1. Now we're getting alerts all over town. So another thing we want to do is we want to return when this alert happens. And lastly, we want to make sure that first is not an empty string. So we can do a little cheeky trick here. That's checking if first. Now this is doing a truthy check because remember, first can be one of 2 things. An empty string, an X, or an O. Now if we look at all 3 of these, we can check if they're truthy, or in our mind, just look at them and see, are empty strings truthy? No, so this is falsy. Is the character X truthy? Yes. Is the character O truthy? Yes. So this is, you can see only the ones that we want. The truthy ones are being passed or allowed through. So we're saying if it's truthy and they're all the same, which is the equivalent of saying if it's X or if it's O and they're all the same. So that's what that trick does, to allow us to now play the game. So that is working. Let's check the next one. That is working. Let's go diagonal. Well, let's not go diagonal because I lost against myself. There we go. And let's go vertical. Okay, all 3 directions are working. We haven't tested every position, but every direction at least is doing their jobs. So I think that's a good place to commit, actually. Make game functional, or add, here comes a great messaging time. What do we call this? So we technically made the game playable. Finish, make game playable. There we go. That's a great message. Again, apologies using VS Code. Pull up the terminal, get status, get add index CSS, get commit with the message. Oop, and I've entered Vim. That's okay. I use the I key to enter insert mode, and then I copy my message and paste it in there. Hit escape to exit insert mode. Hit shift and then semicolon to get a colon character. W to save. Q to exit. Again, do not enter Vim, but if you're crazy enough and you want to learn it, we can do cool stuff. If you get really good at it, you can do stuff faster than the rest of us, but it's an investment. So now we have this code nice and pushed, but there are a few things that need to be done. Let's go for the easier one. Current player does not slay the current player. So that's an easy one. Let's jump into our header And then let's make ourselves a little span here. Give this an ID of current player. So we can target this particular element with JavaScript. Cause current player element equals document query selector. Not all, we only have one. We need to get this by ID, so use our octothorpe or hashtag. And now, whenever we update our current player in the code, we'll need to update it on the DOM. So we say current player element dot text content equals current player, and that, let's not do that, should work. Not on initial load, but on every change. That works, but I'm seeing a little bit of no space there. So I'm going to use the old ampersand MBSP trick. Is that not the trick? What's the trick? Why ain't it working? This is a trick to get a free space in. Is that not how it works? Huh. Oh, forgive my goldfish brain. Ampersand MBSP. No, watch, forgive my keyboard brain. Okay, that isn't the correct HTML entity. Why is it not working? Because the colon? No, that ain't it. Put it somewhere else. That ain't it. Okay, we are not doing that anymore. We are doing something else. We are giving our current player thing a little more space by CSS. Because my goldfish brain has forgotten how to use the non-breaking space. So we're going to say current player, padding left, 1 rem. Yeah, that's acceptable in my book. For now. It'd be cool if it was vertical. Let's do that by turning our span into a div. Nope, that's not doing what I want. Let's do a hard refresh. I thought a div would have... Oh, it is, but the current player isn't. Okay. So we will style this text with a paragraph tag, just so you will go on a different line. No! Well, this must be flex. Yes, I have displayed flex the container, which means they are by default row. So the solution to this is to say, hey, I'm going to make you columns. So flex direction, column. Perfect. And that does give me what I desire. And I lost. Oh, I won? Okay, I won. So yeah, we do need to also implement losing conditions. So yeah, we've gotten our display working. We've gotten our winning working. Let's get our losing working. So this is essentially checking if all the spaces are full and we haven't won. So we can do this by using our every trick again. So we can say if buttons.every. So we want to check if every button has .text content. Basically, we're checking if all buttons are not empty. If every button's not empty, and we haven't won, because if we win, we come here and we return early, then what are we going to do? We're going to alert. What are we going to say? We're going to say it was a draw. And we need to now play this game to... I'm just too good at this. I need to lose real quick. XO, 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 X. Nope. I made a diagonal. Oops. Okay. So XO, XO, X. Don't put O in bottom left. O there. X bottom left. O there. X bottom right. There we go. Okay. Whew, it's a little tougher to... Don't know why it was harder for me to lose than it was to win, but that's okay. Oh. Hey, Jay Barty. Thanks for the follow. How is your day going? Hope you are enjoying this tic-tac-toe adventure, even though we haven't gotten to the OOP part of it just yet. We will, though, just after we finish... What do we want to finish? Actually, I think we're good on features. I think it is time for the OOP conversion, although we should also make it so when the game is over, you can't play anymore. Yeah, so when the game is over, we want to disable all the buttons. How are we going to do this? We're going to use our buttons array again. Buttons for each button. Button disabled equals true. So when we win, we can't play anymore. There we go. And, you know what, this is good for now, I'd say. Yeah, I'd say this is good. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. So we're going to save and commit this, of course, with the terminal. Git status, git add, docs, we want all of it, git commit. And what are we going to call it? Well, we're not going to call it there. Git commit -m, finish base game, and git push. So it's git remote v. There it is. If y'all want to, you can play this version of the game, but it's not OOP just yet, which is what we will begin right now. So we're just going to go OOP in the sense of there is an object and it's oriented around it, and then we'll go proper OOP. So let's start off by saying class Tic-Tac-Toe. In the constructor, what will we be having? Well, we'll have the current player, and we'll set that one to X again. So that logic goes in there. And what will we be doing after this? Well, what will we want to do? I guess we'll just start moving things in there for now, and then we will separate out later. So we want to receive our buttons in our current player element. There we go. So for all the buttons, we say handle button click, or not any handle button click, and this handle button click, which takes the same event from before. So it's this dot handle button click. And I'm gonna drag over my JS.doc comment. So TypeScript, or VS Code rather, is cool. Loving that. And then I'm gonna bring over the rest of that code. Just drop it right in here. It's in the object, folks. No complaining, no complaining. Remove current player out, and we will. Yeah, so we've made it object oriented, but we now need to create our object. So new tic-tac-toe. First argument is current player element. Second argument is our array of buttons. So we can we'll keep them in variables. We won't keep them in variables because this is going to force me to go fully object oriented. No globals, just objects. There we go. So yeah, we got buttons, but we need to start saving some of this to this, because as we try to modify stuff like current player element, it's not a global variable, so we need to save and then modify with the this prefix. So this current player element equals current player element, and this dot buttons equals buttons. And I personally like ordering my assignments in the same order as my parameters. So first one there, second one here. And now I would like to reference this. You don't have to reference this dot buttons because we still have access to the buttons parameter in scope, but I feel it's better doing that. Here we go. Now we have on our event, which is a parameter, so no changes to the event parameter, but we have current player, which is not in scope. It is on the current instance of the object. So this dot current player, I'm literally going to copy this dot as a prefix because it's going to get around this dot current player, this dot current player, this current player element equals this dot current player. For index of winning indexes, this dot buttons, this dot buttons, this dot buttons, this dot buttons again. So we got one global, but it was progress, folks. We don't win. Okay, things are happening. It's not what we want though. So when we are setting the text content to this dot current player, something is going wrong. Who knows what's going wrong? The console knows what's going wrong. So let's console log this current player. Okay, console, tell us your secrets. It's undefined. And we got another element here too. This current player element is also undefined. That's interesting because we did set it up here, didn't we? Let's do a sanity check. Just console log this current player. It's there on line 7, but it's not working on line 18. So what we can do is we can just console log this itself. Yeah, this is an interesting one. So I do know why this is happening. But you see, when I console log this on line 7, I get the actual object. And if we look in the prototype, if we look in the constructor, we can see this is our tic-tac-toe object. But on my line 18, I'm getting the button. So, fun fact about add event listener. Oh, did you hear it? Yeah. Oh, okay. My bad. Was it too loud? Ironically, this time I didn't hear it. So, uh, was it too loud though? So we have the alarm that reminds chat to remind me to do the timer, right? That works, folks. uh, I will again try to fix that audio on the way out. But let's finish this a little bit up first, because this isn't. I don't want to leave it all on a cliffhanger here. Why is it not working? So we're gonna look at the MDN of add event listener. Okay, yeah, I'll tweak it a little bit. For sure. So, add event listener, lots of docs here, blah, 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 blah. But eventually, I shouldn't blah, blah through the docs, but there's a lot of docs here. But let's find out where it tells us our event listener. Here we go. So, it describes the event listener argument as listener takes an object, implements event, and then it says see for more details. Whenever you see that, you're like, oh no, there are so many details. You couldn't fit it in this one little paragraph. Uh-oh, things are going crazy. So if we look here, we can see that. Don't let me down, MDN. MDN's letting me down. Okay, so I'm gonna spoil it. Whenever you call a event listener, it binds this to the element, to the current target. I have 90 instances of this. Where is it? Tell me. It wasn't this horrible. I said, look at the MDN, folks. It'll tell you. And I can't even find it. Okay. Please note. Blah, blah, blah. No. Okay. Phew. You have to come all the way down to other notes if you want to find this out. So the value of this within the handler, essentially, it sets it to the element of current target. So this becomes whatever the button you were clicking. So it used to be, like, because we're just passing the function, like we're taught to, like we've been doing so far, just pass it and it'll call it. And it does call it, but what it does is it also binds the current button. So it binds button to this. So what it's doing inside, and this is what's happening in the real world, it's doing like this bind button and then event object here, which is transforming our this from what it used to be to what it's being overridden as, the button. The solution, there are two solutions. You bring out the arrow function and we call it directly. So it'll still call bind on this function or even on this function like this, but this is basically ignored. It's not interfering with ours anymore. And I can prove that by actually making this work for a moment. We click, the X's appear, the this is now our object again. So that's one way to do it. Another way to do it, if you're like scared of making another arrow function, or you're in React world, or you want to be super performant, is you can play its own game against it. You can use bind to bind this as the this arg. So this arg becomes this, and that's it. So the reason that this works is because once you bind a this to something, it can't be rebound. So essentially, it's like setting a slot in the function and saying like, because initially it's just kind of implicit. It's like this is gonna be whatever it last remembered it, or whatever the current scope is. So it's kind of just like I'll just inherit it from wherever I remember it. But when you bind it, you're saying, nuh-uh, you're gonna have whatever I'm gonna pass you as of this, and nothing else. And if someone comes by and is like, I'll bind you again to something else, it does not work. You see how I bound it to this, then I bound it to button, but it still was bound to this. So I know it. I know at least one person out there who was like, "This is object oriented," but like, where'd my object go? That's where your object went. Add event listener reassigns this to currently to the button that your current element is on. And with that, again, I went back to, I'm like, we're done. No, we're not. I went back to the broken code. So fix that. Game still works. We can win. Can we lose though? I need to find a losing pattern. I just did. And we can lose. So 0 functionality lost. We are technically OOP. Pack it up, folks. We're done, right? Nah, I'm going to make this a little bit better. So make JS OOP. And of course I will be doing that. Git push after the break, which we will be starting right now. Nope, not that screen. This screen. So yeah, catch you after the break. And yeah, that is the plan. We will make it better OOP, not just Yahoo Cowboys and Indians OOP. And of course, we'll be starting our break with the Code Wars, so don't get lost for that. Catch you on the other side. Welcome back, folks. Sorry, I gotta find the right window with the captions on. There they are, captions back on. Okay, we'll be starting off classically with a Code Wars. So we did the 7 Caillou, now we're doing the 6 Caillou, and this is a string. If you're curious on the search, I just click 6 Caillou, oh, get out of the way. Kata I have not trained on. Most completed, because that's always good sorting, and I scrolled all the way down here. I control left, but y'all can scroll down and click on strings. Hey, thanks Prankstar, welcome back to you too. And I picked Kebabize, don't know how to pronounce this, but modify the Kebabize function so it converts camel case string into kebab case. The return string should only contain lowercase letters, so camels have 3 humps becomes camels hyphen have hyphen 3 hyphen humps. Think we can do this one. There it be in the chat. Okay, so essentially we need to replace every uppercase character with itself, but lowercase, and a little what is it? A little hyphen. So there's the fancy way, and then there's the normal way. We also need to take any other characters, so any spaces or any other weird characters like numbers, anything that's not a lowercase letter, and get rid of it. So anything that is not alphabetic goes away. So that's kind of like a 2-step thing. So, okay, I'm going to do this in 2. Yeah, row 1, this is always saved as a VOD for like 14 days after the broadcast, and I haven't really done it yet, but I do plan, like, I still have them all, so I will put them on my YouTube eventually. I just feel like, of what limited time I have to put it into the actual stream instead of the YouTube, but I eventually will be putting all this on YouTube, but for now, 14 days as a VOD. If you're in that much a rush to watch it, or you're worried about the 14-day timer between that and me eventually getting it to YouTube, there are like half a dozen Twitch video downloaders. You can grab it for yourself. You got permission, all that good stuff. So yeah, I'm going to do this in 2 approaches. I'm going to do the kind of Code Wars flex. I'm going to pull out the regular expressions. No one leave yet. And then I'll do it the normal way that you're supposed to, that they will probably expect you in an interview. So let's pull out the Code Wars flex, the regular expression. So we're going to replace anything that's not a character. So A, Z. So that's the character range A to Z. Upper caret to say anything and not A to Z. I to say ignore case. So this includes A to Z and capital A to capital Z. We're going to place all those with nothings. Now we're just going to save this, see if it turned out right. We can see, okay, this is unfortunate. Okay, this is good. You see the 3 is missing, so we got rid of the 3. Now what are we going to do? We're going to do another replace, because we're baddies. We're writing super bad code. We're replacing uppercase characters. I know, row 1, it'll be done in a moment. Just survive the pain for a little longer. So replacing any uppercase character globally with a function. So we're doing a replacer function. So we're saying take the character and return a hyphen combined with the character. And that doesn't work, of course, because we never lowercase the character. So say to lowercase the character, and it works. And if we run the submission, it almost works. Let's see why it doesn't work. So we have some interesting cases here. MMBH instead got hyphen MMBH. So we got these randomized tests, is what we're hitting at the moment. So, expected TC instead of got hyphen TC. Okay, so let's console log the input whenever you don't know why it's doing something. See what you've been given as input. Let's look at one of the failing ones. So it starts with a capital letter. Okay. So my magical regular expression solution might not do it for this one. But I'm gonna try to force it, and then we'll write it normally. So if we take any character, so it can't be the first character, right? Nope. Okay, my regex, I'm not strong enough in the regex arcs, apparently. So we're gonna do this normally. See, we're doing the normal solution sooner than I thought. So we're gonna say cost characters equals str. We want to convert this to an array. So out comes our sprint operator. And we're going to, how do we want to do this? Because we have two tasks. One task is the actual replacement magic. The other task is the deletion of numbers. So we can do both of this in a forward loop. So I equals 0. I is less than characters dot length I plus plus. Yeah, let's get rid of this regular expression because I'm not worthy. Return characters join with an empty string to convert our array of characters back to a single string. So what are we going to do? Well, first we're going to do the replacement. So we're going to say if, and I know this is a little bit of regular expression. It's not as bad as the last one because there's a good math way to do this. I just don't know it. So we're going to say if characters I, so we're getting the current character. Basically, we're saying if you're not an alphanumeric number, you can say A to Z, ignore case. So if you're not a character, then we gotta delete you. How are we gonna delete you? Good old splice, because remember, characters is an array. So we do characters.splice at what index? The current index, which is I, and 1. But then, since we are iterating through our array forwards and we just deleted an index, this would cause us to skip an element in the array. Now, how is it going to do that, you wonder? So say we have A, 3, then we have C. So these are 3 elements in the array. And we're here. So we're at this position. Then we delete something at this position. So the array now becomes A and then C. Then we go to the next position as normal. We never processed C. C got left alone because once we finished, we went forward, but the array index went backward in a way. So our solution is instead of going forward, it is to first go backward. Then while the array will push us forward, we essentially stay in the same place. The way we do this is by decrementing I by 1. So if we look at this, this gets rid of, this does the opposite. This gets rid of everything but numbers. There we go. So this gets, so basically if it's not a character, then we get rid of, we could do that the fancy regex way actually. No, where's my A? There's my A. There we go. So we get rid of all the numbers. That's the first pass. The second pass is only going to happen if we're not the first character. So if I, then continue. Because remember, the random test cases we were failing were, and I really should have an example of here. FIR's first thing should result in first hyphen thing. There we go. Because this is the test case we were failing. The first letter being capitalized. I shoved a hyphen before that, which is not what's expected. Now we get the fun part of essentially adding the hyphen and the lowercase character to the array. So first we have to add, then we have to replace. So characters splice again, but we're not using it to remove. So we're adding at the current index I, but we are deleting 0 items. So this is the adding feature of splice, which we have not used too often, but it exists for when you want to insert an element at a certain index, or a number of elements, but we only have one. And that one is the hyphen. And then additionally, we just want to run this and see what happens. There we go. Look, we have a hyphen. So I did it the wrong way. So my conditional, I said if I continue. Basically, I said if I is not 0, continue. And I just created an infinite loop, didn't I? I plus plus. Sorry, Code Wars, I have failed you. Okay, now, so we're doing it basically on every character. And now, we don't want to do it on every character. We only want to do it on characters that are not uppercase. So, don't worry, not a regular expression. It's basically saying if we're not the if we're the first index and no, or the character is not uppercase. Characters, okay, I lied. You can use a little regular expression. So if it matches A to Z, I'll turn it into non-regex later. I just have to figure this out first. So if it's that, or if it's lowercase, get rid of it. And our hyphens are exactly where we expect them to be. But our casing has not changed. We need to lowercase the ith character before the insertion. So characters I equals characters I to lowercase. Now what's wrong? Instead got fist thing. Oh, so firstly I've typoed this horribly. Secondly, the first character is not lowercased, so we can do this again by making sure we lowercase the first character, or we can stop overthinking about it and say we don't need to lowercase anything right now. We can do it at the end. So much simpler, and that should pass not all the tests. Okay, let's see which test that failed. So we know it failed something, we just don't know what. We can check it out by console logging all of our characters. Let me run the big test. So for W88 cannot read match of undefined. So characters I is not valid. So let's log I and see what happens to I. Run the big test again. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah. No, I'm not seeing Y. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Those. Oh, I'm looking at the one that wasn't failing. Cannot read match of undefined. 0, 0. I mean, let's just console log the character while we're at it. Eventually, we'll find out enough information to act on. Run the big test, of course. Okay, so cannot read match of undefined. Characters I is 0. Cannot read match of undefined. What line is this? Maybe it's this line. Okay, so I think this loop, or it's not this loop, this action is going to the next one, which is causing an out of index thing. Okay, so let me explain what was happening just then. I didn't do enough console logs to see it, but I'll add another one so we can see it now. So here's the verdict. So when I decrement my I then still used it for future checks, and I did characters -1, which was undefined. Now, it took me a little bit to find that because we don't get line numbers in Codewars, unfortunately. But if you had line numbers and more professional and productive, you would have been able to see, why is line 11 thrown an error? Because I did that. And the solution is to say, after we do this, go to the next iteration of the loop, aka don't do this stuff below. And that is the solution, using only a little bit of regular expression. Of course, I'm not done with it, because this is just a tad of spaghetti. So we're going to clean the spaghetti up a bit. So yeah, this I'm kind of like, I'm going with this to check if it's not a character. But I can check this better. I can check this in non-regular expression way. And I'm also going to invert this. So if I and character is uppercase, because that, not, and then or, it's just a little bit tougher logic to follow. And I'll just put this inside a few braces. The extra indentation is not going to harm anyone this time around. You know what? I can go with an else if to avoid that continue statement. Looking a lot better already. Let's see what I can do. So the first thing I can do is I can combine my increment and decrement with my actual usages of it. Because remember, when you do this post, aka as a suffix, it takes the value and then it evaluates it, giving it to whatever you're passing, and then it makes the change. So this is perfectly valid. Perfectly. And we can, oh, not that button. See how much we can make this better. Add some lines. That makes things pretty. The I index. We do need the I index as we're iterating through this. Can we make it better though? We can make it one-liney. That's always cool, right? Nah, it's about as clean as it gets. Anything else? I wonder, because I don't really remember if this is how it works. For const I car of characters entries. I don't remember if this works, that's why I'm kind of checking it. Because I don't know if the modification of I is actually impactful on the loop. Why are you angry? Oh, because I'm using I. Ooh, yeah, if I use let I, will you be cool? Nope, okay. I just had a memory of it working at one point, but I was obviously a phantom memory. So yeah, I think this is famous last words. I think this is good. Watch, I'm gonna see all these one-liners. I know someone has the reject solution out there. I just do not have the regular expression skills to figure it out myself. Yeah, I think that's about it. So last time going through it, convert the string to an array, go through every index of the characters in the array. If the character is not an alphabetical character, using this wild regular expression, get rid of it, and then decrement I by 1 so we don't skip any characters while iterating through our loop. Otherwise, if index is positive, aka we're not on the first character, and we are on an uppercase character, then at this index, add a hyphen and move us forward so we don't keep on checking the same character again. And lastly, to take our array of characters, join them back together into one string and lowercase the entire thing. And that is my solution. Let's see the regular expression, folks, out here. Okay, let me try to decipher this now. Okay. Zoom in real good on this one. Okay, so this is what I was doing, getting rid of all those. And this is lowercasing not A to Z. What's this lowercasing? Oh, this is taking... Okay, this is how they did it. It took the first character. If it was capitalized, they lowercased it. There we go. That's what I was missing. I was thinking too narrow-minded. I was thinking, what's the regular expression magic I gotta use to detect non-first characters? But just doing another place does it. Oh, there's the magic. What the... Yep, I understand some of those symbols. Okay, everyone did regular expressions. Okay, everyone... Wow, okay, yeah, I really went the long way on this one, folks. But I think mine's a little bit more readable than... It's marginally more readable, folks. That's about as good as I can get. And with that, we're getting back to our OOP calculator. So let's start that timer up. One of these tabs is it. Here it is. And let's make this thing fully OOP with all the goodness OOP should bring us. So right now we have a merger. So right now, the merge I'm saying is we have a combination of state. Yeah, it can get you sometimes. It's sometimes it's not as simple as like, oh, this is easy, but it's like, no, no, no. It's a 6 Caillou. Never forget. It's never as simple as they seem. Yeah, we got through it though. But yeah, so yeah, we have a combination of logic and UI logic, and that is what I'm going to separate with this particular, with my implementation of OOP, what do you call it? OOP Tic-Tac-Toe. Have I done the one Caillou? Wait, there's a one Caillou kebab thing? Or are you talking about another one Caillou? Let me just start check on one Caillou. Type in kebab. Oh, I have to probably turn that filter off. Oh, show me all of them. Oh, in general, I've done. It's the Hello World one, I think, that I have completed. Here we go. No, I guess I haven't done any. No, wait, I think I filter on strings. I've tried. I thought I tried one. Let's get rid of the tags filter. I mean, I'll tell you in like 2 seconds after I figure it out. Apparently not. No, apparently I've gotten no one Cailloux. I think I've tried a few. I thought I did it too at one point though. Okay, I've completely butchered the thing. I did the one that was essentially Hello World, but your lines were limited to like 2 characters or whatever. And did that one. And filters aren't doing it. Here we go. Yeah, so I did these two Cailloux. So apparently, no, I have not done any one Cailloux. But yeah, they don't look friendly. I mean, they're literally like full projects. So yeah, I did evaluate mathematical expression. So oh yeah, so I did this for my calculator project. When we had to make an OOP calculator, which now that I think about it, was not very OOP. Yeah, they're tough. So yeah, I basically evaluated mathematical expressions with parentheses, and then I took that and shoved it in my calculator. And then there's this multi-line hello world one. And yeah, this is the one I thought I did. The one Caillou hello world. I did not. I did the two Caillou hello world, which is a lot more easier. Fortunately, the code ladder only goes to like 6 Cailloux, so we're not there yet. But yeah, so yeah, this tic-tac-toe, I'm going to implement the logic and the board on two different things. So it's going to implement in more code, but it's going to be easier to interact with code, I think. So what we're going to say, yeah, not yet, not yet. I mean, I saw some of them that like looked doable. I think those might have been twos or ones, which was basically, if you ever heard of the game Papers, Please. I don't know if this was a two or a one. Maybe it was a two. But there's that game called Papers, Please, in which you basically like you have a bunch of conditions. And you have to determine if that user is good or bad based on the conditions given to you for the day. So one of them was to implement basically the logic of this game. So that one, it's like some of them are like, yeah, they're achievable. They're just a little bit time consuming. And then there's implement a compiler. It's like, yeah, I ain't got that much time. Yeah, like Minesweeper. Like, it's not impossible to do. It's just a big game. It's not simple. Yeah, not the simplest thing. Sliding puzzle solver again, not impossible, just very long, tedious projects. And Queens, like that's gotta be tough. Yeah, some of these are literally just like, ooh, logic and math. It's like it's a lot less approachable than make a game. Oh, this functional SQL one. I was thinking about attempting this one a bit. But yeah, it's like basically you implement SQL but in a functional way. But yes, like if I am going for a one Caillou, this would be the first one Caillou I'd go for, I think. This functional, basically implement all these functions that work on these things and kind of do it. Like you literally implement a database engine, but in JavaScript. Yeah, pranks are. I mean, they're fun to get into. Even the eight ones. Although the eight ones can be a little tough at times. Once you get into the hang of it, they're fun to do. There's a reason they were able to gamify it so easily. But yeah, there are lots of good ones to start on with. I think there's what's this called? Is it Learning JS track? I mean, it's not a track. What's it called? It's like a problem set that someone made. Wow. Oh, I'm searching 1KUs. Yeah, there's no learning in 1KU. You're expected to know everything. But yeah, there's this training JS, which is a combination of like a walkthrough and literal like teaching you stuff. So that's a pretty good one to start off with. Another series I like is Simple Fun, which are less mathy, at least in my experience, I mean, they're a little less thinking, which just doesn't sound right, but they're a little more fun. That's why I put the name in it. So yeah, those are some good ones to start off on. And of course, 8KU's fundamental tracks. That's the bare basics to start off. Okay, let's think. So we have Tic-Tac-Toe. I want OOP Tic-Tac. Well, I don't have OOP Tic-Tac-Toe. So let's first start with nothing. So we're receiving no argument. So we're gonna destruct this a bit. Yeah. Those are the ones I tend to like enjoy more than the other ones, because the training one definitely, it gives you like 2 whole pages of explaining the concept and then figure out the solutions. So it's much more easy introduction. But of course, the fundamentals track is the officially labeled fundamentals track for a reason. So what I'm going to start off with is a little bit of duplication here. Well, I'm not going to use null. I'm going to use 0, 0, 0, and then 0, 0, 0, and then 0, 0, 0. So you can see I'm hard coding the initial board to be a bunch of zeros. Saying this dot current player. Well, we already have that, so that will levelly exist. And then removing this button's a logic. We'll put it somewhere else, but it ain't going here. So yank and yoink. Throw that out of there. So we have board, current player. And this click event, yeah, this don't live here anymore. Goodbye. Go somewhere else. Be gone. This logic though. We want this logic though. We just don't want it here. So where do we want this? Well, we want this to, like, this function or this object to have some methods. So this will be place. This will be, where are we placing? It's going to be an index. We're going to have a getter. It's going to return the winner, which is this logic I yoinked away. And then we're going to move winning indexes up here. It's still a big global. Don't freak out, folks. It won't be a global forever, but it's still a global for now. And yeah, so this will get the winner. And instead of doing the scary alert, it's going to return. What will it return? It will return the winner, which is first. And again, we're not doing this button's disable. We're not even doing this buttons at all. We're doing this dot board, because this is our array of positions. And there's 0 for now, but there'll be characters later, and they're not text content, they're just whatever their values are. So yeah, very much less reliant on the DOM to store our data, because remember, before, like this, where's our data stored? In the DOM as text content. We're not doing that anymore. We're storing our data in JavaScript, so that's why we have our board, which is the same structure, but with zeros, X's, and O's. And now for our winner, we return that. Board, if every button, basically we need to check if every button is not equal to 0. If they're not all zeros, oh wait a minute, so this is the draw logic. Yeah, if they're all not zeros, then we are drawn. What do we return if we're at a draw? Null. Otherwise, we return undefined. Okay, that's the logic I'm defining. The winner getter returns either the character of the winner, X or O, returns null if it's a draw, or it returns undefined if the winner has not yet been defined. That seems right. What else do we have around here? Yeah, it seems good. Now, let's see. Obviously, we ripped it apart, so it's not playable. So we have this bit of logic here and this bit of logic here, which are specific to the DOM, aka document object model. This isn't specific, this swapping. So let's update that. I decided to update placement to now implement the logic that I was handing off to the DOM. So if I less than 0 or... No, hold on. We're going to trust that the other programmer, aka me, will pass good indexes. But we won't trust that they won't click on things that have already been handled. Constant value equals board I. So if there's a value, return false. Now false is going to indicate it was not placed. Otherwise, board I equals this dot current player, and we'll update this current player to the other player and return true. Now, I'm not checking if there's a winner here because I believe that logic should be done elsewhere. I believe. I don't know. We'll find out as I write this if I change my mind. Okay, so we've kind of have this OOP tic-tac-toe going. Let's make it usable for now. We have tic-tac-toe and we have buttons. Yeah, you don't receive that anymore, but this is what we do now. So we have our const current player element. So you see we're kind of going backwards here, but we're getting to a usable state. And const buttons equals, there we go. So now we say buttons for each. When you click on the button, we're going to place at the current index, which we can grab from our for each callback as the second parameter. So we tic-tac-toe dot place at which index, the ith index, and again, because we don't trust out-of-event listener to persist our current this state, we have to use bind to set it to tic-tac-toe. And since we're using bind, we can use I to set that as the first argument. Now, we want to do some more logic. Okay, so I lied. We need to do more. Because we need to implement this handle button click logic also in here. So first we need to do the placing. So if not tic-tac-toe place I, essentially if the placing fails for whatever reason, aka you're trying to place at a location that already has an element, we don't do anything. Otherwise, we set the text content, we set the disabled, we no longer modify current player because that logic is already handled for us. And I think we have fixed tic-tac-toe. Almost. We have beautiful gray buttons. Current player element is undefined on line 56 because it's not this current player element. It is. We do need to get this dot current player, but not from this, from tic-tac-toe. There we go. And the winning logic is a little broken, unfortunately. We can fix that right now. Okay, let's see. So for indexes, first this board. So essentially this logic is not returning true. Nope, that's not what's happening. We're never checking if the winner exists. So we need to check const winner equals tic-tac-toe winner. If winner not, or if winner equals undefined, then we return because it hasn't been decided. Otherwise, we'll alert winner. If there's a winner, then it's going to be winner plus 1. If there's no winner, aka it's null, we know it's a draw. So O's, nope, that's not. So it drew it instantly. Okay, so for some reason, every button. Okay, so let's figure out this logic. So this board every, if, so I should stop calling this button, actually. Value, that's much better. So if every value is not equal 0, let's first check out what was returned. Console log winner. Who won? Null won. Okay, so that is happening. So yeah, this logic got a little too complicated for me. So we're going to try the simplified version. So the logic we're trying to do here is checking if any of them are 0, then we're not 1 yet. So I will invert it, check if any of them equals 0, and we return undefined. Otherwise, we return null. So I invert the logic by using the opposite functional array function, sum. I'm getting the exact same logic. Okay, board, let's do some console logging. What is up? Oh, because, remember, so my data structure changed. Yeah, I changed my data structure. Now, why did I change my data structure? Because I felt like I needed to, but I didn't. I made it an array of arrays when it still could just be a bunch of zeros. Because all my logic here was written assuming it was a single array with multiple indexes. So now, so okay. Let's go back a little bit more. So value not equals 0, return null. Well, hold on, we didn't even get a winner. Figure out the winner logic first. So log first, and let's just get all the values. Indexes.map, index this board index, just to see what our things are running on. Okay, so I'm seeing lots of zeros. No values are getting updated. So board I equals this dot current player. So I'm curious why I'm not getting an error. So this is interesting. If value return false. So let's check out the value when we try to place. So we have I and we have value. What are we doing? Placing an I, the value is undefined. So okay, so I know the problem. Board is not a thing. But why is it not throwing an error? Oh, wow. I just... Okay, so this is an annoyingly fun feature that exists in JavaScript when you're using the DOM. And why does it exist? Because we can't break the web. So if we look around here, we can see I declared no global called board. None at all. There are none here. Promise there aren't any. But if we type board right here, we get this section with an ID of board. Now, I didn't declare that anywhere. I mean, look at my query selectors. I used 2 of them, neither of them for board. So where did this come from? Well, I don't know why. I mean, I can guess, but I don't really know why. But at one time, JavaScript was like, you know what we should do to help people out? Whenever there's an ID, we should take that ID in HTML and make a variable out of it in JavaScript. So let's look at some other IDs. Current player, right? I didn't declare this variable. Okay, apparently that one doesn't exist. Does it not exist at all? So they only do certain variables? Okay, see, current player is another global variable that was declared for us just from the HTML because an element with that ID exists. And JavaScript just does this. It can. And that is why this code up here, which should be throwing errors because board is not a defined variable, is not throwing errors because board is a defined variable because of that weird ID logic. But now it's working. So, trying to turn this into a teaching moment. I can't really teach anything. Don't forget your this prefix. That's a good thing to do. Beware of that, I guess. I mean, yeah, don't forget this, basically. Don't rely on JavaScript to always throw errors. Maybe that's another good one. So yeah, this works. Let's make a draw real quick, which is those three, then these three, draw. Okay, so again, another OOP variation, working a little bit. I'm gonna invert this because it seems more top-down logic to me. There we go, null and undefined. Lovely. We have our draw back, we have our gameplay back, and we made things OOP, and then we unmade things OOP. We'll get there in a moment. But we also need to disable all of our buttons. So if there's a winner, buttons for each button disabled equals true. Disable all of our lovely buttons. And now behavior has returned to identical as it was before. We have OOP. And we can make it a little better. Now, I'm trying to think which JavaScript version I'm in. Can I do this? Will you let me do this, JavaScript? Be cool, JavaScript. Okay, so it does let me do that. I just need to access it correctly now. Is it with this? It's not this, because it's a static variable I declared, so it is of Tic-Tac-Toe winning indexes. There we go. Beautiful. So what I just did was I declared a static variable on the class itself of the winning indexes. Now, why did I do this? Encapsulation, baby. I just encapsulated the data that was only relevant to Tic-Tac-Toe. Now it's inside Tic-Tac-Toe, not just wandering around as some spooky global variable. And we can go even further. We can use ourselves, make this private, be fully OOP, and make this private. And then we'll have to add a getter for this, because we want them to be able to get the current player. Get current player returns this, nope, not that, return this dot underscore current player. So yeah, that code is still working. There we go. Fully OOP using all the lovely conventions. And finally, yeah, I think this is a good place to go. Yeah, so the next variation of this OOP is essentially going to be, because technically the game itself is OOP, but we want to make it even better. So what we're going to do next time is kind of render or kind of implement a way in which we will be able to extend this Tic-Tac-Toe with different UIs. So the first one is going to be like a Tic-Tac-Toe in which we're using the same logic here, but it's in another object. So it's going to be like DOMTicTacToe. There's going to be place and there's going to be winner, but there's also going to be like a render method. And this is all good to talk about, but I should commit this. So make game more OOP and commit git push. And just because I know I haven't fixed that logic, I will pause the timer because I haven't fixed the sound because I can't actually while it's live. But hey, I've committed this, I've pushed it, and with that, we will be taking a break, and as usual, next time we come back, more thinking thoughts, another Code Wars, back to the 7 Caillou string this time, and then we will make this fully OOP to the OOP-ness I desire. And then maybe on the next session, we'll make this for different interfaces, but we'll see when we get to that one first. So, catch you at the end of the break. See you next time. Make sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax. Welcome back, folks. So today we, sorry, yeah, we finished Tic-Tac-Toe OP, but of course it is the beginning of our break, or the beginning of our session. So we gotta do some code wars. Again, doing the string ones, and um, so because that is what we were supposed to be doing. So let's see a good one to do. Oh, this one says easy in the title. That's so tempting. They know how to write them, don't they, folks? You receive the name of a city as a string. You need to return a string that shows how many times each letter shows up in the string by using asterisks. Yeah, we gotta get them. And when they put easy, how can you resist? So for Chicago, we return C colon double asterisk H single, I single. We don't return the C because it already appeared once. Okay, so yeah, this is a very pure string one. This ain't no like trickery or nothing. It's really about strings. What's this note? Return string must list the letter in the order of their appearance. Bangkok, Las Vegas. It's a trap. Nah, it's not a trap. They wouldn't go on the internet and just lie, would they? No. Prankster, nah, they wouldn't do that, nah. Here we go, this is gonna be good. Okay. So we need to keep a count, and essentially we just need to keep a count. That's the first half of the problem, right? So we need to take our string. Will we receive empty strings? Well, it doesn't say if we're going to receive empty strings, so let's see. So I'll try to do this properly this time. It's a bad habit. I love just jumping into it. So P parameters, string of characters, ignore all non-alphabetical. I gotta go check this real quick. Don't look. Everyone close your eyes. There it is. That's how you spell alphabetical. Okay, you can all open your eyes now. Yeah. Ignore all non-alphabetical characters. Characters. There we go. What are we returning? We're returning character colon asterisk times how many number of occurrences in order of initial appearance. That's how you spell appearance, folks. Don't let no one tell you otherwise. Examples. We already have those examples. It's the last P, pseudocode. So I guess the pseudocode is for, well, first we'll declare an object of count equals objects for car of cars. If car not in cars and not in counts car equals 0. Continuing on otherwise, counts car double plus, and then we need to basically let our result string equals empty, and then, well, that's not, why'd you undo so much? Result equals an empty string, and then for key value in counts, essentially we need to create this string of key colon asterisk times count. So we'll need to push that to an array, or we can push that to the string result plus equal that string with a comma at the end of it. Then we will return result slice 0 -1 to get rid of the extra comma. And if any of y'all know Python, you realize I just wrote Python. I didn't write pseudocode. I wrote Python because it's basically already pseudocode, but we're now to get to convert this to JavaScript. So const count equals this, or const car of, let's go big screen. For car of city, I forgot to put in the logic for filtering. So if no one run away now. If car match regular expression. So basically, if it ain't a letter, like I said, no one run away. So if it's not a letter, then we're just gonna continue. We ignore non-letters. Otherwise, then you know what? We can do a little trickery here. We can not ignore case, convert everything to lowercase. Because I did notice, look at the test case, all results are in lowercase. That's what we're going with. So yeah, and then we're going to say if not car in counts car equals 0. So we initialize it to 0. And then we say counts at that character index. We add 1 with the oh no, what's this called? JS++. It's post increment. It's literally just called increment, huh? Well, what do you know? So we use the increment syntax to add 1 to it. Either way, so start off at 0, we go to 1, or we go from whatever it last was to the next one. And then we're gonna, so that's it for that loop there. Good job, comments. We're gonna say let result equals an empty string for const. We'll use the normal one. Key in counts result plus equal, so template literal time, key colon, then asterisk repeated the number of times with count. So that is the asterisk character using the dot repeat method of strings to repeat it, counts key times, and we gotta have the comma at the end. So then we can save this, and it don't work. That's okay. Let's see what's wrong with it. Let's first zoom out because Codewar does not like being zoomed in. 88. Oh, those are the 8s. Those aren't asterisks. No, my shift key failed. Oh, I almost had first try. If I went for that shift key, huh? Hey, there we go. Okay, so that is the logic I was looking for. It is doing everything I want. Let's make it a little cleaner, though, before I do the final review and push to victory. So, I know this regex is scary, so I want to get away from the regular expressions. So we're going to do math instead. So how are we going to do math? We're going to say a car code at 97 to Z. So if our character is outside of that range, yeah, it was almost first try. It happens. I mean, it depends if you want to count typos or not, but the server's counting it, so yeah, I'll count it too. So yeah, this logic, I want to say if the character is outside of the 97 to 122 range, continue. So if car less than 97 or car greater than 122, and if this works, I'll convert them to readable. There we go, and one big submit. Okay, good. So now let's make this readable. So if car less than A or car greater than Z, except that's not the right key. There you go. So again, if this is a good trick that's not regular expressions, it's a little more readable to say, hey, make sure the character is a lowercase character. You can use the less than and greater than operators with the with strings. Now, I'm using this with single length strings. So what it does is it converts them to their character code, which is why I was able to 122. That's what JavaScript is doing. It's like, okay, I convert this to its number. I convert this to its number. If they're not like the same length, or if they're more than one character, it does other stuff. But for this case, we got away from regular expressions, which everyone should be happy for. Now, result, I know this can be do better, because the last time I checked, this isn't the most performant. Like, string concatenation is not free, because we're not really concatenating strings, because we're basically taking the old string, which was whatever it was, and we are essentially this is doing result equals result plus, which throws away the old result. So goodbye to that memory, assigns new memory for this here result. So the more performant way of doing this, I believe, is with the array, because it's less assignments and reassignments. So we do result.push. Plus, we can also get the free benefit of not having to slice off the last character by using the join with the comma syntax. And this is good. And we rename result to something more better. More better. That's how we do it. What are we calling this? What are these things? They're not counts, because we already did counts. It's like, whew, man, that Code Wars wasn't too hard, but naming this variable, right, folks? Gotta pick a good name. I guess we just call it parts. Yeah, parts. That's a great name. There we go. And we're gonna go all Code Wars. We put it on one line, like a Code Warrior. Yeah. Can we do this any better? I like this is good. Again, we could go super Code Wars and be like, let's pull out reduce and go crazy. Yeah, it is a pretty good one. Just enough of like you're doing string manipulation, but you're also doing a little bit of data structure with the whole counting, like literally counting. So it's a nice mix of string and actual work, string manipulation. Can we do this better? I mean, I could do some object reduce little magic on this to one line it, but I think this is good for now. Yeah, I'm good with this. Can I make this better? Only with a proxy getter, which is more lines than it's worth. So yeah, this is my submission, and let's get ready to see the one-liners, right? Here we go. Show me them one-liners. I don't think this has ever happened before at like a 7Q. This is more lines. Okay, so they're literally building the string as they go through. Okay, no, I gotta read this one. Okay, so we're lowercasing, good. Oh, so instead of counting, they're creating the string of the thing. Hey, dumpster dev, thanks for coming on by. Yay, it's 5,000 honor. It's just time and patience. So technically my first Code War was like in 2016, but I did like one of them. I've been doing this since like the second cohort, I think February-ish. I can actually show you using my typing speed has failed me. Oh yeah, 3 KUs. Anything outside the yellows, not really that worth to go for, you know? So I can show you. So I've gotten most of my March, February. I think I joined in February-ish. I'm not sure when, but that's when I got most of it. Done most of my code warring. Don't embarrass me, website. Please work. No, the website ain't working. Minified? Oh, that's an error. Okay, we'll go to a better date. The 1st. Yeah, Ro, I have been programming for a little bit, but it's been more self-taught than structured like the 100 Devs program. It's so, yeah, I have a little experience, but it's been, so it started off in a high school, like the last few years of high school, there was a 3D modeling and animation class using a cool software. If you ever want to get into it for free, this is a pretty cool software called Blender, and it has a Python API, which if you want, that's like the only way to make the cool games was learning the Python API. So I had to learn Python to make cool games because every kid wants to make cool games when they get into programming. That's kind of the bait, if you would. So then once I got through that, got a little bored of it. Minecraft was popular at the time, so learned Java because I wanted to make mods and plugins for me and my friends' multiplayer server we were playing on. Yeah, Blender's pretty good. I mean, I honestly just found out, so you got a live reaction. I didn't know they made it to 3. Last I touched it, so at first I touched it, I don't remember the number, but it was before 2.6, so it was like 2.4, 2.5. It was before they went to the dark theme, and they were on like the light gray theme. If any of y'all know, you know. If you don't, it's a theme change, which also changed UI and controls. So that's when I picked it up, and I kind of dropped it way like 2.7 or something, because I don't know, it's no longer as interesting to me. Like I made these blocky things, and it's like this is about as good as I can get detail wise. I was more interested in the game aspect of it. But yeah, I learned that. Then I learned Java for learn Minecraft. Then I wanted to make websites, so I learned PHP because that's what I found. Like that's what apparently I found out that I needed to know that to make websites. Then I went back to Python when I realized you can make the back end with Python. And of course, had to learn JavaScript because you need to make the websites do stuff when you click on them, more than just boring forms. I am not yet dumpster dev. I'm part of the 100 devs cohort, like it's cohort 2, like y'all, because while I may have a few like more time invested in technical skills, my networking skills are zero, or if it's possible, negative, you know. So that's mainly, yeah, I may be technically ready, but there's a lot like that's kind of the disadvantage of being self-taught and not going through like a training agency like 100 devs. You know what you know, but you don't know what you don't know, because you just, at least in my experience, because I just learned what I needed to learn to do what I wanted to do. So as soon as I finished, like I was able to do what I wanted to do, I'm like, that's it. I'm done. Move on to the next thing. Which is why this OOP, like I've used objects before. I've worked with the backend before, but the terms, the four pillars, I was just like, I know inheritance because that's just the way it works. Like I know the behavior, I don't know all the terms behind them per se. And then it's just like abstraction. It's like, yeah, I've wrote an abstract class before. I didn't know there was a whole dictionary term about it though. So like filling in all these holes is definitely very much helpful. Yeah, I'm trying to get this thing to show. Please show. Yeah, yeah, that is like I suppose the priority. Okay, so I need to look at the calendar to figure out where it is. Yeah, yeah, that is. I've been working like I haven't been doing much Twitter. I've been doing like practically no LinkedIn, unfortunately, but the GitHub, that's kind of like the one thing I've been able to maintain for the most part. To actually have stuff on my GitHub and my profile. Okay, so as you can see, since I joined 100 devs, I gained 4,874 honor, which means before I joined, 5277 minus 4874, I had 403 honor. So I wasn't, I guess I had a little bit more than I thought I did, but unfortunately, like this math isn't, no, this math is correct. Um, yeah, okay, I had a lot more honor than I thought I did. You're all y'all making me question reality at this point. I do not remember doing that much code was before 100 devs. Yeah, but yeah, I've gotten most of it here, and as you can see, I mean, look at motherboard. They've gotten 7, 8, 9. They've gotten even more over there. So look, the top one and like they're also this cohort too. Yeah. I look at these poor negatives. I feel so bad for these cohort ones that got the negative hits. I mean, yeah, 600's pretty up there. I mean, yeah, you're at like 229, which I think I haven't added this to the leaderboard yet, but 229 divided by what? How many people are in the thing? 2331. You're in the top 10%, dumpster dev. Don't knock yourself. You're up there. You're on the board. You are not anywhere low. Let's see how much honor. I've never actually looked at this before. Who's gained the most honor? I mean, yeah, I guess it's not too surprising. Yeah, I built this. If you're curious, I built this tracker because I knew Leon said there would be incentives coming, so I'm like, okay, I gotta get the numbers so I know how far away I am to get that incentive. And then motherboard existed, so it's like, well, there went my chances. Because if you look at motherboard, well, actually, this month, so Leon's, yeah, it's pretty neat. So basically the way it works is that every 3 hours, so Watch me try to explain this now. Yeah, push the buttons. Push the buttons. So you got 24 hours on a clock. We got the clock every 3 hours. So there, 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 and there. But twice, because it's a 24-hour clock. It scrapes my allies list. Yeah, we would like a hoodie, wouldn't we? So it scrapes my allies list, and then it flattens them all together, because I don't know if it's my fault or if it's Codewars' fault, but whenever you like look at a listing on your allies list, it loads like 15, and then it loads the next 15 after that, next 15 after that. No, no nuns, no, no. I know, I'm using a mouse for this. I ain't got no iPad. So what happens sometimes is like these are the 15, like these are the borders between the quote pages on your thing. Sometimes they overlap. So this username, like this username right here, shows up twice on the leaderboard. Yeah, I know, prankster, I know. I love seeing the nuns. So this person shows up twice on the leaderboard, so the pages overlap. What this also means is that sometimes the pages underlap, which means this user right here, I don't see them and no one can see them if you're just scrolling down the page. Now, I don't know what the solution to this is, but my solution is to scrape the page every 3 hours and just hopefully, by the luck of the draw, I get your username through one of those times. So that's the way I do it, and then I take all 8 and I just flatten them into one giant 00 UTC. And that is what you see on the dailies. So you see on the 17th at 00 UTC, to the 17th at 23:59 UTC, what changed. So that's what you see for every calendar day, and then I just derive that for who's the best on Sunday, and you can see motherboards like, they're the best every day, apparently. Then the best of the week. Although now that I know how Leon's going to count it, aka best of the month, I'll have to add a new thing for that eventually. But yeah, eventually I just have it like just showing the things. Yeah, eventually I'll get it to showing the monthlies. But we got what? An entire month to get there, don't we? So I have a whole month to add that feature. But until then, we can just be like, look at the leaderboard, manually click the things. Clicky, clicky. Oh yeah, I forgot. If y'all want to look at this yourself. It's on the internet. Half of it's on GitHub. The other half I'll get on GitHub when it's not as spaghetti. Yeah, it's pretty good. Front end's very much spaghetti, but yeah, it's still usable. So until I get the month thing going, you can check your honor, because he said it's going to be top 10 and top something based on who's getting the most honor. So right now, I guess if you want to count 10. So like even though 20 bowls is only 108 on the leaderboard, since they've gained the 9th most honor of any user, if Leon's going by top 10s, they're gonna win. So this is the way to try kind of track that until I get a dedicated thing. But yeah, Ark, they came out of nowhere. Yeah, what we were talking about? We're talking about Codewar something. But yeah, that was a great. Yeah, talk about Code Wars. Oh yeah, Dumpster, you tried that 3 Caillou. Very, very delicate, very crazy person you are. Oh yeah, we just finished off this one. Yeah, that's what we're doing. What did they do? JSON stringify. Oh no, I don't even want to read this one. Yeah, I'm happy to share. The kind of what I've been using, like some other people have been, because we've all been trying, like, because the problem is, if you're not one of the first 500, and I added it to my extremely professional FAQ, if you're not one of the initial 500, then your leaderboard doesn't look like Leon's leaderboard. So that was the initial goal of this, just so you can go somewhere and you can see the leaderboard that everyone else is seeing, so you can know where you're at. But it also turned into, look at all this data. I can do stuff with it. So yeah, eventually I'll have charting and other fun stuff, but it's kind of the MVP of where I wanted it to be. Flipping pages. There we go. I just had to check something. So yeah, what did they do to JSON stringify? What have they done? Okay, so they got rid of the replaces, the spaces. That's cool, very cool. What have they done? Okay, they're replacing empty objects in quotes with nothing. Yeah, prankster. I knew that. Everyone's like, and I mean, like, I was lucky because if we technically like look, I'm not even actually in the top 500. So there are a few people that aren't on my list, unfortunately. So that's why like I'm scraping Blah's list now, because you can tell by going to yours. It kind of tells you how far you're off, and looking at your allies page, and then you go and look at someone who was in the cohort first time, aka Barbara Law, and you look at their allies page, and you can just do the count, where they have 2,333, and I only have 2,298. So I'm missing 35 people, which means I was 532nd or something to join. So even I'm missing some people, which is why after I realized it, I was like, oh, I'm real sorry to those 30 people who I don't have a month of data on, but scrape a good page and you'll get all the data. Don't look at my user script, it's broken. I still have to fix that too. But yeah, let's see. Looks like most people just did the count normally, which is cool. Yeah, except for those weird, super weird folks. All the counts are normal. Ooh, okay, got some constants up here. That's not how you're supposed to use constants. The standards committee of the code weenies. Well, they wouldn't be cool for this one. I don't know. Oh, that's nice of them. Okay, we got super functional here. They must have came from Haskell or one of them super functional languages. Ah, that looks cool. So using lower alpha. Wait, what the? Oh, I don't want to look at that anymore. Okay, let's go back to tic-tac-toe. That's a little easier for me. Okay, so tic-tac-toe OOP. We're gonna make this super OOP or more OOP by flipping to the right tab of the timer and starting it. There we go, and starting it with the animation. Okay, the plan is to make this OOP more. So we made it, the game is OOP, and then the logic, the UI, is not OOP. So what we want to do is we want to implement a render, and we'll just have this exist, a render, and this won't do anything yet. And then initialize, or constructor kind of already does what it wants. So what we'll do is after the placement, we'll do the rendering, right? Right? Huh. We're gonna find out, won't we? Plus, DOMTicTacToe. Nope, not those parentheses. I pulled a Leon. I add my parentheses to the class. So constructor. Yeah, we're not creating a tic-tac-toe. We're creating a DOMTicTacToe. We will be passing, as before, our current player and our array of buttons. We won't need to do that anymore. So we will take those two arguments, current player, buttons, we will call super, call our original constructor, even though we have no arguments to give it, because there are no parameters, we still need to call it, because we want it to run this, we want to run these two lines, basically. So we want that to happen, but we want to save these properties, so this current player equals current player, this buttons equals buttons. Good, we've saved that. And then we want to override render. I'm not sure why we're overriding it yet, but we're overriding it to display the current player element to the current player to update the UI, basically. It's not current player. And I remembered why we're doing this now. And we need to basically put the X's on the screen. Because before, like we're doing this right now in here, but we're not doing this here anymore. We need to do it in an object-oriented way. So I guess in the constructor, this is considered the initializer. So this is where I would do my looping. So yoink and yeet. So yeah, we do this dot buttons. We don't want this function inline anymore. We technically didn't want it inline in the first place, but baddies are writing bad code. This dot handle button click dot bind this, because we don't want this being reassigned again. What else do we want to bind? We want to bind the current index, right? Do we? We do, right? We need to know the current index to do our placements, which means we can clean that a little bit and write our fancy handle button click I. And then we have logic here where we're not doing all of this anymore, but instead we are saying this for all of these. Maybe we do need the event. Whoops. Yeah, so we needed the event after all. Thankfully, even though we bind arguments, they still pass as our other arguments, so we can receive event as the second parameter. Instead of doing text content, I lied. I am a liar. We don't need the event. We can access the ith button. So we can say const button equals to this dot buttons I. That's why we have an index, folks. So now we can say button dot text content equals that. Button disabled equals that. We don't need that because that's in our render method, which isn't doing anything. So we'll bring it down there. And it is this dot buttons. They all get disabled, right? We'll find out. No! Super is only valid in derived class constructors. I forgot my extends keyword. Extends tic-tac-toe. Setting getter only property current player. Okay, let's see how that works. Sorry, I had to fix something. So somewhere I'm saying this dot current player. Let's look at the line number. They should help. 53. Way up here. Current player element. Forgot that suffix. There we go. O's. And it. Well, what? That ain't right, folks. That ain't right at all. So when I update the player. Wait, that just ain't right. X did not win. Okay. Oh, is it placing the wrong things? Oh, that's right, because this dot place, let's remember what this place does. It also flips the current player around. Okay. So what I need to access, I need to get the current character at the... Yeah, so this needs to be this dot board I, right? Yeah, okay, I was wondering, because like X was always first, and I was like, wait, why is it saying 0 first? Okay, so I believe we have that logic re-implemented, and the draw has been re-implemented. Okay, we have made 0 user changes, but we have made it more objecty. See if we can clean this a little better up, because it's kind of spaghetti right now. So I mean, we do need this logic to exist. Can we do it elsewhere, though? Render, right? This rendering logic. This can do stuff here, right? Where does render happen, though? Because right now, like, the whole point of the abstract method is, or an abstracted method, is that it's consistently being called. But where should this be called? Should it be in the place? when you place, the action happens, and then you should render. Yeah, so place should call render inside of it on success. We'll find out. So if we put that there, and this, oof. Okay, so I'll have to do a bit of logic to that. We'll figure that out in a moment. But the current player should be updating. Yeah, current player's updating, and that's still working. Why is that? Because I still have it up here, right? Okay, so render is going to be a little bit more expensive for let I equals 0, I under this dot board dot length, I plus plus. Then we're going to render every button. I know, more expensive, but I feel like this is very OOP. So buttons, it's this dot buttons, this dot buttons. Okay, that went wrong. So we need to check if the current index is something. So if not, then we continue. And this is still working because of our previous code, so let's get rid of that previous code. Be gone. Be gone. Right? Right. And again, this render logic should also handle the handling of winners, or should also handle the alerting of winners. So yeah, this all belongs in there. Honestly, don't even think this handle button click should do anything. So this should instead be this dot place. Yeah, where we bind this and I. Okay, now we're getting object oriented. Okay, this feels a lot better now. Semicolon there. This is the best that gets. This is repetitive, but it's explicit, which is, I guess, what we want. If the winner equals undefined. So yeah, I mean, this is all logic we want. I think we're done with the alerting, though. So, I mean, yeah, this is in my books good. So let's commit this. Git commit message, make fully OOP. Before I say that, let's make sure I ain't lying about it. It's nothing but objects, yeah. Oh, I'll just leave this empty. Render doesn't have anything to do yet. Put my getter there. I should put my getters together. Okay, I think that's where it goes. Yeah, that feels right to me. My constructor, my winning indexes, place. But yeah, this all feels good. Control Shift I. No auto formatting for me, I guess. So yeah, this feels like a good make fully OOP. Git push. Enjoy that one, folks. Lovely. Now we need to make this do a little bit more, because that alert is not very cool. So I made a footer, but I never used it. So how are we going to do this? We're going to add a method down here called show message. Very object oriented. And it's going to be called show message. Literally what we have here. So it's just going to be more text. But instead of being an alert, we're going to update the DOM. So what DOM are we updating? The footer. So let's grab ourselves a footer and pass it as an argument. So we're going to go multi-line here because no one can read that line. So we have current player message output. That's what we're going to call a variable, but I haven't done that yet. Query selector footer. There we go. Current player element. Message output. And we are then object-orientedly going to save it. Message output equals message output. And here we're going to say, what are we going to say? We're going to set the message output text content to the message. Amazing. Let's go win now. X1. Oh, live refresh was like, no, not yet. Okay, yeah, so that looks good to me. We're showing that there. It's all functional. But remember, this is DOM specific, so we should have a restart button available. Show message. You know, I can rename this further. And because I want a restart button, right? I think that's what I want. Button restart. Now how am I? Oh no! What have I done with my CSS? Because I'm targeting every button in the universe, right? So let's go to my CSS selector for buttons and say buttons that are children of the board get cool stylings. Oh, I think this restart button should just always be available. So when you're here, you can be like, restart, and whoa. Again, my JavaScript query selector is now yoinking everything. So again, all buttons that belong to the board. So again, we have this, we have this. This constructor is getting really packed, but I feel like this is right. Footer button. Then over here we have our restart button. All the code wheels are shaking right now about how many parameters I'm shoving in this constructor. I didn't add a parameter, so VS Code got confused. It's okay, VS Code, I got you. So we have that part there. This restart button. Add event listener. Clicky click. Yeah, they're freaking out because I don't think I'm supposed to have this, like, I don't know. Maybe I am supposed to have it this much, but I don't know. It's just, I'm getting that feeling of like, it's working, but there should be a better way. I don't know it, but it's gonna work. What do I want to call this? Oh, so this is some behavior. So I'm going to implement this behavior. Restart. Bind this, because yay, you gotta love you, JavaScript. Let's implement the restart logic. So this current player, I have to use the private equals x. Yeah, as long as it works. That's a philosophy I've learned to really get behind now. And this board equals 0, 0, 0. Well, let's not make that mistake again. Copy and paste time. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Yeah, so this is the restart behavior, but let's think about the future. Other games would like to restart. It's not just this one game that likes restarting. So we're moving this logic up into the parent. So we have place, and now we have restart. And when we restart, what do we need to do? We need to render, of course. There we go. This is looking good now. Yeah, so the restart button binds to this restart. Got that typo fixed. By the way, I recognize that typo because I was looking and I saw this place, that nice beige yellow. Then I looked at this restart and it's like, whoa, that's the wrong color. Why are you the wrong color? Because you're not pointing at the right thing. So syntax highlighting does help sometimes. Okay, so this render needs to be updated to handle, so it basically needs to be a conditional at this point. So let's just write it out ugly and long. Then we'll try to smoosh it. There we go. So if the board has already been clicked, then this goes up here. Otherwise, we do the opposite logic by saying disabled equals false. Text content equals empty string. Current equals current. Winner. Yeah, still do winner logic. Let's see if that does what we want. So that works, except I overrode my button, or my text rather. So let's look in the HTML for a good place to put our message. ID of message. We'll leaven that. ID message. Click, 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 click. Ooh, that caused a style change. Not a fan. What's the solution? Solution is to figure out my non-breaking space. Okay, first I also need to win. Okay, I wasn't looking. Okay, it's working. Although I need to refresh because I wasn't looking. Again, I got a draw. That's good. That's what I wanted too. So I'm looking at this, and this is good. When I hit restart, it doesn't clear my message. Oh, this is going to be real fun. Okay, we finally found... I didn't know if we were going to get this far, but we did. We found a way... No, never mind. Nothing... Did we? No. Okay, so I did it again. I made a mistake. I moved logic out of the JavaScript into the HTML, which is not... It's not object-oriented-y. So... Yeah, it's essentially a getter, right? Or it's going to be a getter. So yeah, this dot message equals empty string. Then on the render is where we do this logic. So what we're doing here is we are setting the message to equal this logic here. Right. This feels better. And now we're rendering it. So when we're always rendering it. Oh, wait a minute. Render needs to call render. Because I'm setting the message, but it's not getting rendered. Okay, so I'm going to check if winner is not equal undefined. Do this logic. My early return isn't helping me, it's hurting me. And always show the message, because the message can be modified in the winner logic. I'm thinking, why... So render is meant to show show stuff on screen. Now render's doing more than showing stuff. It's updating its current state. So would place be a more appropriate place, hey, to do this instead? So when I get render, no, okay, I don't know. We're just gonna go this way. We'll figure it out. It's future me's problem, aka next Pomodoro session me's. Oh wow, look, that is amazing right there. This message output equals message. So when did I set this dot message? Ah, please win or draw. Okay, everything's on fire. Let's see how I broke it. This message, so somehow message got set to not an empty string. Let's just console log it and see what happened. Oh wait, did I forget message output? No, it's still up there. Empty string, x1. Okay, so my setters being all... Aha! It happened again! I did it again. So, again, and this feature is really annoying, huh? So what we have here is whenever you have an element with an ID in your HTML, JavaScript will so kindly create a variable, a var variable, of that exact same ID. This means when I was saying message, it's pointing to the element with an ID of message in my DOM, aka the one I created. Not this dot message. And if it were any other thing, this would throw an error. Watch. It gives me the error. But because of that name clobbering, or whatever the term is for that properly, that this was also pointing to a global thing, it didn't give me an error. So it just let me go on looking like a fool. Because I forgot my this. But now it is working beautifully, and the restart button did not get rid of my thing. Okay, this is the part I got a little interested about, because I didn't know if we'd be able to get this logic. But essentially, so we have restarting here, but we want to do more. We want to restart, but when we're on the DOM, we want to do more. What is that more? We want to clear the message. So we need to extend and override our original restart method. Oh, this is good. We are inheriting from the original restart method, but we will... okay, that's the only word I could throw on there. I was like, we're going to throw all the words. No, we're just going to get inheritance. So we're going to say restart. And what we need to do, we need to clear the message. That message equals nothing. And then we need to call super.restart. Is that how we do it? Watch me not get it right. Yeah, click. Hey, I got it right. So this one is worthy. I've been lucky so far, but just YOLOing it cowboy style. But this one is worth a debug, because who knows what just happened with the code? I don't. Don't embarrass me, Chrome. Okay, there's Chrome. Wait, this is the live server. Usually I do this at the top of the project, but been lucky in not needing it. So let's just literally, well, I think this is hooked up correctly. I mean, we'll find out, won't we? Where do we want to go? We want to go, there's so many places to look. So it's literally the restart button, I suppose, right? Okay, yeah, so we click the things, loveliness happens, then we click restart. And now this takes us straight to the line that we wrote with the restart method. So this is where JavaScript is at right now. If you've never seen this, this is, turn off word wrap, this is known as the JavaScript debugger. It allows you to step through your code line by line, inspecting the current state, allowing you to modify state, or to run arbitrary code in your console. If you've never seen it in VS Code before, it's the exact same thing in Chrome as it is in VS Code. It's just in your editor. So you have the exact same, literally exact same, I mean, triple equals the same if you were to do this in Chrome. So let's see what we have here. We have this dot message that it was x1, but we step over it. It becomes empty string. Yeah, this is actually, I mean, you don't have to know it. Like, console log is enough. But when things get complicated like this, it's like we're in DOMTicTacToe, and I want to step into this function to see where it goes. You use step into, and I'll show you how this works in Chrome, because VS Code is kind of a few hoops to step into. So when you click step into, it goes where this function is going. So you're telling JavaScript, follow this, keep going deeper. So it goes, where are we? We are in the original Tic-Tac-Toe class. So we are in our inheritive. The super took us up the prototype chain to restart. Ain't this good? So when we called super.restart, it was like, who's my parent? Tic-Tac-Toe's my parent. They got a restart? Yes, they do. Let's go in there, and we're resetting stuff. Right now we're O, set it to X. It's now X. We can go into render if we want. And now, okay, so this is actually good functionality I did not implement. Super render, so that's something I should have did, but it's going to the first render in the thing, which is the overridden one. So we see how we were in this class, and this one has a render, and it loves running that. It didn't go to that one. It went to the deepest overridden one. Again, I don't know the terms. It's like inheritance, but the other way. I don't know the term. It went to the last overridden one. It went to the first one in the prototype chain. Okay, I think that's it. And it went to that render, which did call the super render, but it went to that one first, which we do all the fun stuff in. And then we're basically done. So yeah, that's how it works there. I will show in normal Chrome though, just for, let me make sure I'm disconnected. Okay, no, I'm not disconnected. So all these Chromes are connected to my VS Code. That's how they're debugging like that. But if I open this window over here, and I have so many windows open, just give me one momento. Oh, that timer went off. Sorry, folks. I have to find a window. There's a window. Okay, this one's not attached to VS Code, but now, so I'm going to show you how y'all can do it without figuring out how to get in VS Code. So you can go to your Sources tab, and you get so much JavaScript and so much stuff here. But if you go to, so if you go to your sources, then sometimes you have to click this little open button. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'll fix that next. I was meant to stop it, but I got kind of lost in the debug. So if you click on this open thing, then you click on your JavaScript file, it shows you all your lovely code here. Let me make sure I saved this code. I did. So this is literally all your existing code. Once you're here, you can close it. And a lot like your editor, but you're in Chrome. Now you can't modify stuff here. I mean, you can, but it won't save. unless you do more hoops to jump through more stuff, but we're not here for that. So what we want to do is we want to hook into this restart logic. So it's the same in all debuggers. You go to the line number and you click on it. Now this one makes a cute little blue thing. So eventually when I do things that get to that point, so whenever I hit that piece of code, which is when the restart button goes, now you're in the Chrome debugger. So, and you see it's paused in debugger. So it literally tells you, and you can't do anything with this page. The page is basically frozen. And I'm going to dock this large for readability's sake. So yeah, you see we have all this, and if you open, where is it? Can't see my thing. Where is it? Now I'm lost. Okay, it's on the bottom, which is weird. Where is it? I'm trying to find the thing. Okay, so don't put this, if you're on Linux, don't make this full screen, because it's gonna disappear on you. So free. Okay, there you go. So if you're on Linux, don't go full screen on this. Apparently it doesn't like it. But if you're on anywhere else, it should just work. So we can see the same stuff in VS Code, but it's on the bottom for some reason. And you can see, you can step through it, or you can step into it. Exact same functionality. It's literally identical. So we can see it takes us to this restart where we have a board of currently this stuff. You can just hover and see stuff. Then you can go to the next one, the next one. You want to go in a function, you got to use the into function, which then takes us to render, which then takes us to super render. So we're bouncing back and forth all over the prototype chain. Now this render don't have anything in it, but it's nice to call super just in case they do. And then we're doing our logic in here, which isn't anything special. This board you can hover around. It's pretty good at knowing what you want to look at when you hover at stuff. So this board I equals 0, I also equals 0, step through all the fun stuff. And this board I equals 0 again. Nothing fancy. You can then click another breakpoint and be like, I don't want to go through this loop 9 times. So you click the next one and you can click resume script execution, which runs the code until it hits your next breakpoint. Or you can click continue to here. Like there are all kinds of different ways to do this. It's gonna do stuff. Oh, I didn't step into that, but that does. It would have stepped into that too. And then it highlights stuff sometimes. And yeah, so just to show that the Chrome debugger is identical to the VS Code one. You obviously don't need to go set it up though to get access. Let's get through all these windows. Which one's this? That's the mime. This one's the other one. Goodbye. So yeah, OOP Tic-Tac-Toe is tic-tacking and toeing with a restart button, which we don't need to debug anymore. Yeah, X1 apparently. There we go. So OOP Tic-Tac-Toe working pretty great. I'm going to update my reset code to use inner HTML now, because I'm too lazy to figure out the CSS to get this working. Inner HTML, click, 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 X1, there you go. So we still get that weird non-breaking space that allows the height to be good. And yeah, that is 100%. I mean, it was already OOP, but now it's super OOP Tic-Tac-Toe, but we're not done yet. We got a break to take, and I got semicolons to add. And then we got a Codewar, not a Pomodoro to do. And after that Codewars, we're going to make this further OOP by making it implement the speech synthesis API. Now I offer zero guarantees about if this is actually going to be functional or not, because my goal is to basically start up a game and say top left, and it place your thing in the top left. But I don't know if that's going to work, folks. So we're just going to commit this, take our break, and jump to Code Wars. So let's see. What was my last git commit message? Git log. What did I say? Make fully OOP. Oh, I just made it fully OOP. Why? Make more OOP. Ah, man, this is great. I need to find a good message for this. Oh, improve UI, user interface. Yeah, that's those are the buzzwords, right, folks? Yeah, it looks like a very professional message now. Git push. You know, we'll go a little longer because I'm realizing, like, with some of those code words, it's like I spent, yeah, it's extra oop. Yeah, I'm gonna go a little longer. I'm gonna add a GitHub Pages to this because I'm realizing, like, with some of those code words, they're supposed to be like a 5 minute warm up. That last one took like 15 minutes. So I'm gonna go a little bit more. I'm gonna add pages to this particular repository. The way we do that, folks, is we go to the settings, and then you go down to pages, and you can do this if through it this way if you prefer, or you can hook your Netlify up to this or your favored deployment options. But GitHub Pages is free. It's right here. It usually doesn't take any work to do. So once you choose the branch, you click the save button. It gives you this pretty URL, but it's got like nothing on it. It's a very big error. This ain't your fault. What's happening is GitHub. Yeah, Prankster, it's a process, you know. It can be overwhelming to see like all these different things and like because I've seen the profiles out there of like people have got like animated pictures and badges and all those shiny things, but I didn't start off with that. I started off with just like one little thing, then I found another thing, I added it, so it's just one by one. And if you have like it's nice to have, but you only need one, your portfolio or your fancy GitHub README. I don't think you need both. Yeah, all the colors. I'll admit, even I haven't gotten all the colors and stuff. Like, I recently saw someone who had a snake built into their README, and I was like, oh, where have I been at all this time? People put games in here now, apparently. So it's like, yeah, there's a lot you can do with it. It's almost like the reason I got into GitHub, like the user interface of it and all. Yeah, the reason I got into it was because I suffer from what's known as like decision or analysis paralysis, in which like when I'm given the option of doing anything, I can't choose what to do. So there's a thing if y'all want to play without cloning it and all that. But so the thing about GitHub is that there are limitations about what you can do. If you have readmes, they are limited and you have markdown. You can't like hot load videos. Well, you can now, but you couldn't in the past. And you just got markdown. You got no JavaScript. You have limited CSS and you can use SVGs. So those, for me, those limitations were almost a challenge. Like, oh, you're saying I can only do this? Well, I'm gonna push it to the limit and do everything I can with this limited subset of technologies, which is a lot easier than here's the entire universe, do something with it. I'm like, oh, did you, Prankster? Yeah. That's so you know I'm preaching to the choir basically, huh? You know exactly what I mean. I mean, even now it's gotten a lot more. Like, before, there was a time, like literally less than a year ago, you couldn't do dark mode images, which I still haven't done. Basically, like there's a flag, and you can like say, show this image on dark mode, show this image on light mode. I still haven't gotten there. Yeah, but I do want to make this linked to my deployed URL, and that is Tic-Tac-Toe with OOP. Amazing readme, I know, folks. But now, if I git commit and README.md, git push, this is going to cause another build, so oops. But now we have a nice little link where people, they don't have to figure out, oh, is this on GitHub Pages? No, they just come here and they're just like, click, and they can go straight to it. Yeah, Prankstar, it is, that list is quite it's quite a bit to it, but the way I found it, and like, at least my group found it when I did, jump with them on Remo, is that, firstly, a lot of it is duplicated. Yeah, because if you don't put a link, I think that's what you're saying was cool. This link here, because if you don't link to it, they don't know you have this deployed anywhere. So it's the only way for them to know, really, without digging through your project. And I will put an image here eventually, like my other repositories. Where are my other repositories? I do put images on them, and then, speaking of the professional checklist, they say Leon says put images on your repo readmes. I put a video on this one for the trivia API. Y'all remember this one? So I put a video on this one, but images at least, video if you're cool like that. But yeah, the professional checklist. Most of it is fortunately, so it's very verbose. Yeah, the videos, if you're talking about the video specifically, it's a little unique. So the way you do it is you can't just like upload a YouTube video. So it is documented, but it's a little weird. So the images, you just drag and drop into this text editor. They work. They turn into this weird embedded thingamabob of HTTP URLs. They do all the magically stuff. The videos, you have to make an MP4 or like of actual video file. So record that in your favorite software, OBS, simple screen recorder, pick your thing. Then once you record it, you drag and drop it onto this text editor. It has to be on here. There's no other way to upload your video to GitHub for GitHub to read. So if you're thinking like, oh, I put it on YouTube and then I link it, no, no, no. You will not get the embedded video player unless you drag and drop your video to the GitHub text editor. So that's the only way to get the embedded video player. Of course, you can embed like a YouTube thumbnail and make it a link to youtube.com or something. But if you want this, you gotta try and use their place. But it is pretty cool. And it's weird. It's got no syntax. You just put the URL. So I don't know. It's just this is the way it is. But it is pretty cool. Get videos on GitHub. We've been asking for it for a while, and now we got it. But yeah, the professional checklist. Fortunately, most of it is duplicated. Like they mention, have your blurb or your blob, whatever it's your story blurb, but it's mentioned like on each platform. So that's technically one thing on a bunch of different platforms, and a lot of it is kind of what we've done so far. So it's kind of like we have parts of almost everything except for the angel list, which is kind of just a culmination of resume, story blurb, and basically making a new account, which, as we all know, is super fun. But yeah, once you like, because I edited my checklist, like I made a copy of it and I was like, I delete everything I do so I could get that free accomplishment dopamine of like, the list is getting smaller. Yeah, I didn't really get to what well on my blurb either. It's basically just where is my thing? I don't even think I got it on my portfolio yet. Yeah, I mean this is the closest thing I have to a blurb. It's like I don't know. There's a lot of and I went to the sessions with them on Discord, like the Friday crafting one and the other one, but it's like, wow, y'all got a lot of life experience to shove into that thing. I'm just like, I was born and now I'm here. Those are the main things of the but yeah, we are overdue for the break, I'd say. So yeah, with the break, we will come back, knock out a Code Wars, and then make this thing OOP with the speech synthesizer. Yeah, that one probably. I mean, the previous one with De Jesus was pretty good too, but that one I felt I got the most value out of, even though I wasn't able to get much out of it. Like my blurb isn't. It exists. It at least exists now. Without that, it probably wouldn't have existed by using like all the patterns I saw Leon use with the them hooking into certain aspects and really digging into it. So I was able to use that somewhat, but better than nothing, I say. Yeah, and with that, it is the break time. So I'll catch y'all at the end of the break. Enjoy. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax. Yeah. We will be back, knock out some Code Wars, and play around with the speech synthesizer API. See how badly that goes. I hope my audio is all ready for that too. Oh, we're gonna find out, folks. Catch you on the other side. Welcome back. Welcome back. So yeah, we'll be jumping into the Code Wars, but first, let me figure out how this works. I just wrote this command, so it's either gonna crash the stream or it's gonna work. Let's see if I can get this thing working. So I'll have to type things right. Did it work? Oh no. So Gym of Leisure is currently streaming right now if y'all wanna watch them or watch them with me. Hey there, it worked. Okay, yeah, so they're working on their Twitch animated background. But first, a word from our sponsor. Yeah, it worked. So there's a delay. So I used the Twitch API to grab that URL for the VOD and the live. That's why it was slow. So yeah, if you want to support them or check out that stuff rather than this, then yeah. Or if you want to watch both at the same time, I have this cool little multi-Twitch thing that if it doesn't crash, it lets you watch all of the 100 devers at once. I'll show you how it works, but I gotta watch my internet. Y'all know me and my internet, so I'm opening 5 more streams. Let's see if this works. Okay, yeah. So basically, this thing lets you watch multiple people at once. You can use the manual username thingies, but it's mainly meant for like. So I use it. If y'all want to use it too, you can. You can select which groups you want to watch. So if you want to watch the official 100 devers, that's Leon on the stream team. Or you can watch the collection of usernames I've collected that I think people who used to be or currently are stream on 100 devs. Then we have friends, which is everyone's we've rated. Then acquaintances, which is kind of everyone we rated. And if you're like, you got like no bandwidth limits, you can use, because this is a multi-select, you select every group. So you can watch them all at once and you watch my internet crash. It supports up to 10 people. If you watch more than 10 people, I just don't have enough layout for this. But you can, so I'm going to start pausing videos because I can see my bit rate is like, that's too much. But so we're just gonna sit here and wait a moment while this loads. Let me pause them while they're at it and pause them. Oh, Mewtwo's also on if you want to check them out. But yeah, you can come to this site and just look at all your favorite people. You can also like manually hide people. So like, say you don't want to watch Mewtwo for some reason, you enter their name, and then you can use commas to enter another name. This isn't documented anywhere, so you're the only one who knows how to use the website. But this is how you ignore and add names. And if you're like, but my friend's super cool, oh yeah, 3 screens, okay. Yeah, I mean, I got 2, so I'm getting there. Yeah, it's better than having so many tabs open. And the problem that I had with like opening tabs and stuff is I'm gonna be like doing stuff, living my life, using my computer. I'm just gonna be like, oh, did such and such go online? Well, that was 3 hours ago and I missed it. But now, what I do personally is I just leave this open all the time, selected all groups, and it just opens them all up, all automatically. And you can choose the chat with the drop down. So if you want to see what Mewtwo's chat is up to, it's a very quiet chat for 569 people. That's not my thing. It's just a very quiet chat. Oh, let's not stream such in that. There you go. And then you can chat and all this stuff normally. Now, if you really care, oh, one laptop. Oh, you mean, oh wow, I got you now. You have 3 different Windows streamers up. Yeah. I mean, yeah, if they're not on these lists, you can manually enter their names here. Just like enter them with comment eliminated, and it'll work. Now, the points thing, so this is how it's meant to be used, but if you want to use it at your own advantage and you really care about those points, Twitch doesn't give you points if you're an embed. So you have to click this collect points, which will open them on a different window as a mini pop-up. So this will allow you to collect points, but again, it's a full embed, not positioned correctly. And it's not going to hurt. It's just going to be another window. So bandwidth-wise, you're identical, but you know, if you really care about the points, you're going to have to manually click that. I imagine dumps are dead that are just on different tabs in the background because you like the window doesn't have to be active for it to like count. Ooh, no, the embed does not give me the purple ad screen. So I know the exact one you're talking about, Dumpster Dev. I have gotten that one multiple times. Every time they run an ad, that's where you get the. So here it is. You see, because they're running an ad, you're not seeing it. But if you go to the embed screen, you never get them, and you always get ads. Don't embarrass me. Give me an advertisement, Twitch. The one time I'm asking you to shove me an ad down my face. Okay, it's not giving me an ad, but this does work. Like, it gives you points, plus it gives you ads, which is why it can give you points in the first place, I think. I don't know the Twitch rules, but it also gives you all the thingies for the embed. So now there is apparently an API that allows you to move these windows around, but the reason I haven't implemented that, yeah, certain ad blockers. I haven't gotten like I haven't really cared enough to switch to an ad blocker that does that. Like I've tried that with 0 ads. Yeah, you get no ads. Instead, you get purple screens because that's so much better, I guess. But yeah, like there's an API apparently to move windows around that I may get into, but like I don't know. And so I can like position things like I had my layout before. But you know what that requires? Math. That requires me to do the math to like figure out which screen you're on and which position. And every time you move the window or resize, I have to do more math. So that's why I'm not doing any math. It is smart enough though. So like if you click it and it'll like put it back in the thing. So it's somewhat smart. It's not dumb. How about that? It's not dumb. So it's you can hide this too for your full viewing experience. So yeah, this is what I use to try and support all of our fellow streamers. And look, and there you are, different colors than on my overlay. Glad that works. Ooh, fancy tutorials. Nice. But yeah, Gemstar's whatever the name is. Jimmo Leisure's doing that Twitch overlay if you want to check them out or finish them up. Otherwise, or if you're watching us all, yeah, I'm trying. I mean, like, these are just tools I find useful, and eventually, when they're not as spaghetti-ish, I try and share them. Because I know, like, I can't be the only one trying this out. Oh, dumpster dev, dumpster dev, dumpster dev, what is up? Teach me how to use your Codewar solution downloader. Yes, I will. So again, this is a failure on my part. I cannot write good documentation, but yeah, like I said, this stream is very much alive and active. So let me go to my GitHub. Don't worry, y'all can't do anything with that IP address. Where is it? Here they are. Okay, so I'll show you how I do it. Okay, I'll try to figure out how we can get through this. So I did try and update the README. I have so many things open. RM F8. Yes. Yes. Okay, I gotta fix that. Hey, legend, wait for it, dairy. Good one. So yeah, so we have the README here. So I'm gonna kind of follow along with this. See, maybe I wrote the instructions horribly. Hey, where's this? Oh, get check out. Man, I'm on the wrong branch. That's awkward. Yeah, so these are the README. I'll actually fall off the remote. So I'll do full from scratch experience. So you want to generate your what do you want to do? To download your solution. So that's what you want to do. So you first gotta clone the repo. Yeah, it's it's hard to be focused when it's like, well, they're coding right now. I can't miss it. And there are VAs, but it's like it's still not. You're still missing the experience. So I cloned the repo, and I'm closing this because that's not in our way anymore. And now I'm following these instructions. So in the download solutions guide, it says build code. So obtain and install Node.js and npm. I can't tell you how to do that. Run these commands: npm install So I'm just pasting that in my terminal. We get to watch the install process together, everyone. Amazing. Now we run this one. And tell me when we get to the step that you get the type error on dumpster dev. And then we run build and nothing happens. That is what success should look like. Yeah, for sure, prankster. I mean, some of them, like, even on Leon, sometimes I can kind of, like, one and a half multitask. Like, I get this concept, I secretly do a little Codewar. Like, that's the only multitasking I can get off of it. So we completed the build JavaScript code. Now we're going to do obtain credentials. Now, there's the manual way, and there's the fetch credentials way. I'm going to do I guess I'll technically do the fetch credentials one, since that's the one that should be the automated version. Now, obviously I'm gonna have to like not show the things, so I'll be dragging that part off screen, but I'll show everything I can. So we have env example, and yep, that is correct. You add email and password env. Yep, so I'm going to go ahead and do that as the instructions should be. So you can make a copy of it, you can rename it, as long as you end up with .env. And as I fail to rename stuff, .env, there's your file. Then you add your email and password. Yep, that is right. Let me just drag mine over to I need to actually see what my password is. .env. So that's the password. And close that, exit, save, stop looking at that. Let me drag it back over. Yep, then run fetch credentials. Let me grab the command npm run fetch -credentials. That's good so far, no errors. There we go, and this is a user token, and then that is my username. Now you're supposed to take these and put them back inside your env. So you go back to your env file and you replace, remember, user token with the one generated and username with the one generated. And again, don't worry, I'll invalidate these in like 5 seconds. And now, yes, I renamed my env example to env. I'll delete the old one to show that's working. I can't actually open it right now because the stuff's in there, but I did, and I set the username, I set the email to my email, password my password. If you don't do it, you can't even get to this step. So were you able to generate the like to show this? And my mic was just muted. Sorry about that. So yeah, I'm gonna say no quotes. I didn't use any quotes. I called it .env, and email equals your literal email, password equals your literal password. Yep. Let me actually try and see what happens if I give it an invalid thing, because I've never actually remember what happens if you give invalid credentials. I've only tested with valid credentials. So again, on me. Is this the value, the error you get? This destructuring one? This might be the one you get. I did this by putting in invalid credentials. Okay. Yeah, I gave bad credentials. I give it a broken email and username. Yeah, so after you input the credentials, after you give it email and password, then you run this script here. And this script will turn your email and password into a remember user token, which is what the script actually needs, and your username. Let me just rerun this to invalidate those real quick. There we go. Okay, those old ones are dead now. And well, I'm updating that password right now. Have fun, folks. Yeah, gotta go to that tab too. Playing with fire. Intermediate value split is not a function. Hmm. Do you know my username on Discord? Like, could you DM that the actual full error like as an image to me? Because it's hard to tell like why that's happening, or maybe later, like we can jump on. Oh yeah, it's maybe later we can jump on like actual screen share and I can try to figure it out with you one on one. Because I do want this thing to be working. Because like half the point was that so other people could use it. So it's kind of annoying. It's not your fault. It's annoying that it's like I missed something so obvious that like doesn't work on other platforms. There we go. Yeah, let me accept that in a moment. I just gotta because I was a doofus. And I showed my password on screen. So I just had to update that real quick. There we go. Yep, so the password's dead. Let me reopen Discord because Discord is also not running on my system at the moment. Draggy drag. Clicky click. There it is. Friend request pending. Got you accepted. I sent you the wavy thing. There you go. Yeah, maybe I'll be able to tell from the screenshot. If not, though, we can jump one on one to try to figure out why specifically that error is. But like as you're sending this screenshot the error or something like that, I'm thinking of other solutions. There it is. Okay, let me look at this. Let me try to make sure this opens on the right window. Like because Discord's like I show you a small picture. Okay, fetch credentials JS 25. Okay, I can do that. vi dist fetch credentials JS 25. Go to line 25G. Header profile link. Okay, so we did this, but we couldn't get the header profile link. Okay, so I'm going to have to emulate this a little bit to see if I can replicate that particular error. That is a good error, though. Just have to see. Do do do. Huh. Um. Yeah, so I'm just looking at things that I'm trying to think of things that might be the obvious problem. I'm not thinking of any. So yeah, let's see right here. So yeah, I'll need to page pause here, and I have to headless. Headless equals false. There we go. And this is how I wait. Oh no, I'm writing in bad code. Gotta write in the real code. Open the code. There we go. That's the code we want. Fake stuff goes away. let's see what we got to look at now. So in the source, in the fetch credentials, this is where, yeah, this is the one that's failing. A white page. Yeah, the split is specifically why it's failing. Actually, I can just look in the real browser for this. Once I find a browser around here somewhere. Make sure Codewars is ready. Codewars is ready. Hang in there, DevTools. I mean, yeah, I do, but I don't know. I mean, this is kind of like what the stream's about. Showing the real experience of like, things don't always go as smoothly as it seems some people make it look. So we have that, and we have href. Split.at is not a function. .split / Okay, so I did that wrong. I have to get the value, which is href. I mean, this is still fun to me, by the way. At -1 is not a function. Oh, okay. Could you? So I have these commands. No _version. Could you run no _version and tell me what it outputs? Because I know exactly what. This is a Code Wars thing. Nah, you're not being selfish. I mean, I want this script to work. So I think I know what's happening. So if you've ever done a Code Wars problem that you try to use replace all on and it failed, it's the same thing we're getting here. I programmed it for a node version that you might not be running at the moment. (14.7.0). Okay, so how do I tell this out? nvm use 14.7.0. Right? I need to run install. Sure. Yeah, and I'll test that out, see if I can run that on that version. I mean, I'm literally going to run on that version fully, yeah. Check out my credentials file. I'm not going to pause it anymore. Let me see anywhere else I'm using .at here, because that might just be an easier way to backport it. So node version, rm all our node modules, rm package lock. Gotta get rid of all of the stuff, npm reinstall with new packages that are 14.7.0 compatible. And then npm run. Your OS is not officially. Oh, that's awkward. That's not a good sign. I mean, it's a good sign, but it's a no, wait, nope. That's a different error. It's because I had my broken environment variables because I updated my password. So yeah, I do need to. So yeah, I will be updating the script to have a message that tells you when your credentials are bad, but that's not what we're encountering at the moment. Hey, I have replicated your error. Ooh, yeah, baby. Okay, this is where the fun starts. We can start fixing the error. Perfect. 25.99, 25.99. Exactly. Okay, so the at is not a thing. Yeah, updating node to no _version 16 at least will do the trick. But even that, like, the script should have been like, you need a certain version of node. So you did catch a good bug there. _version. So for the intermediate, I'm just going to mark the package as requiring a certain version of node. Node version implemented in array at. I don't know. I mean, it's the weird thing. Like, I'm using TypeScript to compile down. So wait a minute. Why isn't it target ES 2016? Let's go to a lower target. The whole point of compiling is that old stuff's supposed to be able to run. npm no _version npm run I. Where is this? npm I. There you go. npm run build. Please work TypeScript. Yay. Okay. npm run fetch credentials. So I might just be able to change this on one thing and you don't need to update. Please work. Oh no. This is interesting. Target ES 2015. I mean, those are my options. Let's look at the distribution. You're still using at. That's an interesting fact. Node.js array at method when. I'm great at Google Foo, by the way. It doesn't tell me what version this is. Okay, yeah, I don't really know how to do that. I'll just update the package JSON engine version, which will basically make it if you try to run on an old node, it won't let you. So, nvm list. I'm gonna see if 15 exists. Apparently, we all skipped 15, but that's not right. Node version 15, that has to exist. Sorry, let me close Discord. Don't need that anymore. Yeah, node version 15 exists. nvm use 15. Let's see if I can handle 15. nvm install 15. There we go. So we'll install that. How do we package JSON engines? There we go. This is how we're going to do it for now. So it might just be 15 is the acceptable. Package JSON engines greater than or equal to 15 0 0. See if that will do the tricky trick. Okay, RMR node modules, RMR package lock, npm then npm run build. Let me we'll modify both. npm run build. Type it correctly, things might run. npm run fetch credentials. Let me drag this off screen because it might work. Nope, it did not work. Okay, so let's hit it with 16. Now try to npm I. No, node double hyphen version. nvm use default. nvm use default. Is that how we do? Oh, I need greater than 16. Yeah, I mean, I'll also be checking this in the README. Okay, yeah, it seems right to me. So yeah, we need at least 16. And if I swap it back to which terminal? This one. RMR package JSON lock node modules npm run build. npm run fetch credentials and dragging off screen because it might work. And it does work. So yeah, those old versions do not work with my fancy code apparently. But yeah, so current solution, upgrade to node 16. But I do see, I will see, I gotta find which, yeah, I gotta get out of my clone. We don't care about the clone anymore. Sudo rmr node. Well, we want to delete the new one. Codewar scripts. Yoink. Goodbye. Yeah, making sure it's not an environment variable. So I do need to update that. Because I flashed y'all my passwords. There you go. So now if I go to package JSON, I drop in that. So that's just good notice. Everyone update stuff, please. Don't know why Playwright's not in here, but whatever. Okay, npm, you're being weird. Oh, because I'm on a different version. Yeah, so that does that part. Now I'm just going to go to all my at usages. All my TypeScript. Yeah, where is user script here for? Oh, that's old file. Well, hold on. Yeah, it's old file. Goodbye, old file. Big search. I want to look at all my TypeScript files, not those. There we go. So we do this fair out. How do we swap this out? The swap out is, and this might not even work, so we'll do it just in fetch credentials. So this is what? Dot slice -1 index 0. There's our equivalent. Save that npm run, well, npm run fetch credentials just to make sure I didn't break it. Okay, it is not broken. So if I clear this, and now if I nvm use 1417 out and our node modules package npm I, and then npm run build. I'm not using the old ts config, so npm run fetch credentials, drag off screen because it might work. Okay, so that is a solution. So I will go ahead and push that. Well, actually, I'll make the changes everywhere and then have them here. Dot. Hey, glad to hear it, Dumpster. Slice -1 index 0. I am updating, impromptu, going to be updating this code to make sure it works for all versions. Hey, I'm glad it's working. Yeah, and kind of like the README goes on, if you just want to download your solutions as files, the guide will get you your solutions. They'll be as a giant JSON blob, so you'll have them. But if you want them in folders and stuff, you'll want to then follow get my solutions files, which is the same thing you did as before. I found a typo. But you get to run format solutions instead, and if you want, you can disable the Git repository, because I don't know if you want to make a Git repository dated and all. The option's there because making the Git repository is a lot slower, depending on how many solutions you have, than just making the files. So if it's like, this is taking too long, then you can just disable the Git, then run the thing. Then in solutions output, you will find it under 3 formats. You'll find it under katas, which is kata thing with a readme, which is the copy and paste readme, and your JavaScript file containing your solution code. Yeah, so if you choose to leave the things undisabled, it will date them automatically. So it dates them in a new repo automatically. So if we look in daily files and I do git lg, you can see I haven't ran this in a while, that's why it's old. So if a problem has more than one solution, so it depends. There are ways to get all of them. So goldfish memory, let me pull this back up and see how it works. So if you have 2 solutions, they'll both be in the repository. So it'll take the first solution, add it, commit it, then it will replace it with your new solution. That's kind of the way I went. I didn't go for put them all in one file. So they're in the history of when you actually submitted the solutions on codewars.com, but you only ever see the latest solution. Yeah, you'll never see the latest solution. How would you expect that behavior to work, Dumpster Dev? Would you, like for example, in just katas, like say you submitted multiple JavaScript solutions for reverse sequence, would you just have them pasted below each other? Because that wouldn't make the file run, but like, because I don't know, I've never again, like I said, this is kind of I've made it for me, and then I was like, other people might like it, so I never thought of wanting to keep all the solutions. Would it create a different file, like JavaScript 2 or something? Yeah, I'm not sure how I would format it. I mean, I can do it. Yeah, it is personal preference, but I try to be accommodating. Another file. Okay, so like in the same one, it's like if this solution had multiple JavaScript, I would just like be what? JavaScript 2.js, and it would be your good old code with the your other solution on it. Yeah, I think let me look at these settings again. env suffix text code. Yeah, we have that as an option too. Solution 2, something like that. Okay, yeah. So yeah, right now they're language name .js because some people solve them in multiple languages. So I think I'd probably go like JavaScript -2 or something like that. But yeah, customizable. Yeah, that would definitely be. I'll make that an option eventually for multiple solutions. But they are technically in the repository. And let me find. I have so many ones like I can't find one with multiple. But they're in here somewhere. But yeah, I think that'll be like my next after I fix this little thing. Not today, obviously. I got today's a busy day, but eventually, like probably tomorrow-ish, I'll get it so there'll be an environment option configurable something for because right now it's all singles, so it'll be something like separate solution files. I'll call it something like that, and then that'll be something you can set to true, and it'll separate the solutions into different files. But yeah, let me finish this down support. Slice -1 index 0 be cool TypeScript. Oh, hang in there, TypeScript. Slice -1 index 0. But hey, I'm glad you were able to make a little more progress on it, Dumpster Dev. Slice -1 index 0. What's the big one? Oh, what's this do? I don't remember. Slice -1 index 0. Slice -1. Nope. Oh no. Index 0 parenthesis. We don't need that exclamation point. Oh, it was there for a reason. Slice -1 index 0. And there we go. Remove.@usage. Yeah, we'll just nope, don't disable. Keep those changes. Thank you very much, VS Code. Loving it now. Okay, that is good. Add this to the engine. Technically, it runs on 14 now, so at least 14.0. I'll add a disclaimer. I've manually tested this, explicitly tested. So to the README. How do I want to do this? Tested v16 tested explicitly. How do I say explicitly? That is how I say explicitly. There we go. Oh, it's exclusively. That's the word I'm looking for. I know words, folks. Don't mind me. Exclusively tested with Node 16. There we go. So it may work on old stuff, but if it don't, you know why. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And perfect. Remove that @usage. Fix typo. Add node version. Add node version disclaimer. Yeah, these are all different things. We don't need to tell people we fixed a typo. Typos are always fixed. Git push, git push, git, oh, in the wrong repo. Git push. There we go. And there we go. So yeah, got that a little bit fixed up, a little more explicit with what it should and should not run with, or what's been tested with rather. And yeah, I mean the rest of it should work fine because that is 16 what I ran with. But yeah, I'm glad you were able to make a little more progress with it. Thanks again for giving it what's been like at least 3 attempts to get that working. Glad it got working. And with that, we are going to take a break because that was a good session in and of itself. On the flip side, we'll do an actual Code Wars and then try and get tic-tac-toe, and catch you on the flip side, folks. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax. And that our break is slowly coming to a close, folks. Take your time. We got a few more seconds to make our way back. In the meantime, looks like Jim just got finished with their Z index with their space cats. It's turning out to be pretty interesting. They're getting the math figured out on it, so it's pretty cool. But we ain't doing space cats. We're doing Code Wars. We're doing the old switcharoo. You updated your account. Thanks for telling me like 30 minutes later, Code Wars. I love you. Hey, thanks for the look, prankster. Thanks for catching around. Gonna start my burgers. Sorry, my brain was like, you're gonna start? It was like, yeah, you're eating food. That makes a lot more sense. Goldfish was like, had to take 2 swims around the fishbowl to get that one. Let's see, replacing the vowels with respective positions in the string. We can do that. Placing it with the index. Oh, I can do that? Yeah. Watch me do some... I was about to say regex magic. We ain't doing regex magic. For let I equal 0. Okay, so I was like, let's do this. Let's be cool about this. So parameters, string of 0 to n characters. Returning, what are we returning? String of 0 to n characters with vowels placed with index plus 1 with character index plus 1. Examples, they're in the thing. Pseudocode. Okay, so for index of cars, if cars index equals val, cars index equals index plus 1, turn cars. It's basically the pseudocode, so let's actually write that in JavaScript and goldfish memory. There it is for y'all to play with. So for const, well, we need the index. We also need to be able to manipulate this, so const characters equals turn the string and turn away with the spread operator. Then we need to iterate with our index. And we can iterate with the character too, but let's do let I equals 0, I under characters.length, I plus plus, if characters I is val. Excuse me. Okay, the way I always check for val is I create a set. I create call with all the vowels. A-E-I-O-U. There we go, and we check if that set contains current characters. So if vowels has current character, then characters I equals I plus 1. Return the characters joined together with empty string to turn the array of strings into one big string, and that is appear to be it. Can we say first try? No, we can't. Okay, what is up with the... Oh, what an ugly string. Unhandled rejection. Ugh. What in tarnation? Ah, so I did not handle different cases, so that wouldn't have been a first try either way. To lower case. Actually, we need to preserve the casing. So A-E-I-O-U. Yeah, no first try for me, but I can't imagine this being any more performant, at least, because you have to traverse through it. I mean, we technically have an in operation, another in operation for each thing. I don't see this being any more performant than it is right now. So again, in review, we need to replace all the vowels with the index plus 1. So first we convert our string into an array so we can mutate it by index. Then we loop by index with our I as index. We check if the current character exists in the vowels set. We could also use array includes, but a vowels has is constant time. Array includes is end time, end being 10, so it would take longer. So if it is a vowel, then we replace that character at that index with I plus 1. Then we take our string of characters and indexes and we join them together with an empty string, resulting in the solution. Let's see the one-liner, folks. Oh, you literally... I thought about this. I didn't realize the replacer function took an index as a parameter. Well, that is the regex solution, folks. That's the only solution we're ever going to see here. So, fun fact, the replacer function, which you can pass as a second argument to replace, it makes sense. I just didn't think about it. Again, the goldfish really swimming here. It takes whatever you're replacing, and then it also passes you the parameter, and I imagine it even passes you the string you're replacing on, so very good. You know your functions or your methods, and you be golden. Let's make this speech synthesizer work, huh? About to get real crazy now. So, MDN speech recognizer. Okay, you know what? I'm a lie. Okay, it's not clickbait. We're getting there, folks. Do not say it's clickbait. But we're going for an easier version first, okay? We're going for the easy. We're going for the alert API. So the way this is going to work is I'm going to have a different page. So I guess we have Tic-Tac-Toe JS. So this is where things start getting structured out. So we're going to move our Tic-Tac-Toe from index to Tic-Tac-Toe JS. Very amazing. Perfect. Then this, oh, can we do modules? Import, nope, not there. From Tic-Tac-Toe. Will VS Code figure it out? What can I do? This dot. Okay, yeah, VS Code cannot figure it out. That's okay. Can VS Code... Now, VS Code can't figure things out, and just plain old JavaScript. I tried to do a thing. Wait, what if I import from the JS? Import from underscore JS dot JS. Can VS Code figure that one out? Can you figure... I have to do an export. That would help. Why can't it import the thing? You never exported it. Can you figure that one out? It looks like it can. Dot. That's not giving me anything. Nope, it's dumb. Can we not do the JS? Hey, Lee, how's it going? I'm over here making some monstrosity tic-tac-toe OOP thing. Trying to do imports, but JavaScript's like, we don't do imports around here. How's your day, evening, night been going? I can actually, yeah, it's actually right here, not here. Get remote. It's right up here on GitHub if you want to see the code or play around with it. And it actually used to work before I broke it 5 seconds ago. I have to unbreak it. There we go. It's very object-oriented and uses lots of CSS. It doesn't, but it works. It does winning, losing, restarting, and all the things tic-tac-toe should do. But the part that took half an eternity, or like 4 Pomodoro sessions, was I made it OOP. So we have a tic-tac-toe class with all the thing. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I started on this with the team members too, but I still never got it to go fully OOP, or at least as OOP as I thought it could be. Hey, I'm glad it's been going good. Mine's been going pretty great too. Getting this knocked out pretty well. I was able to fix one of my older scripts for dumpster dev, so now it's a lot more compatible. Been knocking out a few good code wars. What weird issue did you not have, if you don't mind sharing? Because I know I ran into this issue twice where I was like, I'm gonna like call this dot place to my add event listener, and it reset this on me. Like, very uncool. So if that's the thing you're running into, using add event listeners with methods that belong to classes, it totally destroys this. So you got to use this weird bind or an arrow function. So I ran into that twice. But aside from that, I was able to get this OOP-ness working. I represent the winning indices, like where things need to be to win. The board is 9 zeros. Very amazing data structure. Current player is an X. Got a little getter here just to have it, I suppose. The winner is another getter that goes through all the winning indexes and checks that they have a value and that all the values equal the first one. Yeah. I wrote mine function based first too, just to get it working, and yeah, making sure everything calls. It's supposed to be easier, but when it's like a migration thing, then it's like, wait a minute. They used to be functional, now it's OP, and now it's some weird hybrid of them, you know? There were 2 points at which mine was all weird and hybrid. Hmm. Never calling the other one. Yeah. Check if clicked. It's supposed to call another one. It's getting it's supposed to, but never calling the other and passing the value. Yeah, I would definitely assume that. I mean, you probably already figured that, but just console logging the value of like why wasn't it working? Because at one point, like I had an early return here that would do stuff, and oh yeah, I mean, the it's like what she say? What's their name? Barbara Oakley says you're supposed to eat the hard problems first, but then it's like, well, the hard problem wasn't there now, and now it is, and now I'm so tired, I can't fix it. Yeah, fresh set of eyes, probably knock it out and be like, I can't believe we were so blind. But yeah, I was able to make this OOP tic-tac-toe. Now I'm trying to make it, what's the word? Polymorphed or abstracted. Doing something to it so I can make it in which it's gonna what's this one? Alert based. Alert.js. Alert based. Oh yeah, sorry, I am getting I promise I'm a good streamer, I'm just getting there. 97 console log from the first, and it worked and had the right value, but didn't trigger the rest. Yeah, I mean, just did you add enough console logs? Because that's always my solution. Just keep adding more console logs, and then like so whatever the conditional, hmm, it didn't trigger the rest. Yeah, that does seem real interesting. So I mean, at that point, I'd probably like jump into a debugger, but we haven't really learned about debuggers yet. So more console logs, and if there's like a conditional, for example, like if there's a conditional that's being checked, also log the conditional that's supposed to call the other thing. I don't have any conditionals around here. Yeah, I don't really have any, but definitely calling out or logging like what's in the if statement to see what it's supposed to or what it's evaluating to, not what your console logging it, because there's that thing that a log always is a representation, not the actual value. So that might be what you're all hitting. But again, there's so many things that can be going wrong at that point. I mean, yeah, you definitely get a bunch of people trying to like throw suggestions at you for sure. Please, please, bot. Oh, the bot's so slow. There it is. Okay, yes, I'm doing this alert version now, right? I wrote index. I want to write alert.html. Then I want to write alert.css. It's getting awfully bloated, but that's okay. We'll figure this out. I guess we'll just copy it from index to alert. And would just be, we have no content, right? This is an alert-based tic-tac-toe. Never seen before. So alert.js tic-tac-toe. Yeah, of course. I mean, honestly, without us learning, because we haven't learned how to like start and run a debugger yet, so you'd have to learn that and figure out your problem. Console logs are the solution. And yeah, I'm more than happy you've done it back more than enough times. Tic-tac-toe. Always interested to hear it working. Yes, tic-tac-toe JS goes there. Index HTML goes there. Does this work again? No, it don't work. Tic-tac-toe is not defined. Oh, something yelled something else. Where is it? There it is. I tried to use ES modules. VS Code was like, I don't think so. There we go. Tic-tac-toe is now working. Before I even go into alert. Nope, alert.html. I don't even know if what I'm trying to do is possible. So let's see. Alert. Alert. 1, 2. Well, actually, it's what? Empty pipe, new line, empty pipe, empty new line, empty pipe, empty. Pipe, empty pipe. Is this what I want to do? Board, colon, new line. Yay, I'm writing tic-tac-toe in ASCII. It's ASCII tic-tac-toe. So yeah, okay. My theory is proven right. I can do this. I just have to do it. So we have this. We have DOMTicTacToe. Now we have, what is this? Prompt tic-tac-toe. Because this is what everyone's been asking for. Okay, yeah, so we don't have any of those anymore. Don't have that anymore. We don't even have buttons anymore. I guess we can need a toString method. That would be cool. Yeah, I guess toString methods need to exist. I need to figure out. No, let's call render board. Yeah, this is what I want. This will be let output. Let me type this 5 times. Output equals an empty string, and then for I equals 0, I under 3. Oh no, sorry, my 3 key is a little sticky. I plus equal 3. I should keep hitting 3, don't I? So row is for let I j equals 0, j under 3, j plus plus. This is getting real spaghetti here. Output plus, well, this is an array, so this is like const rows equals here, const row equals here. So I need to construct the dimensions. So if y'all remember that freaking checkerboard game, that checkerboard thing from Eloquent JavaScript, it's back. So row.push I plus j 0, 0. No wait, it's I Oh, this is a lot, way too much thinking. I'm not cut out for that kind of math right now. We're just gonna go through all of them. This dot underscore board dot length. There we go. Okay, so if row dot length equals 3. Rows dot push row. Let row, and then we set row to empty array. Row dot push this dot board. I return new line. I'll return this rows join. Well, rows dot map row dot join the base vertical bar push row or just a hyphen. That seems like a good symbol. Dot join new line character. Oh, and this is kind of render. So render is kind of just prompt, and I need a position, right? So what's my render method? It's just prompt. Render board. Right, is that what I do? I don't have a message anymore, so I can ditch that. I don't think I need to implement restart logic yet. Right, so this is prompt tic-tac-toe. So I create a new prompt tic-tac-toe, and I just say render. Oh, render is called by the constructor. It's showing as a board. I know it's wrong. Oh, that's not right. Row or hyphen. There we go. No, that's not a full tic-tac-toe board. Because there's one more at the end, ain't there? Yes, there is. Look at that beautiful tic-tac-toe board. Yeah, how do we tell them which one to go, though? So I guess I'm gonna have to do numbers. So this will be like 0, 1, 2. And with each row, so the row will have to be length check of 4. And then each row will be initialized with rows dot length. Okay, I got this. Oh, needs to be a 4. Row dot join is apparently not cool anymore. Oh, because yeah, that needs to be an array of 0, 1, and 2. Oh no. Oh, that one needs to be nothing. So what? Empty space. 0. There we go. That's how we do ASCII art. Okay, that needs to be not empty. There we kinda go. Row needs to initialize with the number 0. Make this a Codewar's problem, huh, folks? Yes, okay. We can see some ASCII art. It's very great. I also need to put the current player, so that was a little bit of text current player. Then it's going to be close that space, new line, use some template literals here. There we go. Current player equals this dot current player. Okay, that's looking good. Let's add another new line, because readability, folks. There we go. Okay. That's not centered. Can we center that? I'm asking a lot here, I know. Can we style this here text in this native element? Ooh, tab characters, huh? Those are looking neat. How many tab characters can I add? So we want tab characters. So plus \tab plus. Is that how we do it? No! Oh, what have you done, Chrome? It's okay. We can add 4 spaces. It's not scalable. Okay, we're not getting centering. Sadness, I know. It's okay though, we get this, which is what we can now receive input on. Okay, so this is going to be const response equals whatever that is. Then if not response, turn draw. I guess this will be an alert draw. Turn alert draw, because you literally quit the game. Otherwise, const. This is gonna be tough to differentiate now, because I have to convert math. The math is invading, folks. X and Y equals response dot split, comma dot map number. I don't remember if number's that cool though. Does it like handle spaces? Oh, okay. I think I'll use parseInt though, because parseInt's like super friendly. As in I mean it will handle prefix alphabetical characters, and it'll just ignore them for you. So it's very friendly to user input. Okay, let's see. Current player, double new line, plus double new line, enter x, y of to place, of position to place. Yeah, it seems legible. X comma y of position to place, x, y. They should be labeled. Ah, man. Okay, at least we got that part working. If, and then I need to both parse these, is nan x, or is nan y, turn, so this is some interesting behavior. Render, right? I can do this, so I guess there is the risk of hitting what? The recursion Stack Overflow limit. But if you have failed that many times at playing Tic-Tac-Toe, I don't know what to say. Let's see, so assuming you're successful, and then if x, I have to do range checks now. If, actually these are just chords, right? No, I'll do explicit. X less than 0, whoa, just 0, or x greater than, equal to, greater than 2, or y less than 0, or y greater than 2, I said. Then also, this logic goes in here, so yeah, more reasons to re-render. Well, this one can have a message. Must be numbers, that's right, because your extensions can differ in the function signature. Maybe they shouldn't, but they can. Let's see, so it'll be message. Oh, well, message is at the end of render board, right? So this is my message. Message equals, yeah, it defaults to that. Very cool. Well, the S doesn't include the new lines. Loving it. Okay, this is good. So if any of these, return this dot render must be between 0 and 2. Enter the good input, people. Come on. Now this is where we start doing the stuff. So we need to convert our XY to actual indexes. I could hard code this. It's only 9 values. There's a math way to do this. I don't want to see it. So let's physically look at it. And let's bring out the nuns. So if we have our board, we have our board. It's not askew, folks. Y'all just are tilting your head. So if I give 2, 0, 2, 0, 0, 1, 2, so that's I, then there. But if I give, okay, first I did bad math. That's awkward. 1, 1, 1, so it's 1 times 3 plus 1. So it's the first number times 3 plus the other thing, right? So if I do 2, 2, it's I, so it's x times 3 plus y. Okay, I think I got the math. Cost index equals x times 3 plus y. And order operations got me good. If not, this dot place index, and I can just inline that because we don't need to know. We don't need this variable lying around. So if you didn't place good, then we're going to tell you you did bad. Turn this dot render. What are we going to tell you? We're going to tell you that tile is already full. It's a good message. Otherwise, the placement happened, the thing happened. Return. So wait, logic. Who's super render? Super render doesn't do anything. We need to get the winner and do the winner check. I'm already doing that elsewhere, so I'm just gonna yoink that. So yeah, here's the winner logic. Yoink. So this is where we need to do the thing. If winner equals undefined, then we keep playing the game. Return render. Otherwise, we won. And what do we need to do? We need to alert the winner, which we have right here. Alert winner. Oh, the timer. Oh, I missed it, prankster. My bad, my bad. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I'm gonna fix it. I can fix it right now, actually. I don't want to hit you with that again. So it's going to, so this is the awkward part. So I will notify you. It's going to make the sound again, but then I'll make it not make the sound again. So brace for the sound while I manually set the timer. And now the sound is no longer happening for y'all folks. So enjoy that. No more of that sound until I get it working an actual stream. But we are so close to the alert.js tic-tac-toe. We got to do it. Yeah, it's not the worst. It's just I'm a little paranoid because I can't hear what you're hearing, so I know it's getting loud and stuff, so it's fine. Plus, like, the whole point of the alert is so that way I can be like, I know when the timer goes off, but if you're the only ones that hear it, then you're still telling me when the timer goes off. So it's not doing its job if I can't hear it. So until next stream, only one of us get to hear it, and I'm the one who needs it more. So let's play this game let's fix this game of tic-tac-toe first. Because my math got wrong. Rows.length -1. Okay. So we're playing tic-tac-toe with the alert here. It's gonna be real fun. 0, 0. Yeah. Now who's O? O is 1, 0. Okay, my numbers, I'm thinking of them in the wrong way, but that's okay. People figure it out. 1, 1. Then 0, 1. 2, 2. Oh, extra to 1. Why didn't next win? Okay, so my winner logic did not happen. So what we need to do is figure that out. And because I'm lazy, I'm just gonna start hard coding some things. So you are X, you are X. So I'm gonna make it so I can win in one play. So I can jump in my alert and just debug. Why in tarnation this ain't working? It was a draw. No, it wasn't. X1. Okay, lots of messages. Trapped. Don't know what happened there. I probably should go look at what happened there before just running through it. Return alert, I guess. Okay, let's just cancel, draw, get rid of a single thing. Okay, so enter XY. It is 0, 2. Enter XY again. 0, 2. Shouldn't have gotten this prompt. Yeah, I know it's full. 1, 1. Cancel. Draw. Uh-huh. Okay, let's figure this out. So let the debug go. Yeah, lots of spammy alerts here, folks. So is anyone else calling render for me? Place calls render. Aha! So maybe this isn't where I should be putting all my logic. Restart also calls render. Wait a minute, restart. Okay, I see some cleanup, but I ain't doing that yet. Yeah, so it's basically I'm just double running all this delicious code. So every place calls render. So basically this should be the end of my call. Then it should do stuff based on this. So if I just call this place, before I even get the result back, it's already rendering. Okay, so I'm gonna break some OOP principles here. And we're not using render. So yeah, oops daisy. I gave it a shot, folks. We're calling loop, or we're calling play. If it's a very amazing name, it's basically the same because I messed up. I can't figure out how to get that working. So we're not calling render, we're calling play. And so this dot render is this dot play. Enjoy. And now we hit 0, 2 and x1. And then I can have a prompt. I'll have another one after this. So yeah, the alert prompt play again. And if that is true, so if the person wants to play again, what we'll do is call this dot restart. Well, this dot restart will also, actually, if we don't want to play again, we will early return. Otherwise, we call this dot restart and we call this dot play. And just for coolness, we'll return it. Okay, let's play this game through. 0, 2, x1, play again. That's supposed to be a confirm, not a prompt. 0, 2, x1, play again. Yeah, and there we go. So let's play it for real. 0, 0. Ah, where'd it go? Oh, because I'm calling render. Yeah, all my things are calling render. So it is play. And it's this dot play for you. Yep, so we got 0, 2, 0, well, that's actually, yeah, it's test the things. 5, 5, 0, 2, x1, play again, 0, 0, 0, well, it's 1, 1, well, it's 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 2, 2. Man, it's the most exhilarating game of alert tic-tac-toe you've all ever seen. But it is mostly object-oriented. Okay, we can swap this out for a 2-string, right? Yeah, so this will be this. And I think JavaScript will be cool. It'll know. Yeah, JavaScript is smart. So I'm using 2-string, which isn't a symbol or anything, but it's more of a commonly used, whatchamacallit. It's a standard or a convention that JavaScript and the ecosystem knows to use. If we want to stringify something, object to string uses that instead. So yeah, this is technically OOP because I've overridden the toString in the native library. I've literally overwritten it, so never mind. I knew exactly what I was doing, folks. Goldfish 1. Let's see if we can clean this up a little bit, because spaghetti. So I'm using play. I want to use render. So it feels the OOP way to do it. What's stopping me from using render? The fact that place calls render every time. So if place didn't call render, how would life look? Not here, the other one. Let's just break this one. Ooh, yeah. Not calling render after in place breaks this one. So is the other one the bad one? Sorry, I'm trying to follow logic down. Where's my clicking? It calls this stop place, right? Huh. Yeah, maybe this thing shouldn't be in charge of rendering. Hey, DM Bull, what is up? How you doing? And yes, I do stream. I've been a bit slow of it lately, but I am getting there. Been streaming for what? I mean, it's been at least 2 weeks, because one of the VODs have already went only into my YouTube thing. So at least 2 weeks by now, yeah. How you doing, DM Bull? I am making object-oriented tic-tac-toe, and I'm making it spaghetti style. See, I don't think restart should render. I appreciate it. I just put in a bunch of time and break stuff and then fix stuff. Yeah, so only unbreak this so I can actually demonstrate it, because you can't demonstrate nothing in its broken state. There we go. So I have, hey, nice. What movie did you watch, if you don't mind sharing? I've been to a movie theater probably since the whole thing, the world event happened. So this is Tic-Tac-Toe. You can play it. You can restart it. It is the most amazing Tic-Tac-Toe extras one that y'all have ever seen. Amazing styles. Nope, keep clicking wrong. I'm trying to draw. There we go. It draws too. And of course the styles, if you can't tell, ain't part of it. Ooh, congrats. I mean, yeah, I know. I appreciate the non-spoilers. I gotta catch up on the MCU. Last I saw was Endgame. But yeah, I got this OOP Tic-Tac-Toe with a Tic-Tac-Toe game class. Really, I mean, I guess it technically is for like minimalistic style, but yeah, it came out somewhat acceptably, stylistically. Just a black background, big buttons, big things with a restart button. It works. And yeah, now I'm just polishing the object-orientedness of it so I can make different variations. So what I need to do now is... I know what I need to do. I need to override. So, because if you... Like, this is the OOP, this is the logic of the game. So all the math of the game is happening here. Who's winning, what the board looks like, all that. Over here is the DOMTicTacToe, which handles the document elements, the messages, the event listeners, all that stuff. And then I'm doing another one, but I have to abstract this further. So I can say this.render. Whenever I restart, I need to render, and I need to override my place. Because what I'm doing now is it's probably broken at the moment. So I'm making an alert-based tic-tac-toe. And then I'm going to make a speech synthesizer-based tic-tac-toe where you can be like top left, and it places it in the top left corner. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that, so that's why I'm like, I get object-oriented DOM, I do prompt, and that's as far as I might be able to make it. But yeah, this thing works at least. 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1 0, oh 0 1 2 2. The best user interface. Who needs more, right? Yeah, so I have that part working, but that part, like, whenever like I implement, I guess, and this is in my experience most object oriented, you never know how much the base class needs slash doesn't need to handle until you implement two subclasses. Then you realize, like, those lines, what lines you were crossing accidentally. So I was before in my place method, which handled logic, I was like, what we should do in here? We should also call this dot render, because you're always going to need to render after you place an element, but this isn't after you place an element. This is while I am placing an element, which does not work well with the ASCII representation. So I am overriding this using my supers, just call super place with thing, and then in this particular implementation, I will call the render. Right, so now this is working as expected. So I'm glad I didn't break this. That was half the job. Now I go to alert HTML and we get this. Now how do I fix this? Because I need to call render. Actually, so now that I have it like this, because I had to rename everything to play because everything was being wonky. But now if I call this render, and I'll call super.render for, I don't know, OOP-ness. This is what you're supposed to do, right? Always call the super stuff. Okay, so if I call 0 0, there we go. And then 1 1 1 0 2 2. Oh no, what have I done? A current player x 2 comma 2. x1, don't play again. Hey, we have alert-based tic-tac-toe because people were just dying to have alert-based tic-tac-toe. So what I can do here is I can make this, so I've made it object-oriented. I'm going to say that. I'm going to give myself that one. This is all inside of render. Technically, this is all part of rendering. Yeah. I'd say so. So I'm going to commit this, but I won't be taking the break. I know. No one tell Prankster. I'm going to do a little more. So let's add a little more. Wait, what CSS if I have on alert? Do I have CSS in alert? Alert HTML. Alert. No, I guess I do have some CSS there. We can remove that. Well, we can do base.css since I'm getting really... Oh no. Base.css since I'm getting really pagey out here. What is the base CSS? It's this. The body. That's all we get. So now I can chomp that away. Now base CSS gets that. You get alert, you just get base, but index, you get base and index. Yeah, a little bit of, it's not object-oriented inheritance, but things are inheriting and based on each other. Alert, just so we can get the black background. That's literally all I want. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, this is great. Now let's do some little commit action here. Okay, that's a lot of clicking of pluses. Git add dot git commit message. I'm gonna give this a message, and this is add alert version of Tic-Tac-Toe. No, I think it should have hyphens in between. I don't know, folks. I think that's where they go. Well, there we go. Okay, that looks great. Now we'll go ahead and git push this, get remote -v. There is the URL. I already had the URL open. If y'all want to see the code, or if you wait like 2 minutes, y'all can play the code at your leisure on the README linked GitHub page right there. It's not loaded yet for the new version, but it is there. I'm breaking the rules. I'm doing a little more. I'm refactoring this just a bit because this logic is getting the user input. So it's going into its own function. Get user input or get user position, right? This is what we're doing here. Response. And then, so it's going to return either null, as in they didn't give a position, or we are returning the x and the y. So we're just going to say const position equals, actually we're not returning x and y, we're returning the math, returning the index. Get place, tile, position. I got more synonyms. Let's figure one out. Get tile index. I'm calling it a tile now. And now instead of doing that, I can do the math, which is, the math's already there. Oh, so I copied too much. Okay. Index. Get tile index. Index equals get, or this stack get tile index. Lovely. Oh, I should pass the message along, right? That's where it needs to go. Good. And now if index equals null, then I alert. Draw. Otherwise, I place it at the index and go on our merry way. I'm just liking this refactor a bit better. There, and then once we have the index, we do the placing, and then we have our when logic, and then a replay logic. This feels right. It's a little meh. It's just lines. But it's working, so who's to complain? Let's see if we can make this any better. So yeah, this technically, while it is variableistic, it is very much, okay, it makes the assumption that the board is 3 long. That's basically what I mean. Equals this dot board length, so what is this? Const side equals this underscore board dot length divide 2. No, that's not the math. What's the math? It's 3 by 3. 9 divide 2. 9 divide 3. Oh, it's divide by 3. Yeah, there it is. Divide by 3. There we go. So this is row. Then it's an array from 0 to that. So how do I do that? Array dot from length side. So that'll be 3, and then we'll be take the index underscore I, then it's I, and I need to spread that. Right? There we go. If the length equals side plus 1, then we push the row back down. Of course, I need to be on the website to look at this. And we have an error. Message is not defined because we passed it as an argument, but we did not receive it as a parameter. Yeah. Okay, this is looking good. 0, 0. 0, 0. I did it wrong. So I'm returning x and y. Oh, I'm returning x and y, not the index. X times 3 plus y. Tile's already full. Glad to hear it. Draw. Refresh. Am I stuck? Oh no, did I infinite loop myself? Oh no. Oh no. 0, 0. It looks like the brown. I've infinite looped it. So goodbye, tab. It was nice knowing you. 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 3. Please just end 1, 1. Yeah, I will have to test out a draw, so never mind. What is it? 2 1 2 2. Thinking thoughts, thinking thoughts. 1 2. There we go. Okay, so I did actually make it to a draw and cancel. Okay, I've done it. I've made another infinite loop, folks. Ah, these are supposed to return. I see the loop. It's right here. When this goes to get a tile index, this can go back to which returns another tile index. That's my infinite loop, folks. Okay, the solution is... this is great. Because this is now becoming a 3 type response. It can return null if they don't want to give anything. Or it's going to return the message that should be sent back to the renderer. So this is great. So if it's null there, if type of response triple equals string return render. Wait a minute, can I use a while loop here? I can. Ha. Let response equals string while type of response equals string. I didn't do that because code did that. You can say response equals get the thing, and once it's not a string, it's either going to be null, in which case we out of here. I didn't have a return here. I could have solved all my solutions or solved all my problems. Okay, so we put the response in a little variable. We say while it's a string, get a new response. If your response is still a string, aka it's an error message, get a new response. Eventually, it's going to be a number or null. If it's null, we're just going to return we out of here. It's a draw. Otherwise, we're doing placing at the index. All that good stuff. Let's see. 0 0. Ha! Okay, it just was like, I'm good. Oh, there's my error. 45. Index not defined. Ha, I miss you, TypeScript. You would have told me about that. Wait, let's put bad input. I'm not getting the out. Because I'm not calling it. All response equals. Okay, I can alert the message here. This message logic isn't really going nowhere, is it? Yeah, I'm starting to notice this message logic. It's kind of getting pushed out. No, it's right here is where it goes. Yeah. I'm getting there. Don't worry about it. So if we call the variable message, we just break all the rules. Cancel. Please stop. Okay, let's break some more rules. Enter xy 0 0 blah blah 0 comma 0. Tile's already full. Bad input. Not getting it back. Let's start console logging this stuff. Because it should be returning. It's not returning the string. Oh, the goldfish, the streamer brain is kicking in, folks. You can tell. Must be numbers 1 comma 88. Number must be between. It works as expected. 1 0 1 1 0 1 0 0 1 2 2 x1. Don't play again. We're done. I have messed with this enough, I think. I don't know. Could I do more? So this while, I understand this logic. I've seen this logic before. We went through this logic where you're whiling until something is what you want. We can while until the game is basically won. But we're not going to go there. We're going to improve factor alert. We will go there. I lied. We're going there. We're putting this logic right in the constructor. Yeah, until there's a winner. So yeah, this logic is going in the constructor, which means what will render be doing? Render will be prompting this. This will be our render. At the very least, our render is prompting, returning whatever this is. So yeah, we're gonna migrate. Super render, you do that. Be happy. Everyone, get down here. Get down here. Okay, so while this, basically while true winner equals this dot winner, because I don't like checking against methods that are really functions because they're more expensive to calculate. So if winner not equal undefined, break, we're free, we made it, finally. Then we do all this logic, not that logic, this logic. Otherwise, we continue doing this logic, which is this logic. I'm going to say this a million times until semanticization, just whatever that thing is, till that kicks in. There we go. So we're going to say get tile index equals render. Yeah, because this is now how we do it. But we're not returning anymore. We're just doing stuff. If message equals null, else if you didn't do the placement thing, tile's already full. Otherwise, we're going to, where's message being defined? Message goes right here. And it sets to the default message, which is in a query, in a default, what do you call this? The default thingy. Encapsulation, where should the data live? The data should not live here. Data should live here. There we go. Very good, very good, very good. Huh. This dot render, the tile is already full. No. Message equals. Yes. Good. Alert draw. Oh, so this is a game over thing. Yeah, so that will need to return. Alert the winner if something's happening. Do it again. I didn't mean to do that. This goes into a play method. This dot play. Here we go. Let's go below toString because that is belonging to the object. Play. So otherwise I would need to recall the constructor or something. Stop play, restart. This could go and restart logic, but we ain't there yet. There we go. Let's put our render logic into here. Right, so either return the null or the thing. No longer getting the tile index because we're using OOP to be. I forgot the word, but there's a word. So don't need that much space for prompt. Okay, let's see how much I broke it. Yep, can't even access the tab. Let's see what we got. Draw. Okay, we're allowed to draw. Blah blah must be numbers. 1, 8 must be good numbers. 0, 0. 1, 0. 1, 1. 1, 0, 0, 1. 2, 2. 1, but I didn't get my alert. Okay, we're not doing anything in JavaScript, are we? We are not. 38. Winner did not get defined. Maybe I can do this. While this dot winner not equal undefined. Well, I can do some cool caching, huh? Yeah, I'm about to do some cool caching next session. Don't worry. I've been going long enough. This dot winner. This dot winner. Alert the winner. Okay, so I have to actually win once. Play again. Draw. Play again. New tab, because that one's very dead. Draw. Okay, it's doing the thing. All this dot winner equals undefined. Hi. Because mine was an early return. There we go. 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 2, 2. Oh no. Okay, and I have to actually play tic-tac-toe. So I'm at 0, 2. Yay, X1. Play again. No thank you. Got it. Much more event loop oriented. but I like it this way. Now, okay, is there any more I need to do here? Render. It technically renders also getting the response, but what are we gonna do? My X and Y are backwards, right? Well, they're not labeled, so hey. I could label them. I will label them. Where's my labels? Label. Label X. Well, actually, I just use row and column. People understand that. People don't understand where X and Y belongs. So row and column. Rows. Columns. I'm just staring at it being like, which one goes where? I mean, I know these are the columns. Well, hello, old drawing. These are the columns. But column used to be X. So everywhere I say X, I now say column. See? And then I push rows. Not push. Row. A lovely row column. That one looks happy. Enter row underscore. Oh, come on, I can type row. It's not that hard. Row underscore, row comma column. There we go. So here we go. No, what have I done? Row.join is not a method because I pushed an empty, or just pushed a YOLO string, and they ain't expecting strings. I mean, I guess this is acceptable. R and C at this point. Cancel, happiness. C and R. Yeah, I'll get better at ASCII in a moment. But if it is 0, 2, well, comma 2, row, column. Yeah, that is right, row, column. Okay, this is good. We'll be taking our break after I add this. Refactory alert. Git push. Enjoy that if you dare. And with that, we will be taking our break. When we come back, we will be implementing, well, we'll be doing a Code Wars, of course, to finish out that string ladder, I think. And then we will be doing, well, I'm going to be honest, I'm going to want to polish up this ASCII representation, but I don't think I'm going to be able to. But I'm going to want to, so I'm going to try. And then I will give in and jump straight into the speech recognition API, and it might be our last session, our last Pomodoro session, next one. If not the next one, then the one after next one. I do not have neither the time nor the energy to. Yeah, I know, Pink Star, but I know I want to make this ASCII better. I want to give it at least one try, so that's why next or the next after is going to be the last. No multiplayer snake this time. Maybe tomorrow, but not this time. But with that, it do be break. So the break screen is over here. I found it. Don't worry, folks. And there we go. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax. Catch you on the other end. Oh, and I completely missed you. Your follow, Dan Bull. If you're still here, thanks for the follow. If you're not, thanks for the follow still. Oh yeah, I think I might be wrong, but I think you stream actually. Could have swore I saw a few of them. Tell me, bot, does DN Bull stream? Ooh, maybe they don't stream. The bot should have been able to figure it out. Or you don't have any VODs. I don't know. Because it uses like half an API to like figure out, kind of guesstimate. Okay, I must have had you mixed up for someone else. The bot knows all, yeah. Because what it does is it goes to Twitch Tracker, which has a more, it kind of just tracks everyone. and it sees if you've had any previous streams, and then it's like yoinks, grabs the previous one. Oh, it does show the 6th of May. I mean, you do though. Is that a secret? Yeah, because the Twitch API, if you don't record a VOD, it doesn't always thing. So I think my bot was just like, I tried. Let me look. Yes, cannot read properties of undefined, says the bot. So yeah, it gave it a real good shot. And it was like, all I can get for you is a link. I don't know what it was. Yeah, at least you'll be, when I go around to fix that error, I know which user account to test on. Cannot read title of undefined. I mean, hey, you're still part of the family, you know? That's okay. That's how it goes, right? It's all good. No, no, we don't. Okay, yeah, a little bit more time. Let's jump in that timer. Add 1 more minute. Interact. All right, click. Add 60 seconds. I can barely read this. I will just check it to 200 seconds, however much that do be. There we go. Yeah, I completely see that, DM Bull. And I see that it's kind of like, it's what I've seen most people, like, kind of take the approach on it. Because as fun as it is quite the, time investment. And then when you have your job, obviously they're literally paying for your time. It's kind of like, fun versus roof over my head, food on my table. You know. I mean, I'll still like I plan to still be able to like stream a little bit. That's why I'm taking it off slow. But at the end of the day, I will help by donating. I'll just be the indifferent goats. You know. I mean, yeah, I do like have eventually planned some co-working streams and stuff. Yeah, I can imagine like once you get to the point where it's like, do I really want to do my job when I'm like off time? And for sure, I think Bashy Bunny they do co-working streams. We've read them a few times, maybe just once. I don't know, but they do their co-working streams where you don't see their code at all because you can't for their job. But that's probably eventually what I'll get around to doing. Yeah, study time too. I never really get watch their streams, but it's essentially the same concept, just thematically different. But yeah, that would be the end goal plan. Okay. Yeah, it is. Less interaction, more like, oof, yeah. I've seen a code base like that before, the end bowl, like in person, but I've been like, phew. I mean, I've seen it as in like I've worked on it with a one of my students who was working on it, so it's like hundreds of files, and it was in the middle of a refactor, so half the files were like, oh, you have to modify the new version, but the old version's not completely converted yet, so it's like, oh my lord, that was. I know that's the kind of the worst case scenario on a big project, but yeah, I'm trying to be organized here, folks. It was a TypeScript conversion, which is supposed to be simple, but it was also refactoring from they had two separate layouts, mobile and desktop, and they were making it a single layout with like shared code. So they were like, let's just redo everything. It's like, okay, that's going to be a lot of technical debt to get through, and it took, I mean, technically I'm still am, but that client, it was 2 months. Yeah, it was insane. It was like 2 months of our tutoring was just kind of like they were like, "Hey, I got this ticket. I don't know what to do. And it's like, yeah, there are like 50 files. How am I supposed to know what to do? We eventually stumbled through it during the session, but it was like tedious. And fortunately, like the machine was good enough. I mean, it was their machine. I was just live sharing in, but it was good enough where there was no lagging issues. But yeah, it was not an experience I envy at all. Man, that was a really great break, wasn't it? Let's jump right back into. Let me find the Code Wars. Yeah, maybe tedious wasn't the right word for it because I do know what you mean by like liking tedious things, and I like tedious things too. But maybe it's like so this tedious versus there's repetitive. So like repetitive stuff, like I'm cool with that. As mind numbing as it is, I'm cool with it. But if it's tediously non-repetitive and it's just like you're running into one thing after another and like you're making 1% progress for every 10 minutes you spend on a problem, that's the kind of tedious that I'm not cool with. But repetitive tedious, like you just gotta do the same process like 50 times or something. That's like, sure, I'll turn my brain half off and just get through it. Let's see. Mm. That sounds interesting, Diamble. I didn't. Maybe, yeah, I haven't been around Next that often, but I didn't realize there was a Next without a Vercel. Like, I kind of thought they were joined up together a bit, or at least they were incubated as one, but yeah, I can't imagine that. Oh, yeah, I remember Zeit. Oh, yeah, they had Zeit now, and they had all their terminal. Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense there. Mm-hmm. Yep, I remember I joined in when they were using Now and stuff. I thought they just renamed, but I didn't realize a whole new thing conglomerated them. I might still have it installed somewhere, actually. No, I don't have it installed somewhere. Okay, I lied. Yeah, Code Wars, NATO phonetic alphabet. Here it do be. Yeah, my captions looking. How to make sure everything's still running. So complete the function that returns a string that spells the word using the NATO phonetic alphabet. Space between each word, and the first letter should be capitalized. Well, they're all capitalized. Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute. You did that already. Return. So yeah, prep again. Let's do the code. No, let's prep. So P. We're returning a string of just characters. We're returning. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think the whole point is phonetic alphabet, that it's supposed to be like unmistakable. So if you had Mike and Nike as in Nike, it wouldn't be good. So I think that they kind of got to compare them all against each other to make sure there are no sound alikes. But yeah, some of them, like let's look at George. What do they use for G? Golf. George Charlie, George November, George Juliet. Okay, I would say that's a close enough conflict for George and Jule. Maybe not. I mean, yeah, George don't seem that bad. I mean, you already got Juliet. That's like a name for someone, seems like. So yeah, George could have made it. I mean, I'm sure there are other phonetic alphabets not NATO. Tell me, Wikipedia. Wikipedia told me nothing. Juliet Lewis. Juliet Juliet Lewis? Oh, that is a person, I guess. Hmm. Guess as good as mine. Oh yeah, the The Marvel thing, right? That's the Marvel thing? That's not Marvel. No. I was thinking of the Ant-Man and the Wasp thing. That seems cool, though. Oh, 100%. Wow, fancy. I have not watched many movies recently. You can tell. Prep. Returning. What are we returning? Oh, yeah, I think I literally saw a trailer about that. Yeah. I'll have to check it out sometime. With that 100% and a prank star recommendation, what am I waiting for, right? We're no longer, this ain't Code Wars, this is a watch along stream now. Okay, so what are we returning here? We are returning the blah blah blah. Yeah, this is the Netflix era, 1 day seasons, right? We're not doing prep. I'm too bored for prep. Word that map car. What are we doing? We're saying letters car word to uppercase case car, then dot join with spaces. There we go. We have no test written. I love it. And there we go. So NATO should be a function. So I don't like the way they wrote this, first of all. This is very ES5. I mean, it's cool, but we don't need an instantly invoked function expression. We can just use a giant constant called letters. And okay, I do like this formatting, though. This is cool formatting. And we can say function NATO equals this little thing right there. Formatting lines. Let's reuse our capitals constant letters. And we don't have any tests, so we have to run the big one. And there we go. So explanation is we convert the string to uppercase, then we convert our string to an array of characters, and since we are always given alphabetical characters, we can map each character to the value in the object that is mapping capital characters to their phonetic counterparts, and then that converts it to an array of the phonetic words, which we can join together with a space, returning the solution. And there it does be. Looks like everyone kind of just left it as is. Uppercase split map, so they use split instead of spread. Older code written. Oh, they nice and explained it. That's cool. So we did some reducing on an empty array. Wait, how does that? Oh, we called reduce on the empty array, setting this to. Huh. That is something you can do, apparently. So they called it on word uppercase, which is not an array. But I guess reduce is generic enough that it will iterate over whatever this is. So as long as this has a length and this can be indexed, reduce works on it. Interesting. So reduce works on any. Reduce, no. Does it work on no? It doesn't even need a length. Reduce works on literally any iterable. So imagine if you call it with an iterable, it'd just be like, sure thing. Huh, that's interesting. Yeah, I know you can use map on this. Okay, so I guess this is the. I mean, this is interesting syntax. I've never seen this on any other Code Wars problems where they're doing this, but I will definitely drop that in my Anki. But yeah, that was a good one. We're going to go to Unicode block characters. I'm going to make our ASCII pretty. And if we can't do it in like 5 minutes, we're doing other work. Of course, I gotta stop my timer. 1500 seconds. I'm not able to recognize them. So, yep, that was a good attempt. Time for the speech synthesizer, folks. So let's see. Speech. MDM speech record. That's a very good word. Speech recognition API. Let's figure this thing out together. Full warning. This is probably the least prepared subject I have worked on, because while I did the synthesis, did not use the recognition part. Ah, great. Okay, it's a lot of syntax here. Do we have a guide? Web speech API. It looks like a guide. Usage. Recognition. Hopefully OBS don't conflict with that. For the JSpeech grammar format. What is this? Oh, it's a specification. I don't want that. Ah, using the web speech API. Thank you. There's a demo here. Let's look at the demo. Can I see some code? I can see some code. Okay, so first we're just gonna kind of shove this in. Speech HTML. Oh, I should just no, don't stop being alerty. I don't want to do alerts anymore, folks. Brains. What we want to do is we'll copy index into speech. Yeah, we'll just kind of just clear all this out. Base index. We'll just do base speech. Where we're doing speech.js. Files don't exist. I know. Okay, let's figure out their code and let's use it. So, okay, there's a lot for here. On click recognition, start recognition on result. Let's just take all this. This is all looking like important stuff. Okay, let's see what we got here. So we have, okay, a lot of law. Whoa, it's a lot of things in here. Grammar, colors, join. So I guess we'll continue to use this. WebKit. Okay, we're not. This is the year 2022. I don't need those fallbacks. Diagnostics. We're not doing that. Background. Do that. Okay, we'll keep the on click. The recognition start. Yeah, I'll just figure this out on my. Okay, I need those comments. Console log confidence. Let's not do the background. Actually, let's keep the background. That's fine. On speech end. On no match. Yeah, these will be consoles. Console log. Well, these are console errors. Specifically. Ah, the MDN don't know how to spell. Imagine that. That's good. Colors for each. I don't care. Tap, click, and say a color. Don't care. Hints. Are we using hints? Apparently not. Why don't you tell me VS Code? Using BG. Yeah, that's the HTML. Using diagnostic. Apparently we are. Not anymore. We're console logging you. It's gonna be fun checking out all this stuff. Okay, speech. To open this in Chrome. Speech HTML. This is the place. Speech recognition is not defined on line 4. Okay, so I deleted all that stuff, thinking like, I don't need it. Maybe I do need it. Interesting. Is it a window? Is it under WebKit? This is I'm working with experimental stuff. I feel so dirty. That's okay. We're on the bleeding edge here, Prankstar. I don't even know if this exists in Firefox. We're about to find out. I want to go look at it. Because if this is WebKit, then this ain't Geico or Gecko Engine. Right. Oh no, it does exist. No, it doesn't. Man, I didn't realize how bleeding edge this was, but I said I'd do it, so we are doing this. Yeah, I guess I'll just have to do an alert. If not speech recognition, alert your, quote, your browser does not support or speech recognition. Maybe I can find an API to shove in this thing, but that is out of today's scope. There. So now if we go over to Firefox, we're going to be greeted for a really sad message. Or we're not. So yeah, because we're not using window dot, it's all like, what incarnation is that? Yeah, we need to use window dot. There you go. Your browser does not support speech recognition. Sorry, all my Firefox fellows. I'll eventually put this in an iffy, but that's not for now. So yeah, I did the thing. Oh, it wants my microphone, folks. Red. Ain't that neat? It turned it red. Okay, this is where things start getting crazy, because I don't want all 500 colors. So this is where things are gonna. I want top left. And where's it in the console? Result received red. Okay. Top left. Good. Okay, and this is where things start breaking, because I'm going to use multiple words at once. Top right. Top middle. And we're going to see if you can handle me saying the same word top and then figure out the other word. Because I don't know if this thing only works on single words or if it can handle phrases. This ain't so big of a phrase, but we're about to find out. Top left. Cop Quest. Huh. Top middle. Top left. Top right. Okay, this seems to be functional. I don't know why I got Cop Quest in there. Top left. Okay, so I guess that was just a weird thing. Yeah, I mean, it seems good. I don't know. I'm really I gotta look at the specification to see where I get other words. I'm gonna be real weird. I'm gonna say, I'm not gonna give it a grammar. Can it just figure out itself? Green. Oh, so you don't need to give this thing grammar. Okay, so I guess this is just a confidence thing in which it's going to specifically target these things. Okay, this is good. Yeah, I honestly thought I didn't read, like I said, Prankster, I didn't read the API that well, or like at all. It was like the least pre-discovery I did. So I'm guessing this is just giving it things that it should look for, like hot words, like when you say, okay, Google, it's always listening for these things. But yeah, this is great. Well, I'm still going to give it the words, so let's make our beautiful grid. Let's pick some names. So we have top left, top right, top middle, bottom left, bottom right, bottom middle, left, left, right, right. Oh no, middle left, middle right, and then middle middle. Bottom left, bottom right, bottom. I'm goldfish. I'm counting. Hold on. Hey Lee. Yeah, I'm trying to work this speech recognition API. It only works in Chrome, but it's gonna be interesting. Right now I'm just figuring out how to get to say things. So middle left, middle, middle. Hopefully that's cool with 2 words. Middle right, because this is how we're playing tic-tac-toe. Like, no, people in 3030, we don't click, we just say words and it does tic-tac-toe for us, right? Bottom left, bottom right, bottom middle. Yeah, I'm ordering these wrong, and I need these ordered correctly because these are also my indexes. So yeah, this needs to go here. There's this continuous thing that says false. What if I change it to true? Top left. Top right. Middle middle. Middle middle. Bottom right. Okay, maybe I shouldn't do that. That continuous thing is not cool. Yeah, this would be interesting to do. I think I changed one boolean and I was like, it should work. But yeah, Prankster, I can see, like, I mean, it's Chrome only, but Firefox, as much as I love Firefox, Chrome's everywhere, so yeah, doing connect four would be interesting. You could just, I mean, yeah, you'd only have to say which column number, right? So column 0 or first column or something like that. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Middle. Okay, I think I'm good with this. Yeah, because I mean, connect four, you only get what, like so many inputs. You can even label the inputs too, so you can like put like A or B if you want better voice recognition or different alternatives instead of numbers. So you can like column E. I don't know, whichever phonetically sounds better, I guess, or maybe you could try it and see which the API picks up better. So yeah, I have all this code here. I'm just gonna kind of use it like this. Okay, again, as per usual. Oh hey, Crispy Nugget, thanks for the follow. Thanks for coming on by, checking out this this exploratory adventure into the speech recognition API. But yeah, I kind of just want to throw this together. I don't want to make OOP Tic-Tac-Toe anymore. I want to make voice Tic-Tac-Toe. Yeah, I mean, Tic-Tac-Toe maybe is not the best input from it, or because there are two dimensionals of input, or I mean, I could just label them like, and just label them like A, B, C, D. Like I could make it easy on myself, or something like that. But yeah, I mean, depending on inputs, it's not too difficult to like it really depends on your input stream. And like the reason I hadn't done this before is because we all did the synthesis, but I, never really thought of anything for the recognition. Yeah. Well, imagine if you could like, I mean, technically this already exists on like any input on Chrome. Yeah. Hmm. So imagine, I don't really have a good thing of Sudoku, but if you had it would take a long time to input, but Sudoku is like a big board, very big board. Look at all these grids and cells perfectly lined up. So it would be the labeling. Oh my goodness, but Sudoku's like a big boy, very big boy. It just recognized my entire sentence. Whoops. But yeah, you could do a thing where it's like you're at this position and you're like up, left, right, up. So that'd be like very tedious, but you would get the accuracy. But yeah, I'm not sure how you like the more your input scales, the more your voice becomes limited, I guess. I don't know. We gotta really think things differently because it's one thing about thinking like, oh, a mouse versus mobile, but it's completely different input. So I just want to get Tic-Tac-Toe working at this point. Let's just shove it in there and get it working. I'm no longer interested in OP Tic-Tac-Toe. Let's just say const game equals new tic-tac touch list. What? No. Yeah, it's listening to me. I mean, technically, so this is kind of it hasn't gotten there like technology wise because Chrome does have the technology in its browsers, which is why this is a Chrome only feature in which it can caption text and as the synthesis. It's called the SPODY API, Speech Processor on Device, and I've tried to hack it out. It's very difficult to do, but it's how you can go to any video and just turn captions on Chrome, and Chrome does the captioning. So that's why it's a Chrome only feature at the moment. So that's why it's Chrome only, but eventually, hopefully, Firefox will match it or something. The reason it's only Chrome is because Chrome's very closed source about it. So I have a game here, and I want to say game. So it's going to be while game winner equals undefined. Alert. Document.body enter HTML equals player plus game.current player. We're in the worst of worst code. I just want to get this thing working. What's the on-click thing? On-click recognition start. Okay. recognition start. I'll need to wait until I get a on result. Oh, this is awkward. I have to promisify it. Okay, that's okay. Const get speech result equals thingamabob. Gotta return new promise. Resolve. Reject. Where's my util promisify when I need it, folks? So yeah, we call it recognition start. Then we say on result, we're gonna we are overriding the function. It's fine. Who cares about memory leaks? Not us. Events results transcript result received thing. So that's the thing it gets. We will just resolve to the color. YOLO. We don't care. We can keep that there. We love. We're not doing colors anymore. Confidence. Yeah, I gotta check out what this is too. I might have a good stuff in it. But we have on speech end, on no match, and on error all need to exist in here. Recognition stop, return. I don't know what this does, but we have on no match, return, reject, and this is my error. It is a string. It's okay. And here we'll also be rejecting error occurred in recognition. Hope I never get that. YOLO. Okay. Was this an on click? What in tarnation? Oh, I didn't add any of that to the thing. I don't know what I was adding it to. But there, we have recognition start, on result resolve, on other stuff fail. We gotta promisify this thing. So we're gonna use an instantly invoked function expression. We're gonna make it asynchronous. That's where we shove our game. Any errors we'll catch and just console error because we don't care. And here we go. Const word equals, oh wait, this is our magic function. Get speech result. Here we go. Now this is where the thing starts happening. So we write the current player. We also need to write the board. Ugh. So I'm just gonna go steal. I won't mind. This is what we're stealing. We're stealing this to string. How much can we steal of it? Yeah, so we have the current player. We have the side, which is not this. It is now game. Oh, we have this nice string. Cost output equals this lovely string. Instead of enter HTML to that, we're just going to enter HTML to the output. That looks right. Right? Yeah, it looks right to me. Might need to do BRs instead of new lines. I can handle that. No one tell Leon. We're using the weird break thingamabob. Line break, whatever that's called. Okay, Chrome just ran. What did you do, Chrome? Failed to execute start on speech recognition. Recognition had already started. The weird Drake thingamabob. Oh, okay, so yeah, that's cool. Get speech result. Oh, so I want it to stop after there, after I resolve. I guess that stop doesn't happen automatically. Doesn't happen automatically. Right. Okay, I need a console log telling me when this thing's listening. Over here would be a good spot. While, yeah, ready to receive log word. Surprised I haven't hit an infinite loop, but okay, gotta be quiet. Top left. Failed to execute start. Recognition already started. So I'm calling start. Do I only call start once? Because I'm calling stop. So we're not cool. What if I stop before I resolve? Top left. Okay, fine. I won't call start again. Weirdo. Don't make sense. Top left. Top right. Top right. Well. Okay, API. Tell me stuff. Recognition. I'm literally getting everything I already have. Start. What events do you have? Tell me. Oh, VS Code probably can't even figure this out, huh? No, it can't. Failed to execute start. That's a good looking error there, Chrome. It'd be a shame if someone Googled it. Oh yeah, look at all this code you written. For speech facing a similar toggles working blah try catch. Huh. Sure, I'll do what they did. Where's my start? There's my start. Try here. Catch E here. Console under log E. And I didn't call it E, I called it underscore because I'm a baddie. Top left. Top right. Top right. Okay, maybe I have to do the continuous to true. Top left. Top right. Top right. Interesting. Maybe if I don't set that there, and I instead do that there, because the consoles are still happening. So I'll still see top left, top right, top right. So it was working before when I clicked and it continued to click. Huh. Okay, let's do the unthinkable. Let's read the documentation. I know it's exhilarating, folks. Final results. What am I doing? How do you have it set? Term results, fine. Max alternatives, sure. Achieved by calling speech recognition start. I am doing that. For each control, that's fine. On result. Second line is complex, step by step. Results. While using speech end. Okay, so maybe I just recognition on result on speech end. Oh, on speech end never rejects. Or let's just check it out. Because I need to understand the architecture of whatever's going on here. Because obviously, unfortunately, cowboying around ain't gonna solve this particular issue. Is it stop a promise? That would do it. Console log the stoppage. Log the stoppage. It's a promise that would explain. It's undefined. Ooh, speech end. So I got the speech end there. So on speech end, recognition stop. What if we don't stop? What if we keep going? And going. Go! So let's continue this back down to false. Results false. Recognition start. Put that back in there. Go. Let's go time traveling. Because it was working at one point. Then I broke it. Save it. Top left. Top right. Top right. Okay, so this behavior works. This is what I want it to do. Copy and fast forward. I know the timer's up. I'm gonna keep going until I get this working a little bit. So when do we call start? Every click we say start. So we call start every time. It is on user interaction though. I can do user interaction. Maybe that's what we need to do. Click equals do the thingy. Console. Well, let's just get speech result. Then console log catch console error. Because there are rules about things running before users interact. And maybe the API hasn't fleshed out those warnings. Go. Green. Blue. Yellow. Yep. Okay, so I think... So I'm going to try to replicate this logic in my old. So I'm not putting this in a while loop. So I'm just... break. Okay, we're exiting the loop after this. Yellow. Green. Okay, so that didn't go that way. Ooh, I think I'm seeing it. Speech end needs to resolve the color. Resolve result. Here we go. Let result equals empty string. When we get here, you don't resolve. You say result equals color. A good old race condition. It's when it ends that I need it to end. So I save the result. I say stop. Yellow. Green. I turn off the while loop. Why ain't it running? You told it to stop running. To get speech result did return about nothing on me. That's okay. We'll have a nice looky at that little variable. Start already started. It's a race condition here. Ready to receive. I got the result. I got the word. Ready to receive. Huh. You know, maybe I'm just fine without it. I don't need to understand this API. I can just use it. Alright, so we're just going to make it in which you got to do a clicky click. That's fine. So const word equals await. Oh, async. It's an asynchronous function that we will await to get the word. And then if essentially we need to get the word in the colors, index equals colors index of word if index equals -1. Let's start shoving some of this logic into here. Yoink. Yoink. Turn. I mean, this is honestly fine here. We're generating the output. Const gen output equals blah blah blah. We gotta declare the game somewhere. Some lovely global you have. And then yeah, we'll just MSG empty string plus BR close tag BR close tag plus MSG. Lovely. Get speech result. Yeah, we put that as gen output. Our HTML equals gen output bad word plus word, or just say invalid word. Okay, and this is where we start doing things. We say game.place or place index Then we generate the output again. If game winner equals undefined, we return just this fine. Otherwise, we generate the output with the winner. So game.winner equal, well, if it's positive, then game.winner plus 1. Otherwise, draw. Okay, let's this pile of spaghetti sticks undefined. I love that. I never returned the output. Yellow. Top left. Top middle. Middle. Top right. Bottom right. I played tic-tac-toe with my words and a clicky mouse. There we go. Now it needs to look good. I gotta figure out this weird event loop thing going on. But hey, it's playable. And with that, I will probably call that a break, because I still have no idea how this whole speech synthesis API even works. Like, I thought, I don't know what I thought. It's whatever it is, I'm running it too quickly. It'd be nice if I could just listen to all the words, not have to start and stop it. I tried setting continuous to true. That's the old code, don't need that. I'm gonna look at the docs one last time before I take my break. Unrecognized speech, so we got there. We're not synthesizing yet. Speech end event. Okay, where's the speech recognition events? Here they all are. Audio start, audio end error. Oh man. Hey, Pinkstar, yeah, I mean, it's technically working. I just have to figure out. I know it's a lot to ask to, like, I want to be, like, always listening or something like that, but be cooler if it was. Because, let me just try to get it to always listen without the gamification, because I got the gamification working. Yeah, we're just going to return resolve. Return resolve happiness. Ignore life. Just run. Okay, so we recognition start on resolve. We get, yeah, we just see results, right? And we don't end anymore. A, B, C, D, E, F. A, B, C. Okay, I can literally see the thing stopped listening. On speech end. Can I just say, stop stopping, start again, go again? A, B, C. Ooh. D, Okay, there's gotta be a thing I can look at on here. On audio end. So one of these ends is not like the other. So on end, obviously. Okay, so I just gotta figure out which one's which. So let's start adding them. Well, it's just YOLO it, right? Recognition dot on end on speech end equals count a little arrowy. I have to do this for every end there is. I literally have to dude, figure out the order of all these freaking event listeners. Which isn't bad, I don't know, figured. Is it not in the docs? It would be in the docs. User agent has started to capture. User agent has finished capturing. Speech recognition disconnected. Any sound has been detected. Any sound. So we got sound and audio. What's the difference? Start. End. Your guess is as good as mine, but I'm going to add them all. So speech end and audio end. Work. ABC. Okay, so speech goes first, audio second. Result is third. On no match, on error. I mean, let's get the, while we're here, let's get the starts here. Take all our ends, start, not all our ends. And speech end, already have speech end here, that's cool. On result, on match, I don't have normal end. Yeah, I don't have normal end. Don't need audio.
Oh, you didn't need it?
Sorry, I had to step away. Start. ABC. So end is the last. So end is the one I should end on. Let's go for it. Let's make it continuous first. So continuous. ABC. DEF. DEF. Top right. So I guess the results aren't cleared. Okay, so I think this is what I can promisify now. I figured it out, yeah. So if I don't resolve there, so I do the start, and then I say on end. Resolve salt. Up here I say result equals color. Let result equals empty string. This is the behavior I'm looking for. Let's get rid of this old stuff. Get C. So right now I'm still on the click event listener, which is fine. Top right. Top right. Top right. Bottom left. I guess top, I guess maybe I'm not saying the word top right correctly. I don't know what it is. That's okay though. It's still working apparently. Okay, let's figure this part out then. So we have that working. I want to shove it in my while loop. I want it to be a seamless experience. There should be no clicking of the mouse in order to get this experience working. Top right. Bottom left. Bottom, oh, because I'm not doing the thing. Do thing. Async function. Sync function do thing. All of my names, folks. So if the game is runner, if we haven't won yet, do thing. Otherwise, yeah, we're gonna need to do this, clear this. Yeah, we gotta get the infinite loop going. I'm doing it recursively, but who cares? Return do thing. Don't return an object. Return. Oh, that's not where the return statement goes. The goldfish are swimming around in there trying to figure it out. Oh no. Top left. Top right. Bottom right. Middle middle. Middle left. Bottom right. Middle left. Bottom left. Hey, it's working. Okay. With that, I am satisfied enough to take a I don't want to take a break. I don't want to. Okay, I'm gonna look at this event. I'm curious about what's in here. Top left. Top left. Interesting. Oh, max alternatives 5. Top right. Oh, it gives you all. Okay, that's neat. Wazza. Okay, this is pretty funny. Yeah, so I guess I only want one. Do I want interim results? What's that mean? Top left. Top right. Oh, I'm seeing it's kind of feeding you everything it figures out as it figures it out, kind of live. So every single word. Okay, yeah, this is kind of like the actual, how the actual captions work for Chrome. It will figure out what words are, and then it will go back and correct the words to what it thinks they were already. Not usable for my case. So I say false. Okay, this is functional. I want to... So I'm going to go with index.html. This has the best layout for me. Yeah, I'm literally replicating. I mean, I could add it too, but I want to make... It's not very OOP if I just shove it all in one thing. Let's see. So yeah, we look there. Stop replacing my inner HTML, unfortunately. Yeah, if we make do things, stop doing stuff. There we go. I need my CSS here too. There we go. So top, left, right, bottom. I want text on. Top left, top middle, top right. I want these words in the boxes. Let's just bring out the HTML. Yeah, obviously there's little things. We put spans in buttons. I don't know. What's HTML say about it? It looks alright. Let's just update some styling, which I will copy and make a new one. CSS, drop it, paste it, rename it to speech. And where's my board button font size? Not do that. Now, can we say board button span? Oh yeah, I don't want width or height. I want absolute top 0. Hey, New Horizons. Yeah, you're not too late. Don't worry about it. I've been going on a bit now. Thanks for the follow, by the way. We're kind of wrapping up, but we were wrapping up until I was like, man, this is so fun, this part. So I have a speech recognition. So if you read the tweet, you can see we were doing OOP, tic-tac-toe. So far we have this one, which is clicking tic-tac-toe. As expected, it works. Then we also have alert tic-tac-toe, which you have to give index to, so 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0. Very it works row column, so 2, 0. So that's another version of tic-tac-toe. And then we're currently working on speech tic-tac-toe, which uses the web speech recognition API. And the OOP part about that is that there is one tic-tac-toe class which contains the logic for like the game and like calculating the player and stores the board. And then there's another class in index, which contains the DOMTicTacToe, extending the original tic-tac-toe object, doing stuff, and then overriding some methods where necessary. And then we have alert tic-tac-toe, which is, I called it prompt tic-tac-toe for some reason. I don't know why. We will call it, we'll fix that name, which, much like the DOM tic-tac-toe, extends the original tic-tac-toe object, adds its own methods like toString, adds calls the super stuff, and adds its own method for play, but uses the existing render, calling super on that. And finally, we are getting onto speech, which we haven't gotten to the object-oriented yet, because this one's just so freaking exciting, because it's more accurate than I expected it to be. But hey, good news is that it's all recorded as a VOD, so you can always go back and catch what parts you missed. See, I'm doing this thing where I'm putting text in the top left for top left. I want to do that for all of them, kinda. I don't know how I want to do this, but I know I want to do this. You know how I'm going to do it? Inline styles, kinda. Board button P, font size. I'm gonna look at my index. CSS, 10 rem. Don't break it. Copy it. And then inside there will be the P, somewhere around here. Not that one. Yeah, this one, which will be whose marker is there. Well, it's not doing what I want, because the span is no longer positioned absolutely. Top. So yeah, I'm doing inline styles. Very bad, I know. Top 0, left 0. Where'd my paragraph go? Maybe I shouldn't use a paragraph tag, huh? I'll use a div. Oh, the div is much better. Oh, maybe it was the styling that was. No, okay, this is exactly what I want. I have exactly what I want now. So it turns out I'm using a lot. Oh, we're about to do something crazy, folks. We are taking DOMTicTacToe. We're extending it. This is gonna be so OOP. But first we gotta get it working. So yeah, we're gonna do all this HTML. Logic here. Top left. I have to do this 9 times. Okay, so your top left, your top middle, top right, middle left, and middle. These are very amazing names, I know. Middle, no, it's middle right. It is left, bottom left, bottom left, bottom middle, and bottom right. And now I have to do all the CSS because I'm hard coding them. So let's see. Top left, top middle, which is not setting left at all. Then top right, which is setting right to 0. Middle left, which is not setting top, setting left. Middle. Well, that's gonna be a little awkward. Because it's just gonna be top. Middle right, just setting only right. Bottom left, just changing these two to bottom. Bottom middle, don't set left. It's acceptable. Well, what middle's doing? Oh, left. Was it minus 50%? I gave it a shot. Middle's gonna be weird. Good enough to me. Yeah, I'll fix it later. Bottom middle. I'm not liking this. Okay, how do we do it? left 0, right 0. That's how we do it. Left 0, right 0. Where's my semicolon? There it is. So all the middles get that behavior. Enjoy. Oh, lovely. And middle's just an offset top. That's cool. You know, they'd look better on the bottom. Yeah, it looks so much. Oh, it looks weird now. Okay, it's back to the top it goes. Now for the behavior. So the div. So div. I'll figure this out in a moment, but it's okay. Because if we take, okay, I'm literally just going to copy DOMTicTacToe instead of extending it, because that's work I'm not doing right now. Okay, so we have my speech recognition here, here, here. Our game here. So if I drop this in here, then we don't do, so we have all our buttons, current player, footer button. Yeah, well, all those things are good. Where do we change? Here. Okay, speech result, index. Basically these lines here. Good. Okay, I think, well, I'm not going to delete that just yet. I was like, I'm good. It's like, I don't know how good I am. So let's scroll on up. Who are we scrolling up to today? Sorry, brain's slowing. So we need to get the word, get the index, check the thing, render it again. The end of our render method. This is where this goes. We are making render asynchronous. That kind of violates OOP. That's okay. We will just use promises. Promises never hurt no one. They hurt a lot of people. Okay, auto format. If it fails, return this dot render, which we can because we use an arrow function. We're not inner HTMLing that. We are saying a new message. This dot message equals this lovely message right here. Invalid word space. Lovely. Control Shift I. DOMTicTacToe. It's not running. Do I have to click? I probably have to trigger a render. Oh, so let me update rendering logic. Yeah, because this is a great thing here. I'm not using text content. I'm saying, well, I'm not on the button, so it's going to be query selector div dot text content. We got to call render once, I think. This dot render top middle. Well, it tried really hard, okay? It just didn't get there in the end. Both need to render. Yeah, we need to render no matter what happens. How do we do that? We just say render. Oh, technically we need to render. Okay, this is an else. Control Shift I, please auto format, loving it. And now we render. Whoa, no you. Top middle. Huh. But still recognizing. Invalid word. What's it recognizing? I don't know, Google. You tell me. It's really confident. I mean, it's really accurate. I'll admit that. Okay, so let's get speech result, then word. Oh, game dot place. Game don't exist. It's this dot place. Now, why does game exist? Oh, watch. If I type game and I see an element, I see tic-tac-toe. Oh, I did that apparently. Okay, that was me. Not JavaScript. I was about to be like, JavaScript. Top middle. Top middle. Not this again. We fixed this. Top right. Middle. Bottom left. Middle left. Bottom right. Top left. Middle right. We're playing tic-tac-toe, folks. Hey. Oh, this is good. Okay, so what do we want to do for this? Well, we want to stop listening when we're done, right? So, where's the winner logic? If winner is not equal undefined, else keep trying. Right? Yeah, that's kind of what we want. Okay, let's see if we can be object-oriented and extend. Let's try to figure this out, right? Look at it just going off like, I got stuff going on. It's like, no, you don't. Yep, so I don't care about all the other ones. I care about the one that I found. There we go. Result equals there. Once you're done, you can save and exit. Looks like start's done being angry, though. I don't know. I'm thinking I'm just going to try catch it like that one folk did. Arrow function. Pew pew. Yep, another arrow function. I don't recognize that word. Another error. Oh, we got an event this time. There we go. Why is it angry? Curlies. Okay, so on every error in the book, we're catching them. Then on the thing, we are storing it in result for the rest of it to be used at a later date. What? Oh yeah, console logs are all on the wrong lines. Now, this is good. Can we extend this though? So I'm using DOMTicTacToe. Let's make sure the game top right. Top right. So line 32. If I just ignore the error. We're literally ignoring it. No one tell Leon. Top middle. Top middle. Middle middle. Bottom middle. Bottom middle. Bottom right. A6. 1 1. 1 2. Row 1, column 2. I'm trying to see which is the best speaking habit for this, but I don't know. I think I'll just go with what I have for now. Middle right. Middle right. Top right. Top left. Middle left. Center. Center's a better word. Center is a much better word. Because I'm speaking it out loud, I'm realizing. Top right. Top right. Center, center. Center right. Oh, it's putting hyphens and capitalizations. How dare it? Yeah, I want to get my word, but I don't want it to be good word. Dot to lowercase. Dot replace all your hyphens and underscores. I didn't ask for that. Place them with, well, not the I's. Place the hyphens with spaces. Well, and underscores if you're gonna throw any of those in. There we go. Center. Yeah, I realized it after it's trying to say middle. It's like middle, center. Center, center. Center right. I have to see what the word transforms into. center right. I'm replacing them. Oh, I'm not using the center right. Okay, this is good. Now let's clean this up a little bit. I did clean it up. I'm really good at cleaning it up, apparently. Let's get rid of this thing. Yeah, let's kind of get this stuff. So grammar colors. I don't understand what this means. Positions. Can I just rename this stuff? Will you be cool? JSGF. Top center. Top right. Center right. Bottom center. Okay, it seems good to me. Let's start cleaning this up now. So get all these vars, because this is year 2020. And let's get this into a... I think this is good as its own little function of magic. Do we need to make this not DOMTicTacToe, but switcharoo? And this is going to be crazy. It's going to extend DOMTicTacToe, which means we'll need to import DOMTicTacToe, which we are doing with amazing just JavaScript. This is how we do imports. Just drop it in there. Yep, so speech extends DOM. So we got a super. We got to pass all of our lovely parents. We don't need to set those because yay. We don't need to set message because yay. We don't need to do that because yay. And it's already calling render, so good. Don't need to do that. Don't need to do that. Now this is where things get a little different. The way it renders is it sets the text content of the button to this thing. That's not how we want to do it anymore. We want to do it a little differently. How we want to do it different? I know how we want to do it differently. But how do we tell it to stop doing it? I mean, we just remove super render, right? Yeah, we are overriding, but not extending. I guess that's okay. We have this wet code here from doing this. So what the solution would be further abstracting the button rendering. So there'd be a render button for each thing, and that is what I would override as the child. We're children when we extend, right? Because they're parents. I don't know. Let's see if this works. Top center. Oh, it's not even running. Hey, what did I do wrong? Did DOMTicTacToe not make it in? No, DOMTicTacToe made it in. I'm calling the super. Oh, these are buttons, right? Ooh. Okay, line 50. What is up? Div. Interesting. Hey, Monarch. How's it going? Just doing some tic-tac-toe so far. So some object-oriented tic-tac-toe. So far we got the classic clicky-clicky. We also got the weird alert style. Very, very playable game. And right now we're working on the speech version, which used to be working. Hey, that sounds great, Monarch. Getting that portfolio all polished up. Getting that professional checklist checked off. Let's see what went wrong here. We're gonna see with a breakpoint. Yay, breakpoints. So we're gonna turn off word wrapping because I can't see stuff. Then we're gonna step in. Oh. DOMTicTacToe never calls render? Oh, I guess it don't. What do you know? This dot render. Don't a breakpoint. Get away, freedom. Top center. Top right. Center center. center right. Oh, this is looking great. Okay, so what I want to do now, I want to make a commit of this, I think. Um, this thing kind of seems like its own doohickey, doesn't it? Const build recognizer. Build recognition. Build recognition. Generate recognizer. I don't know what to call this. This definitely shouldn't be its own thing. Oh, Tic-Tac-Toe recognizer. In the constructor, we do all this fun stuff. Yep, all this goes in the constructor. Then put the positions up in here. Positions equals here. Loving it. Dot positions, join, loveliness. And then we say this. What do we even need to do? No, we need to put get speech result in here. And we can make this. But we still need to make it a promise, unfortunately. We can make this an arrow function, though. And we can do that because we are technically inside the class. Control Shift I. Now we say tic-tac-toe recognition. And we can just say this dot recognition equals new. Just make that right there. Now we reference it to this recognition. And this tic-tac-toe positions. Instead of saying get speech result, we say this dot recognition. That seems very OOP to me. Apparently not. Line 38. Yeah, these are all thises. Lovely. And this is another this. Line 38. This dot recognition on result. Console log this. Maybe that got unset. Nope, it is there. I never set this dot recognition. This dot. There we go. And now you gotta update. Top right. Top middle. Top center. Loving it. Okay, this is good. This seems good to me. I mean, it's better. It's not good. Speech recognition list. Add from string. Yeah, with something that just needs to be done. We can set the other stuff first, though. Const grammar. Oh, this is a string. So we can just YOLO generate that in there. Lovely. I'm cool with this. Can we not just set that in the constructor? Speech recognition API. Where's my constructor? It takes like nothing. I can see why this API ain't finished yet. So this is good to hear. I believe. Okay, so we're pretty close. I'm sure. Why am I not satisfied with? So this is good so far. This is going to end up as a commit right here. Yeah. Alert, your browser does not support. Oh, I need to handle this too. The event. I do nothing with the event. Oh, we'll be returning this. Yep. Else if this recognition. I think that handles top center. Top center. Top right. Let's try on Firefox. This is awkward. I gotta kill the tab. Browser does not support. Oh yeah, and it goes back to clicking. I don't want to click. I mean, I do want to click. Okay, so this is good. I gotta make a commit at some point. Something happened to alert. I renamed it. Oh, I also did that too. Yeah, so let's do speech CSS. What changes did I make? These are the changes I made, which means I need to go to index. Yep, we're using all 3 CSS files now, all 2, right? Yes, index CSS. We got a font size of 10 rem. So in this, we're gonna say span. You get a font size of 1 rem, so you get back to being normal, and you get a relative. And I need to bring Chrome back because that's where I'm seeing things. And my CSS is broken. Index CSS. There it is. Top right. Top right. Top center. Center left. I can update that HTML. Yeah, all the words center basically. Top center. Oh, right. Don't need that capital I. I think it's the best I'm gonna get. Center, center. Now if we click, we go back to DOM, but we center, center. Center, center. Center, center. So clicking does that. That's okay because there's an error, right? Yeah, that's why that went wrong. This is acceptable. Hey, Slack. I think I did functional was like how I initially started it. I didn't do it end by end grid. Yeah, that might be the next if I ever come back to Tic-Tac-Toe, I'll definitely go that way with it. But yeah, the whole yeah, it can be. I mean, I wanted to like specifically practice OOP because I don't practice it a lot. So yeah, I mean, I don't have to learn it. I've just always used functional, so I've kind of like wanted to, so kind of forced myself to learn it. That was the intention and the goal. So, make base classes and extend them and stuff like that. Because, yeah, I initially implemented it, and I've kind of always been initially implementing it as functional first and then objectifying it. But yeah, you would be right. I mean, even with OOP, I could not hard code this and make this a n by n, make this take a size and all that stuff, and actually do the calculations for the winning indexes and all that. But yeah, for this one, I just wanted to get practice objects extending, overriding, subclassing. Yeah, I know. That's why it's like it kind of becomes the I don't know, it's not a paradox, but it's like because I don't have enough OOP practice, I don't know the situations in which it does become better. Therefore, I always use functional, even if OOP would have been better. So if I learn it a little bit, I'll be able to at least recognize when it has the benefit and statistically when it doesn't. I'll at least be able to recognize. Thanks for recognizing my words, Chrome. Yeah, how's your, thanks for stopping by the way, and how's your day been, Karslak? We're committing these changes. There we go. Hey, nice. Yeah, React is kind of my framework of choice too. Though in there, it's kind of like everything already is an object, or at least a functional component, which is really just an object in disguise. So if you want to count React, I do suppose I have a little object experience. I even did a few classical components back in the day. Oh, this thing's horrible. Yeah, let's get that synced out to the world. Enjoy. And I will not be taking my break because this is the last push in which I will be properly extending the original one by making my DOMTicTacToe extend a button renderer. Now, this would be as a class DOM tile constructor, which takes an element, which takes. Isn't this a web component? I'm basically implementing a web component, right? Feels like I'm implementing a web component. Maybe not, because I need to extend and override it. Element, well, button, they're always buttons, so I can be consistent saying that. This button equals button, render. How do we want to render? Very much React, I know, but yeah, render's a pretty good word. What are we rendering? We're rendering the content. How are we setting the content? This content, no, the value. Say value equals nothing. I know how to do this. I'll use getters and setters. Get value, return this underscore value, set value, this dot underscore value equals value, and this is what gets extended. So we say this dot button dot text content equals value also. Well, when I go to override it though, this is gonna run. No, I'll call this dot render in here. And then render is what will initially just be setting text content to value. And this is what I upgrade. Okay, so we have DOM tiles. These aren't buttons anymore. These are tiles. Everyone get a rename. Tiles, and we're not doing that. We are doing. Ooh, I'm gonna use the. Can I use that? I want to use the new array from that I just learned. So we array from the thing, and we just pass. Oh, it's not gonna do with the new syntax though, will it? Is it smart? We're about to find out. Let's go back to the base. Class connector cannot be extracted without new. Okay, it's not smart. But we can at least combine it so we can get a new in there. There we go. Button add event listener. Yeah. Oh, can we extend? That's not gonna work. Is this real? Illegal constructor. Oh, come on. HTML button element. So this would be cool. We're just like, we're gonna extend native elements. Where's the construct? Huh. JS. I know this is a web component again. I don't mean to be going into web components. They're just here. Custom, so it's create element with the is, or the new operator, new fancy. Oh, is? Huh. You cannot mix. Anonymous, customized. Okay, I'm not gonna do either, because that is confusing. Seems cool though. There's tiles for each. Yeah, these are tile. Tile dot button. Yeah, come on, dot button. I'm getting there. There you go. I have to go all the instances. Tiles. This dot tiles I. Ooh, I also need to manipulate the disabled state. But I can say its value tiles I dot value equals this is this or nothingness. Good. Does value call render? It does. And then if it has a value, it's going to be disabled. If this dot value, well, actually this dot, not touch list, this dot button dot disabled equals the boolean of value. So double flip this dot value, not value. This dot, good. So I got that rendering basically smushed into one line. Gotta love it. Which means this should be working. Once I open the right thing, yes, it do be working. Loving it. Now, we have DOM tile. We will extend that in our speech synthesis code. So we'll say, yeah, we're done with tic-tac-toe recognition. Class speech DOM tile extends. Again, I'm great at naming things, as you can tell. DOM tile. Yep. Constructor button. Super button. And now for render, it is this. Well, actually, we can say cost output. Well, this output equals document query selector div, but not document button, not any button, this button. And we can say this dot output dot text content equals value. Now we can't call super value, can we? Okay, if we had the disabled state out of Okay, so this is the point where I'm like, I don't need that to be very object-oriented until I do. Good. Now instead of creating DOM tiles, I'll create speech DOM tiles. How fancy. Please copy. Thank you, VS Code. Speech DOM tiles. How you like that? So that still works as expected. 0, 1. Wait, did 0, 1 already? I didn't disable stuff. Who's running all the disabled code, right? So I need to set the state, basically. Well, actually, I can access it button disabled, right? No, these aren't tiles either. These aren't buttons, these are tiles. So tile button disabled. That logic still works. So if I okay, good, we can still disable all those. That's when we get to speech. Cannot read undefined 0. That was a good try, line 67. Ah, yeah, so we call our super render, and then we say if not this winner, start the recognition. A little extra running, but it's acceptable, right? Actually, if there is a winner, well, if winner not equal undefined, then we return because we won. Otherwise, keep playing. Line is 50. This output text content equals a list value. Top center. Top center. Bottom center. Bottom center. Okay, you got there. Center left. Center left. Bottom left. Center right. There we go, folks. I'd say this is pretty good. I can even spin up one more, asking for the word restart. I'll just ask for the restart always. I'll put that index at the very end, so 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hold on, where's the thing? Index is -1, else if index equals 10, and then logic goes in here, else. Here we go. This restart, and restart already has rendering built in, right? Top center, restart. 53. Wait, who's 53? Index.js 53. Okay, what does restart do? It resets the board and the current player. That's cool. So we went to 63. All these line numbers are wrong. Top center. Center. Restart. Okay, so apparently don't like doing that. And where's my recognition? Here it is. Restart. 9. That ain't how math works. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is how math works. Never mind. Restart. Center. Center. Restart. What's it doing to me? What happened there? When did that restart? What happened? What in tarnation went down there? I sent the message called superstart called this render. Huh. So I am interested in how that works. You're going to the old DOM tile renderer. How and why? Why is this a DOM tile? This should be a speech DOM tile. I also don't know why 50's angry. That must be an old air. Huh. Let's step back out if we can make it out. Who's this? This is a DOMTicTacToe board. No, you're a speech tic-tac-toe board. That is confusing. I'm extending it. I'm calling the super. I overrode a render. Do I need to override? Why would I need to override a restart if I'm not changing any behavior of the restart? Oh, clicking also. Oh, is this a binding issue? When I'm calling this dot bind, where is it? Here. I mean, do I need the event of place? No. Trying to see if it's the first this or the bound of this. Because if so, this is interesting. No, okay, they're all going to the old ones. If I'm just like yoink that out and go bring that to speech, will that resolve it or no? Not that tile, this tile. No, that doesn't resolve it. Well, I didn't save the old one. It does resolve it on the new one. Interestingly confusing. So this is pointing to these restarts and renders, not the ones down the prototype chain. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe I make an old function. And I say this to add listeners. That will just be cool. Nope. So what if I don't call it here? I call it up here though. It's cool. So if I have to add it in both places, oh, don't do whatever that is. Because now there are two of them, right? Yes. Interesting. Makes no sense to me. But I want to run this code. Maybe I don't want to add listeners, but I want to set listeners. On click equals literally this code. Because I know these are exclusive, and the order would mean I'm the last one who touches it. It's janky. Well, let's get things around here. And click equals, this little arrow function. Equals this little arrow function. That could. I do need that function. Let's make it a private one, just for good measure, I suppose. So you add it, and then I'm like, I'm gonna add it better. Now what if I don't call it? Why is it working? Makes no sense. Top right. Is it literally add event listeners it? That makes no sense. Restart. Restart. That don't make sense. On one hand, I want to know what incarnation's going on. Yeah, okay. On the other hand, I'm good because the code just works. I don't need to know what's going on, I feel. Okay. Yeah, this is good for me, I say. I don't know why I can't use add event listener. Maybe let's check the console logs on this, right? $34 and $34. It's running twice. So I'm up here in speech tic-tac-toe. I'm calling super once. If I don't call super, I need to call. Well, it's already being called. Speech DOMTicTacToe recognition. Who's calling it? I found it. I found it. I found it because I'm already creating 2 games. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's official, folks. I'm an idiot. Check index.js creates its own game right down here. Great. That is just great. Add event listener. Click. Why are there 2 games running? Because I have 2 games. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, clear that out. I'm so glad I figured that out before having to rewrite the entire program. Let's open up DOM.js, right? Index.js just calls new DOM.js, okay? And over here is where the DOM stuff goes. Save it, go up there, import another JavaScript file because we don't have enough of them. There you go, you get DOM and speech, you don't get index, you get DOM. Okay, everyone is cool now, right? Top right. Restart. Line 61 of speech. Yep, we don't do that anymore. So glad we figured that one out. Okay, this is good. Let's do a if index 9. Restart, right? Because that is the restart character. Otherwise, we do these 2 bits of logic. And no matter what we do some rendering. Okay, folks, this is the end of the project, but I will be pulling off one more leak code just for good measure. I think I'm just going to leave this as it is. I mean, this is leading edge, fancy objects, and good there. Yeah, let's add restart to speech. Yeah, add that there. Add DOM tile class. Get the HTMLs, they all point at the right things. Index. Yeah, a lot of files removed and changed, so good luck tracking that one, GitHub. Or rather, Git. How will it track? It's an addition and a remove. Good for you. Okay, and with that, we need to go to index.html and add some basic nav. See how we can get this, because we do want them to be navigable. Let's come out. Auto format, please. Thank you. Alert. Speech. Will these links work? Of course they won't, because they're HTML files. Loving it. Now let's refresh. There we go. Let's get these this nav actually looking usable. So base CSS nav. Well, it's UL, right? So UL. What is it? Nope. Symbols. A list. List style none. Or list style is none. or is it margin or padding? Let's say both go 0. Then li display inline block. Looking better. What is their color? Or a color aqua. It's a good enough color for me. Now we will duplicate this particular bit of HTML across all of our pages. I did in my mind, prankster. It just got too good. I know. I'm bad. But it's near the end of the stream anyway, so that's going to be my break. I got it working though, so I know. But it was just on the roll, you know? I mean, it's fully complete. Like, watch, we go to speech, top center, top center, top right, center center, center right, bottom center. Without lifting a finger, eh? It works, and I was able to even be like more OOP than I expected about it. I close this file, close that. Oh, don't auto format that VS Code. I was even able to expand somewhere around here. I was able to expand the original DOMTicTacToe, and I made a DOM tile. So we got so many objects. We got the original T. We got the D, who also has a small like DT. We got the alert. So this is our tree. Then we have the DOM one. Then we got the speech one, which is an extension of the DOM one, which also has a speech tile, which is an extension of the DOM tile. So we got, look at all this. This is an object tree. I got to pull out one of those UML diagrams to add any more objects to this thing. So yeah, I mean, I feel like I got my OP practice in a bit. Yeah, pretty good. Oh, it can even do so center center, center center, restart. It even does restarts. Now I'm just getting this UI thrown together so people can click on them. People can at least get to the other pages. Nothing fancy about it. Yeah, it was some good OOP practice for sure. Like I knew I'd be able to get some OOP in, but I got like the patterns getting to me, you know? Because at one point I like, as you can, if you remember a bit, the DOM one, it was just like modifying the text content of it, setting it raw. But obviously that doesn't work for this speech because I have other things in here. I have other text I can't override. So the solution was to make another object, our little DOM tile, which is just a wrapper for our button, that had its own render method that modified text content. The important part was that I could override the render method. So in speech, instead of modifying text content, it modified a div text content. So extendable, using all this old stuff, which this original DOMTicTacToe uses, but then I just create a subclass of it, and I use that subclass literally with 2 more lines, using all the so dry code. This is the desert of code bases, I tell you. Turned out pretty alright. And with this last change, I will be finishing it off with, you know what, a Code Wars. So there, and that will be my break, prankster. Yeah, I made a lot more progress. It was a lot funner than I thought it'd be, because, you know, tic-tac-toe, well, that's really awkward. Poor bot, it didn't figure it out. But I haven't added watch time, but the uptime was supposed to work. Let's look at my console. Yeah, it can uptime's like 7 hours and 11 minutes. It's okay. Those are a lot of commands there, prankster. That's some good ones though. Yeah, I almost got the watch time one working. I messed up on the math, so I have to figure that one out. I forgot about follow age. It's like, cause yeah, I think only I can see that without the bot. Yeah, guess that's definitely one I'll add eventually, and I'll figure out why uptime isn't working. You know what I'm about to do? I'm gonna do something crazy. I'm gonna go check it out right now. So the bot be offline. Gotta drag this over here. Let's look at uptime. Console. Oh, so here's awkward. So I'm gonna fix it like in 20 seconds. So when I was testing this, because I wasn't online when I was testing it, I used the username of another streamer, PM run build and npm run start. So I just hard coded their name in. So fun fact, Lana Lux is currently offline. That's what that command meant. But now there we go. Because I wasn't online testing the bot, obviously. I used whoever was online, Lana Lux, but now it's using my username, so update 7 hours, 28 minutes, 35 seconds. Quick math. There we go. Thanks for exposing that bug. But yeah, it is. I mean, let's make sure this thing works. Wow, that's a lot more files. But yeah, good luck playing this thing on Firefox. And it's still building. Where is it? Oh no. Okay, I get to make one more change since I used absolute paths. Okay, so this is going to be great. href equals quote forward slash. All these need to be replaced with quote dot forward slash because my repository is on a subdomain. Well, it's on a path on a subdomain. So all these paths do not work, but now they do. And, you know, we're just going to amend that change. Pretend I never made the problem. Git push force. No one saw anything. Yeah, so if you star the repository, you'll see changes about the repo. If you want to follow me, my profile pinkster, so you can see like in your notifications when I do stuff. I mean, let me just go look at someone else's profile so I can see where the button is because I don't follow people. Okay, so if you go to my page and you click on follow, like right here, that's how you'll follow me. And when you do that, you'll see when I do stuff, it'll show up in your little notifications. I think that's all it does. I don't know. I don't follow many people. Clear all my notifications. There we go. I think that's how it works. I don't think I can see it on my own profile. Yeah, it's where my edit profile button is. It's where your follow button would be. Yeah, but yeah, that is OP Tic-Tac-Toe. And once GitHub Pages rebuilds, classic alert. If you want to replay that, or speech. And if you're not on Firefox, also the great thing is the speech one works even if you're on Firefox. Hey, Damble, welcome, welcome. Let me showcase this before I run off and do a Code Wars. This is working very beautifully once I find a window to shove in the thing. So it only works on Chrome because Chrome is the one with the web speech API. Yeah, maybe it's only interesting for like fun and games, but it is interesting. At least in my case, I was able to really take advantage of it. Top center. Top center. Don't embarrass me now. Top center. There we go. Center, center. Center, center. Hey, yeah, glad you caught some of it. So I don't know what's catching on fire right now, but promise aborted. Well, it was working in my Chrome before. Top center. Yeah, I have no idea. But it was working. And yeah, I was able to use a lot more OP than I expected from the yeah, so I had the Tic-Tac-Toe game originally. I had the alert one, which inherited on it. I had the DOM version, and then the speech version, which inherited from the DOM version, with a little DOM tile and speech tile. And yes, Danville, I am on Linux, just Pop OS 20, 2004. So nothing fancy. Maybe I need to do an incognito window. Top center. Ah, ironically, this was working without error before. Top center. Am I not getting the permissions? Continue allowing. Well, I promise it was working before. Okay, Chrome. You embarrassing me now. Close that one. I probably have too many ad blocks open or something. It's like one of them's like, could not. Ah, gotta turn live server back on. Well, we were gonna get to our Code Wars, but this thing wants to be fixed. Yeah, maybe I need to start screaming at it. You're too quiet. Anytime now. Okay. Top center. Center center. Bottom center. Center left. Center right. Top center. Top center. Center center. Okay, yeah, I don't know what the deal is. It must be some weird, not hosted on localhost thing that's making it be weird, but it does work. Bottom center. Bottom center, not autumn center. Bottom center. Hey, thanks for the free test, prankster. And then when you suck, you can say, restart. Ta-da. Now, like, there's a lot more I could do all this. Like, I could have it speak back to you and all, but this is, like, more than enough new technology for me. And yeah, it does work when you have a good browser and you don't have 15 extensions all getting in your way. And with that, it do be Code Wars time. Let's find a good one to end off on. Return strings, even characters. That one sounds fun. Some of a bench. What does that mean? Code Wars, yeah. So we're gonna do an SQL? No, we're not. We're not doing that. Yeah, I think. Or we could do a classic count the characters. Let's take a peek at these. All the even characters from a string. Okay, that's cool. Beaches. Okay, that's cool. It's a little tougher. String and a character. Select star from. No, it's from Danville. 0 points for you. Yeah, I've done a few of these. I got in like the 8s, maybe. I'm not SQL proficient enough to get really higher than 6, where it's like create a new table and then filter out such and such columns. And I'm like, I can order things. Function will count the number of times that character appears in the string. Okay, we are doing 2 Code Wars because we literally did this one for homework already. So I'm getting just free karma. Ah, Prisma. Yeah, I heard Heard all the good things about Prisma. The closest I got to something like that was like type ORM, objective or objection and sequelize, but Prisma is the next level of abstraction, right? It takes even more things out of your control. Or you give it more responsibility, I rather mean. Oh, we can do the cheap way. String.to lower case dot split car. Yeah, I mean, I've used them both basically, but I do tend to enjoy at least the Postgres. Yeah, yeah, it does feel more. It feels like you're doing more right. Well, I don't know. Maybe I haven't used enough of MongoDB or like non-relational to like get it. But yeah, again, it's kind of the same boat. I feel like relational is just it feels more in flow with how the data is, and it kind of makes you write good data, where Mongo kind of allows you to write bad data, which then makes it feel bad because you weren't forced to spend the time to make it good. If that makes any sense. There we go. That's the cheat. So the cheat is to split by the character, and you return the length -1. Nope, that's not the cheat apparently. Oh, car. Wait, is case insensitive? Oh, case insensitive. Car to lower case. Yeah, I definitely say from a beginner's perspective, like I started with relational and it was a hill to learn. So, and I think well, technically, that's a lie. I didn't start with relational. I started with .json files in a flat file system. So that was my database. So I did start NoSQL. I used the file system as my database driver. But yeah, it forces you to think about data a certain way, which I don't know. It's the restriction of I mean, I kind of already said this. It's a restriction of quality, where since it forces you a certain way, you can't you can't do it bad that way. It literally doesn't work, or it works so badly that even a novice or a beginner can tell something's wrong here. We're not doing that one. That don't look fun. Okay, this is the one. Oh, forgot to drop my thing in the chat. We are doing two of them, so there's the one. And here is the two. Again, any suggestions, drop them in. Otherwise, this is our last one. So return dot string dot filter car I divisible by 2 triple equals or I the remainder of I dividing by 2 equals 0. So we want to return this, but if it's not long enough, then we want to say invalid string. We can just do a length check. So string that length less than or equal to 1. Get the quote character eventually. Invalid string else. Bada bing. Bada nope. 1324. Did I get the wrong ones? 01. I literally got the wrong ones. That's okay. So we're going to say is not equal to 0. Nope, that's not how it works. Expected. So I turned it into an array. I'm just that good, huh? I turned it into an array. That's pretty good. Expected in IBW. Oh wait, is there a string length? Oh, if the string is smaller than 2 or larger than 100. Okay. Smaller than 2. Here's another one for reading, folks. Dot length greater than 100. Nope, that's not how it works. Oh, if it's or. Again, reading, folks. There we go. Okay, so the logic was if the string length is strong less than 2 or greater than 100, return an invalid string. Otherwise, convert the string to an array. Then take that array and filter out every element that is a odd index, aka keep the 2 and the 4, not because they're evens, but because their indexes are 1 and 3. And yeah, keep all the odd indexed characters of the string. And that is that Codewar. And let me go peruse around real quick. No, see, no one on there. No one on there. Ah, it's like no one else is on. Yeah, looks like I'm the only 100 Dever or 100 acquaintance fellow on. So, unless y'all got any suggestions for rating, I will call it a good stream, a good day, good evening, good night. Thanks to everyone who stuck along. Hopefully, you could see some OOP concepts firsthand, my interpretation of how to do OOP on the Tic-Tac-Toe. Yeah, prankster, I saw. Yeah, I'm the last streamer remaining. I mean, I suppose probably, yeah, seven, like, half hours, yeah. Midnight Simon does leak code. Let me go check if they're on. We can give them a nice raid. I'll stick around for a few minutes. It is past dinner time. Becca. Yeah, it was a long one. Are any of those prank stars current or previous 100 dev members? Yeah, I'm spinning up Midnight Simon right now. Oh, I think we might have raided them with Leon once, right? Yeah, I think so. Oh, Goldfish Memory's kicking on. Okay, yeah, sounds good. So, I mean, we got two votes for Midnight Simon, so we can go check them out. Global ranking. Yeah, they're looking at the global rankings. Okay. Yeah, yeah, sounds like a plan. So yeah, thanks again for hanging by. Again, it's codes on the GitHub if you want to see with it. I'm glad I'm glad you can learn a little bit through my process or my interpretation of it all, prankster and folks. It was fun to do. I did not. This is one of the projects I was like, okay, let's kind of just go through it. Then we go into some fun multiplayer Snake, but it turned out a lot funner than I was anticipating because it's a rite of passage tic-tac-toe. But yeah, that speech one, I saved the best for last unintentionally. Yeah, let's go. Let me load up Midnight Simon Fellow. Yep, there we go. I'll go ahead and start the raid on that. Yeah, yeah, I'm definitely doing. I mean, the project's not gone. We're just doing it later. Yep. Catch y'all next time, folks. Thanks again for everyone stopping by and all the follows. Bye. Mm.